All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Late Show. We're here again with our coverage from Watches and Wonders 2023. We're going to discuss some new releases. We will attend to some backlog of news. We're going to talk about Panerai. We're going to talk about JLC, and we're going to talk about the. I don't know why that started in the background. I apologize for that amateur hour. We're going to talk about the new releases from Panerai, which focus very heavily on Radiomir. And we are also going to talk about the revival of the Gerald Janta brand under the auspices of Louis Vuitton. Um, let's go. Let's start actually with those news. I'll try to see if any of my friends from Patreon are actually in the chat. I think that could be a good way to announce my little surprise for them, for my most loyal supporters, for my patrons. So if you are one of the big six on Patreon, on my Patreon, feel free to raise your hand. Feel free to let me know in the chat. I have a little surprise for you. And let's start with the big news of the day. As you know, earlier in the week, we learned about the much expected return of the Ingenieur by IWC. Uh, People have been asking about that watch probably for the last 5 years or so. You might say even longer than that, because everyone was expecting a return to form, a revival of the watch that was more loyal, that was closer in its proportions to how Gérald Jantin originally conceived it in 1976, contemporaneously with the Patek Philippe Nautilus, and just 4 years after the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. And now we are hearing from the LVMH side of things, Moet Hennessy, Louis Vuitton, that they are in fact bringing back the Gérald Janta brand as well. This now becomes the second brand in short succession that Jean Arnaud wrested away from Bulgari in his long game in succeeding his father. He is the youngest child of Bernard Arnault at just 24 years old. Um, he is really aiming big. Again, I've had my doubts about the Arnault siblings, but Jean so far has surprised me a great deal. And this is yet another great piece of news, because at the end of the day, I think masters like Daniel Roth, who is very important for independent horological makers as a pioneer today, and Gérald Janta as a pioneer himself for watch designers today, and a serious approach towards design in the world of horology. I really respect the fact that they are reviving both of these brands. And if you don't think that design is direly needed today in the industry, and if you don't think, well, if you think that these brands actually know how to design, just take a look at some of Patek's new releases, and you can see what happens when you just throw different complications and movements into ready-made cases without giving the slightest thought about design, about typography, about dial layouts, much less about coming up with new case shapes and different ways of approaching horological expression. So this is a piece that's written by the almighty Nick Fawkes of course, Patrick Philippe authorized biography fame, of uh, also his book on the reversal, and also so many other works on Swiss watches and, of course, other luxury goods. He also has a YouTube channel that he runs with his sons that really is about freewheeling discussion and just mild banter within the family, in good company, smoking cigars. So check it out as well. Fox and Sons is a great YouTube channel. I will drop the link in the background as I start reading this article. So the watchmaker's widow and the 24-year-old luxury scion Jeanne Arnaud on relaunching one of the world's most covetable marques. The Monegasque ambassador to the court of St. James's and idiosyncratically Kazakhstan has been a fixture on London's diplomatic circuit for more than a decade. Um, Evelyn Janta happens to be from Monaco. That's Gerard Janta's widow, of course, that we're talking about. You might have seen her at one of the National Day celebrations, the bedrock upon which the ambassadorial social scene is constructed. And if you have ever wanted to relocate to Monaco, then you will have had an interview with her to establish your suitability for life in the Principality. A skilled diplomat and the personification of poise and elegance, she gives the impression of having done this all her working life. But this is Evelyn Janta's second professional incarnation. She was once the business brain behind one of the greatest names in watch design, Gerard Janta. And this, of course, reminds me of one of my favorite brands today, which is Habring 2, which has, of course, the horological mind or spirit behind it in Richard Habring, who, of course, mastered his chops at IWC, coming up most famously with the module that gave us on Valjoux 7750 base, Doppelchronograph, as the Germans call it, a split-second chronograph. He is today working with his wife, Maria Habring, who is in fact the business brain of Habring 2. Evelyn Janta says as part of the originary horological couple, I met Gerald at a dinner party in Monte Carlo in the early 80s. Adding with a smile, he spent the evening telling me that my watch was ugly. That's how I flirt with women as well. And by the way, this is a beautiful photograph, not only because they have beautiful smiles, both of them, Gerard Janta and Evelyn Janta, but also because you can see on the background, hanging on the wall, a clock that is designed by Gerard Janta himself with that moon phase, which is usually rendered, at least in terms of its backdrop, in lapis lazuli on the wristwatch form. And it is, of course, in the shape of an octagon. the layout of it, the way the dial is expressed is also quite similar to perpetual calendars that he designed for and gave to Cartier, and that you can often see in pashas of a bygone time. It proved to be an unusual but effective chat-up line that was Gérard Janta's move, talking shit about his future wife's watch. The pair married 6 months later, and she spent so much of the final 2 decades of the 20th century selling remarkable horological creations to the world's super rich. By the way, I think she actually details this story in other interviews. Apparently, he was so mean to her about that watch that before the end of the night, she had to take it off and put it in her pocket. And she ended up somehow throwing that jacket into into the washing machine and destroyed uh, that watch in the process. Match made in heaven, as you see, Gérald and Evelyn forever. Back in the 80s and 90s, if you were a sultan or a sheikh, a king or a prince who had a taste for what she describes as grande horlogerie and the money to indulge it, you would have known Madame Janta. Having passed away in 2011, Gérard Janta did not live long enough to see the frenzy that has recently surrounded his watches, specifically the Patek Philippe Nautilus and Audemars Piguet Royal Oak he designed in the 1970s. And that is really a shame because even if the Royal Oak always had its niche, picking up the pace from mid 70s onward, it really came into its own as a global icon, really with the 40th anniversary and its aftermath. So it was really 2012 with the redesign of the 15202 as the new jumbo that put AP Royal Oak on the map as the uncontestable icon that redefined sports watches once and for all, that gave us an entire new genre of watches, just as the Rolex Submariner and Blancpain 50 Fathoms once did. Fox continues, his posthumous fame has been a source of pain as well as pride for his widow. I didn't want Gérald to be forgotten, she says, but nor do I want him to be remembered just for the Nautilus and the Royal Oak. He's so much more than that. And you can see a nice little spread here of his watches, the watches that were released by the brand that carries his name. You can see a perpetual calendar, and in fact, more than one, and the watches that were licensed by Disney, of course, as well as the Jeffica or Gefica case shapes with these beaded edges and many, many octagons. Yeah, these are the Jeffica Safari watches. These two. Hey, Finchy. Yeah, that's true. That's actually a very good observation. Absolutely, and remember, I was talking about this so many times and so in so many different ways when we were discussing the revival of Daniel Roth as a brand, and I mentioned that when he had to break off with Breguet as the Chomet brothers were going under, and when he set off on his own path with his independent brand, putting his proper name on the faces of watches in 1988, that was almost revolutionary. And I did mention at that time, the only other person who was really doing that independent brand thing uh, in his own way, under his own name, was Gerard Jantin. Of course, Jantin is a designer, not a watchmaker, but that's exactly the strength of that name, that he could, in fact, set off on his own, precisely because he had amassed that reputation, that renown throughout the industry. But yes, late 80s, early 90s, that's still the wilderness for independent brands. For someone like Janta to have put his own name on those watches was something truly daring at the time. And maybe it wasn't his time yet, as Finchi implied. As if on cue, the handsome, floppy haired man sitting beside her on the leather sofa interjects. There are a number of people credited with pulling the Swiss watch industry out of the quartz crisis. And when you look at the watches that the Gérald Jantin brand produced during that time, the Grande Sonnerie, which is, of course, a genre of a chiming watch, the minute repeaters, and the perpetual calendars, he's definitely one of them. And those of you who are on, who support me on Patreon and who are part of the inner circle, so to speak, would know that I'm a huge fan of the Gérald Jantin brand. And I love those high complications. And sometimes, especially in perpetual calendar, they can offer a great value proposition. But I'm even a bigger fan of the sports watches that he produced under that brand, the chronographs, um, the jump hour, with retrograde minutes, with retrograde date, any permutation of those, as well as other kinds of pieces that are sportier and more dynamic. I love the brand, and it's um, it's very fascinating to see that entire range of watches that he produced, that started from very humble, unassuming sports watches and some dressy pieces to colorful, re, to colorful and animated in a way, because of the retrograde minute system. Uh, Disney characters on watch faces to complications and grand complications. It's just an unbelievable project that he undertook at the time. And if he weren't necessarily that successful and long lasting at the time, to the point that his brand had to be sold by mid 90s to the Hourglass, and later on uh, taken over by Bulgari. It's not because he didn't deserve that success. It's not because he didn't leave this huge legacy. So I'm very grateful that it's coming back. I'll get back to it, Finchy. I have mentioned it a couple of times, but if you can bear with me for another 5 minutes, so we get through this article, which I think is very important, I'll get back to the Ingénieur. My initial thoughts, though, is a thumbs up. I'm actually, I disagree with people who say that it's an unrealistic price point, but I'll get into the detail. Jean Arnaud speaks with the impassioned intensity of the young idealist, and he has mastered his material. He can tell you in great detail the difference between Grande and Petite Sonnerie, he better. He's he's running 3 different watch brands by now. Or rattle off production dates, serial numbers, and all manner of other abstruse watchmaking trivia. Such youthful horological experts are more common than you might imagine. However, this one is unique, as well as knowing the back catalog of Gérald Jantin like a priest knows his catechism. He can actually do something with his knowledge, like reviving the brand. Now 24, the fifth and youngest son of Bernard Arnault, founder, chairman, and chief executive officer of LVMH. He joined the family business in September 2021 when he started working in the watch division of Louis Vuitton. In less than 2 years, he has galvanized what was essentially just another LV branded product sector into a boutique horology brand to watch. In 2021, Louis Vuitton won 2 prizes at the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève. One of them was for their tambour street diver, of course. As a member of the family, he can make things happen. I was discussing watchmaking with my father, and Janta's name came up, recalls Arnaud. That would have been cool, right? Daddy, can you pass me a few $1,000,000 so we can reestablish this watch company? Can we keep him? He said, "Don't we own Janta?" I love this. Like the mixture of entitlement and dedication is sometimes so powerful. And Nick Fox is very smart, right? The way he transcribed this, he could have covered over it. He could have smoothed it out to not allow Jean to embarrass himself like that and embarrass his father like that. Don't we own Janta? I think you own the brand Janta and not really the man who probably, who has been dead for a decade now. So we might need to choose our words carefully, but I guess when you have that much money, what does it mean, right? Yeah, we own him. Gérald Jantin had indeed been relatively quiet for the past 20 years as part of Bulgari. Jean continues, he then said to me, "Why don't you run it?" Unable to think of a good reason why not, Arnaud is relaunching the brand. Gérald Jantin will be revived and operated as a standalone brand that will be manufactured at La Fabrique du Temps, LVMH's state-of-the-art watchmaking manufacturer in Switzerland. And the first thing that Arnaud did was invite Madame Jantin to LFDT. It was incredibly moving for me because I met Enrico Barbazzini and Michel Navas, she says, of the complication specialists who have run LFDT since it opened in 2014. They had been our star watchmakers and had worked really closely with us. Gérald and I would see them every morning. La Fabrique du Temps, before it was bought up completely and integrated into Louis Vuitton's watchmaking facilities, constituting now its core, were an independent high complications workshop, just as Renault et Papy was a workshop like that before it was completely absorbed into Audemars Piguet. So they have likewise produced, we're talking about La Fabrique du Temps, they have produced tourbillons for Laurent Ferrier, complications for Jacob & Co., for Ralph Lauren's watch company. And as you see, those two head watchmakers, those two masters, namely Barbazzini and Navas, had already worked for Janta in a bygone time as well. There was another surprise reunion awaiting Madame Janta in Arnaud's office. He had brought 4 fabulous Gérald Janta pocket watches. They were masterpieces, she reveals. When I saw them, I nearly cried because I remembered selling them. That was a year ago, and they have remained in constant touch since. From the multiple exchanges we have had in the past year, I think I've grasped a little bit of the essence of what Janta was back then, says Arnaud. He knows his Gérald Janta better than I do, corrects Madame Janta. He's gone into great detail. He's a real watch fanatic. Arnaud is clearly wrapped with Madame Janta's anecdotes of life with Gérald. There's the time he had to fix an emerald bracelet with his Swiss Army knife while she distracted a wealthy potentate's attention. On another occasion, when she tried to tell a wealthy head of state that he could not afford a meter-high solid gold Ferris wheel automaton, each gondola occupied by enameled Commedia dell'arte figures, because it was destined for another far wealthier client, His Majesty answered, Madame, this poor king may not be as rich as your favorite client, but there's still some money in the treasury. But for all the entertaining stories, this is far from being a nostalgia trip. I'm not a fan of one-to-one re-editions of what was done in the past, so we are not going to do that. Isn't that what they exactly did with Daniel Roth, with the Tourbillon? Instead, we are going to take inspiration from what was done with the Gérald Janta brand in the past and from the thousands of detailed drawings he made, but bring it into the 21st century. We're keeping the volume very, very low, focusing on high watchmaking side of things. And there you go. You see the octagonal case with an open-worked perpetual calendar that has a moon phase indicator at 12 o'clock with the exquisite lapis lazuli background. Further details of the watches are expected to be announced later this year, with the first pieces available next year, 2024, for hundreds of thousands of pounds. Oh my God. As Arnaud is not keen on tribute editions, the watches are intended to be what Janta would be making today, with Navas and Barbazini described as incubators of the project, having previously worked for him. As Arnaud says, they know the spirit of the brand and can interpret it in a way that's relevant to the third decade of the 21st century. It's a strategy of which Madame Janta says her late husband would have approved. Gérald never looked back. He was never interested in the past. It was always the next watch. I'm happy that we are moving forward with young people. She casts a fond glance in Arnaud's direction with some models that Gérald designed, which are very forward-thinking. We can ensure the perennity of the brand, a brand that I was very hurt to see being forgotten. It feels like, she pauses, it feels like Gérald is coming home. Well, with all the interjections I have made, I think this is actually a great piece of news. I think in either case, whatever Jean Arnaud ends up doing with the brand, however limited the production would be, I think this is a much better tribute than releasing one Mickey Mouse watch per year, which is what Bulgari has been doing with the brand, and which is a true injustice to the forward-thinking principles that Gérald Janta embodied, both in the discrete designs he endowed so many of the industry giants, and in the name of his own proper brand. So bravo, Jean Arnaud, and um, it's so nice to see Madame Genta herself to be so excited about the revival, about the brand. Um, nothing wrong with that. And I leave you with this picture for the moment. Um, I think this is great. I like the fact that um, they are reviving both Daniel Roth and Gerard Janta. And look, I mean, let's be honest. At the end of the day, LVMH realized that with the burgeoning attention uh, for independent watchmaking, for low production, high quality, high horology brands, they couldn't leave so much money on the table, just leaving these brands to slowly disappear and be forgotten in the auspices of Bulgari. They had to do something with them. They're not going to leave that money on the table. But so far, so good. I think the Tourbillon subscription project with Daniel Roth was great, no matter how expensive and inaccessible. And whatever they do with the Gerard Janta brand, again, no matter how unobtainable and expensive, will be better than one Mickey Mouse watch per year. So this is great news. Let's continue with the Gerard Janta theme. Um, the theme was, of course, with IWC's bilingual campaigns, Back to the Future in a way. I want you to see some of the 70s themed ads they have published, but let's look at this one. Die IWC Ingenieur ist zurück aus der Zukunft. The Ingenieur is back from the future. The 70s icon makes a return, and it is a stunning creature indeed. It is actually released in 4 different iterations, each of which have its charm. The black one, of course, is the one that's closest to the original. Of course, there are a few modifications, such as the screw-in bezel, which now has those hexagonal bolts, and which now aligns with 12 o'clock. The bracelet is redesigned and streamlined, and crown guards are added. Those crown guards were quite prominent in some later iterations of the Ingenieur. The so-called big Ingenieur had very prominent crown guards. This model falls somewhere in between, and it is very similar in its dimensions, in its proportions to the Ingenieur SL, which is what Gerard Janta redesigned for the brand and revived as an integrated bracelet watch in 1976. in a way that aligned with his style, with his vision, and preserved the anti-magnetic properties of the original working man's technician's watch. Um, I think this piece lives up to that conjunction or conjugation of form and techniques, of a certain aesthetic vision and utility. The silver one is quite similar to the black, and both have the exploded version of that original carbon fiber like basket weave pattern, which suggests a kind of evolution that was quite visible in the Royal Oak tapisserie, right? The original jumbo had what is now called petite tapisserie, which is, of course, um, reiterated in newer references for the jumbo. But other Royal Oaks these days have larger waffles, larger squares in as part of their pattern, and some and that's called the Grande Tapisserie. And some Royal Oak offshores, in fact, have even larger scales in their pattern, which is called Mega Tapisserie. So, in many ways, this design evolution, when it comes to the dial, follows the larger outlines of a relatively contemporary trend. And as you see, even though there are surfaces that are mirror polished in contrast with brushed grain, the center links actually remain brushed on the black dial and silver dial edition, whereas this version that has a teal colored dial, what they call the aqua, that one has polished center links, which makes this piece look a little flashier, a little more attention seeking or attention grabbing compared to the other two stainless steel examples. In stainless steel, this piece is priced at 11,700. Now, I've heard a lot of people say, but that's way too expensive for an IWC watch. I really don't know if these people were largely dormant during the pandemic. I'm not sure if they realize how much the prices have risen. Right? I share the sentiment. I think the entire industry is unreasonable, and they are extremely unrealistic in terms of their price points, right? But I think it's unfair to single out IWC in particular. Just as a point of comparison, when the Vacheron Constantin Overseas came out with their third generation just 6 years back in 2016, I think it was right around $12,000. Now that watch is basically $23,000 at list. That's how much the prices have risen. And I'm not even talking about the secondary market trends and the gray market valuation of the more hyped up pieces. The second thing I want to say is in this genre, Bulgari, Girard Perregaux, Chopard have watches that are right around this price point, and in fact more expensive in stainless steel. Upstarts in terms of their brand history and in terms of their entry into this particular segment of integrated bracelet stainless steel sports watches, such as Chapec and Parmigiani Fleurier, have watches that are priced 20,000 and more. Now you can say anything that you like. You can say those watches are much better, they are better finished, they are they are this or that. And among all of these, there are watches that I prefer to the Ingenieur, don't take me wrong. But for what it puts on the table, for how closely it lives up to the original, which is truly one of the original watches in terms of the genre-defining designs of Gérard Janta, it's decent value. If you think it's pricey at retail, uh, I would take the risk to just sit back and remain patient. And my example for this is the Bulgari Octofinissimo, which is a watch I really like. I adore that micro rotor movement. I'm a huge fan of the original design, which is iterated from the Octo that Janta designed for Bulgari originally, but is actually a very original take on that particular segment, penned by Fabrizio Bonamassa Siliani. Um, those pieces were at or slightly above list price at the peak of the market. These days, whatever is listed for 15,000 for the Bulgari Octofinissimo is already in high four figures, is right below 10,000 now. So if you wait patiently, I'm sure you would be able to pick up one of these on the secondary markets for eight, maybe even $7,500 by this time next year, unless we experience a sudden ascendance in terms of the financial situation, and unless we actually end up with another boom in the horological realm. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. So for those people who don't like the price, just be patient. If you appreciate the watch, you'll get a better deal on it if you wait for 1 year. I don't think they would necessarily um, have a hard time moving these, but there's always an initial hype around these sorts of pieces, which once it dies out, would certainly make room for the possibility of striking interesting deals on the secondary market. The titanium is a nice surprise because this they do have an edition that's fully executed in titanium with an anthracite gray dial and the same finishing as the black dial and silver dial version in stainless steel. So still enough of a contrast that shows off their skills in exhibiting this piece. And that one is actually 14,600 rather than the 11,700. Now, one reason I believe, not that a lot of people pay attention to these things, they just usually speak from, kind of made up, jumbled information that they have heard here and there. But some people have paid attention to this. I was one of the first. The IWC 32111, 32111 caliber is about two removes from the ETA 2894-A2. It is an elaborated and modified version of what is otherwise pretty common self-winding workhorse watch movement. However, in this case, it is updated enough that it has 5 days of power reserve at 4 hertz at 28,800 semi-oscillations per hour. I think that is a great performance, full self-winding caliber for this genre of the watch. And since this model stays true to the anti-magnetic properties of the original, it has a solid case back at any rate. So there is no legitimate reason for slapping into this watch a high horological, ultra decorated movement in the first place. So I like the price point. I love the watch. Is it going to become the next big thing? I don't think so. Is it my choice, my preferred watch in this segment? Far from it. But I'm a huge fan of Gerard Janta's designs. And this is actually, in this genre, my second favorite. The Royal Oak for me is the undisputed champion. I don't think that will ever change. But I like the Ingenieur much better than the Nautilus. At any rate, here's my take. I hope you liked it, Finchy. Good morning, Herr Frech. You have succeeded in ruining the retrograde chronograph for all of us. It's back. Finchy, 1976 is your birth year. Well, you owe it to yourself to get one of these, huh? Thank you, Finchy. Thank you. Thank you for this super sticker. I appreciate you. Let me see what this was. Yes. Thank you for the kiss and the heart. I love it. Hello, Basil's Bezels. Sorry, I was caught in the middle of my long-winded rant about the Ingenieur. I hope it was somewhat helpful. It was at least laden with horological detail. So indulge me, please. On the secondary market, I think these watches could be great. But honestly, if you like it, I don't think it's such a bad deal. You know, especially honestly, I would go for the Aqua if I can get it. If you are gonna get it at the point of retail, go for the titanium or go for the one that has the teal colored dial. If you are gonna go for the silvered or black, stay put. I think you will be able to find these for a decent deal in about a year on the secondary market. Yeah, I like the new Yachtmaster. Yeah, no question about it, actually, Chris. I wouldn't. I'm not a huge fan of the Nautilus at all. But that doesn't say much. Yeah, it doesn't say much that I like the Ingenieur more than the Nautilus because I've never actually liked the Nautilus. Since Christian Frech is in the audience, we can talk a little bit about the retrograde chronograph. I made a video about this earlier today, but I think it's worth talking a little more about it here because it is certainly a worthy addition and a very significant revival for Gégé Lecoutre. And I'm saying this um, for a very specific reason. You remember, I take Gégé Lecoutre to be quite exemplary in terms of the trends in the horological industry. And the reverso is a great example of that. It was revived in the 19th century. It was revived in the 1990s as part of revitalizing Gégé Lecoutre as a brand. And at that time, it was used as a canvas for complications. So after the 60th anniversary edition, which for the first time gave the public a complicated reverso and which introduced the Grand Taille case with its modernized and expanded dimensions. It was followed up by 5 more limited edition pieces, all executed in 18 karat pink gold, all with movements that were expressly made for those cases and themselves executed in 14 karat gold. It included tourbillon for the first time in a reverso case in 1993. It's included a minute repeater in 1994. It included the Géophysique, which was a dual time watch that made full use of both the recto and verso sides of the flipping case. And finally, the quantième perpétuel, the perpetual calendar that closed off the decade. And that was a time for watchmaking where everyone tried to join this horological arms race and outdo each other in making more and more complicated watches, in trying to come up with original ways of expressing time. The Ulysse Nardin Freak was a product of this time. And finally, of course, we were faced with the Great Recession in 2008, where everything seemed to have come to a screeching halt. And just a single product cycle away from that, Gégé Lecoutre, which had just produced a 3-sided reverso, the Géo Tourbillon and everything, they returned back to their heritage and started this series of tribute to 1931. I love those watches, right? I love the way they highlighted the pure beauty and the ultra thin elegance of the Reverso series as a dress watch. But I have always mourned the passing of that complications era, because everything that they did in that limited scale, in those exquisite pink gold cases, only in runs of 500 pieces or less, it trickled down in their mode of democratization, and it was always expressed in stainless steel cases that were very affordable to begin with, but that offered an incredible value proposition on the secondary markets. My own Reverso Grand Date is a fruit of that particular era. So I'm very happy that it's back. Welcome back, Pavel, and welcome, St. Peter. It's always nice to see you. Let me also drop the link to the full video that I did earlier today. And if you if you find time, please take a look at it. It's just 16 minutes long, and I think it gives you a great overview of this genealogy and even more information about the piece that was just released. And it's a video that you can share with anyone, and it won't take much time, and it would be a great introduction for them to the channel. So this piece basically brings back that caliber 829, which incidentally was actually the first integrated hand-wound chronograph caliber conceived, designed, and produced fully in-house from scratch in the post-quartz crisis age of horology. It even preceded L951.1 by A. Lange und Söhne. 3 years before the datograph, there was the reverso retrograde chronograph, and this new piece is basically a modernized version of it. It comes in a slightly larger case than the Grand Taille, so more of an XGT than a GT case. It has intensified the purity of the primary dial, which is now just a two-hander, simple timekeeper. The date window has been eliminated, as well as this flag-like indicator at 5 o'clock, which Harry John Belmont wanted on the face of the watch just to distinguish it from everything else they were producing at the time as special editions, just to market as a chronograph, even on the face of the dial, because it said arrêt when it was stopped, and when you engage the chronograph, the flag actually exposed the French word marche to indicate that the chronograph was indeed running. On the case back, you now have, again, still an open-worked version of the chronograph movement, column wheel, lateral clutch with the retrograde minutes, which snaps back to 0 each time after it completes its 30-minute cycle. You now have an additional set of hands, as well as those baton markers for the hours. And those hands are actually operated in opposite direction from the hands on the primary dial, and they show the exact same time in clockwise direction. So it's not a dual time watch, just so you know, but that's still quite an achievement, especially considering how they raised the power reserve to 55 hours from 42. The retrograde minutes complication is as power hungry as ever, and you basically have two sets of hands to put to work, even when they're showing the exact same time. So it's impressive that they raised the power reserve, and at least they made some use of the expanded case, which is now 49.4 by 29.9, and a little more than 11 millimeters thick, whereas the original chronograph retrograde was 42 by 26 and nearly 9.5 millimeters thick. So this is, I think, a great release for me, precisely, first of all, because it marks a return to form by JLC. Once again, we have a new tourbillon, a new flying tourbillon that's presented in the reverso case, and we have a hand-wound chronograph once again presented in a reverso case. And in this case, no pun intended, it is also offered in stainless steel. The price is 21,400, which is of course not nothing, but for this kind of complication, for this sort of watch, it's still decent. It's not entirely unreasonable. They also have a version of the watch in pink gold with a black dial, and that one is 37,400. I like them both, but I think this sunburst bluish slate gray dial for the stainless steel version is just delicious. It's one of the most remarkable dials I've seen in recent time. That would be my pick between these two. And just as we have seen with the Polaris perpetual calendar, I'm sure with time and with patience, you can find this piece for a little cheaper on the secondary market. There are, pardon me, there are other alternatives in JLC's back catalog. If you want to learn about them, if you want my advice on choosing one and finding an even better deal, just email me, and I'm sure we can work with that. Finchy, thank you so much for reminding everyone to upvote. I'm still saving up. It's gonna happen. It is gonna happen. Am I a fan of the Squadra? Not so much, but I like the Grand Sport. I know it never quite hit, but I like that barrel-shaped case. I think the Squadra is a little too. It's a little too square for me, if you know what I mean. Um, I like the new Yachtmaster. I do. There are a few things that I would have liked to see, but I'm really happy that Rolex finally delivered on this model. Ever since we had seen the prototype on Sir Ben Ainsley's wrist, we were expecting this. Everyone's guess pretty much was that it would be delivered on an Oyster Flex bracelet, which incidentally has already the titanium reinforcements within the rubber band, as you might already know. That didn't happen, and I actually think that's for the better. That they deliver it on a full bracelet is always great news, and perhaps they will also have an Oyster Flex option in the near future. In either case, I think, you know, I like it as it is. I like the fact that finally Rolex has a more wearable watch on a daily basis that is delivered, that is executed fully in titanium. So having it on the bracelet perhaps is also significant for that reason. Um, the pricing, I think, is not unreasonable at all. And as I expected, it is slightly above the full steel. As I was expecting again, they started with a bigger watch in terms of executing the titanium expression. Um, that's where it makes sense. I think for the average Rolex customer today, one of their 40 millimeter watches uh, could have felt too light. Um, I don't care about such things. You know, I'm a vintage head. I like watches that are lighter. I don't find them flimsy. I want them more. I find them more casual. I find them classier. I find them more elegant. But that's just my taste. Just as my liking of the ingenieur is my taste. I think that's a more original design. I think that is a more purposeful and pragmatically oriented design. I think it is different than the Royal Oak, different enough. Whereas to me, Nautilus just seems like, yeah, I just don't like it. I'm not gonna say anything more. I don't want to break anyone's hearts. I like the finishing on this case, even though it is a little different than the Yachtmaster case design and profile that we got used to. As you know, it was a more elegant design that had these drooping lugs from the profile, like the older Daytona case. Um, it's now the Yachtmaster 42 in titanium is a little more aggressive. Um, I think that fits with the spirit of the Yachtmaster 42 in titanium, so I don't mind that either. I just wish it was delivered without the date. That prototype looked so good, so balanced, so no frills and no nonsense on Ben Ainsley's wrist. I kind of wish it was a no date piece, that it did not have a date window or a cyclops, but it is what it is. It's not really a watch that I aspire to own one day either, so there's no reason to really nitpick about it. Um, I think it's very striking, almost monochromatic. Uh, I like what it exudes. I think it's a very cool watch, and I believe it is listed right around 14,000. Yes, $14,050. It's one of the good releases by Rolex this year. Thank you, Pavel. Yeah, I love the new Black Bay 54. That's actually probably my favorite release from either Tudor or Rolex this year. I'm a big fan of the new Daytona as well, but um, if I were to choose, you know, if I gun to my head, if I were forced to get one of those releases tomorrow, I think I would go for BB 54. Oh my God. Guys, I talked too much for 69 minutes on end. Let me get another cup of water. Oof, I didn't even realize. Please hit the like button if you have enjoyed the show so far, if you have liked my discussion of some of the new releases from Watches and Wonders 2023. Also, we talked about the revival of the Gerald Janta brand, which is something that greeted us just at the same time. I want to talk a little bit about Panerai. Actually, I really like the stuff they released um, for this Watches and Wonders. I'm really not man enough to wear these watches, even if they are now reduced to 45 millimeters. But I just love the way they look. So I want to share. I want to talk about it, and maybe I can get someone excited enough that they would get one and actually end up unboxing it on this channel. So I'm borrowing this from Monochrome, at least the visuals. This year they have focused on the Radiomir, their classic model with the cushion-shaped case derived from those early versions of the Rolex Oyster case that were supplied to Panerai by that rather obscure small time watch manufacturers from Bienne. They have brought back for this year the famous California dial with Roman numerals in the upper half of the dial and Arabic numerals in the lower half. The piece is delivered on this distressed and pretty authentic looking strap that is actually stamped with Panerai Figlio branding, which is of course the original name of that military supply company or office that they used to run out of Florence. The piece has a green dial with this smoked effect, so pretty, you know, pretty much a hype color, but I think it just fits beautifully with the theme of this watch, which has this distressed look. I wanted to open this up to discussion. You know, to me, sometimes we use the word fortina to express what looks maybe like a contrived effort to make a new watch look old. I want to ask you whether you would consider this piece to be like that. Um, I don't know why. I can't quite explain it to myself either. But to me, this just looks great. I don't feel that it looks contrived. I don't know if it is my emotions speaking more than my brain, more than my mind, but that recycled steel case that is finished through a very specific process for the brand, and is burnished, burnito as they call it, um, gives the watch a very authentic feel. And I think overall, it just has a very integral look that somehow fits together. I think for me, sometimes the Fortina effect, that neo vintage effect, rubs me off the wrong way when it's on a watch that's otherwise pretty new looking and very shiny. So when what is otherwise a very contemporary design and expression has just eggshell colored or pumpkin colored luminous material on the face of it, I feel like it's just off. But this somehow is a very holistic approach that I like it. These are 45 millimeter cases. Uh, they have the 8-day power reserve hand wound pay 5,000 caliber uh, that you can find in a number of different panerais. And I think the 12,500 price point is not altogether reprehensible. I think the California version is very, very nice. I like the other Otto Giorni models as well. They're a little more modern in their expression, a little more contemporary, perhaps, with those, enlarged Arabic numerals at 12 and 6, small seconds at 9, and the Otto Giorni brevettato signature at 3 o'clock for a balanced look. All of these 3 watches have those heat blued hands that are generously filled with lume. These more regular editions that are PAM 01347 and 01348 are also similarly encased in a 45 millimeter case. They come in a dégradé brown and blue dial, and they're both priced right under 10,000 euros. And again, the California dial PAM 01349 is priced at 12,500. They also have the annual calendar in 2 versions, one in platinum and one in pink gold. The pink gold has the reference number PAM 01363 and the platinum 01432. The pink gold has a brushed smoked blue dial, and the burgundy is for the platinum piece. And they both have self-winding calibers for this annual calendar expression. 40,000 euro for the gold and 90,000 for the platinum. Those are also 45 millimeter cushion shaped Radiomir watches. And there's also the Radiomir 40 in the 40 millimeter case shape with the running seconds, with the small seconds at 9 o'clock and the date window at 3. And that piece, being in gold, is priced at 18,500 euros. Same, my friend, same. The Zenit Pilot collection is back as well, and they are served up in this blacked out expression that has become incredibly popular. We have been joking around about these hypes around certain dial colors. Green is the new blue, uh, salmon is the new green. Um, but it turns out that simply black is the new black. There is increasingly a turn towards blacked out watches, towards watches that mostly register in this monochromatic, um, largely monochromatic expression in different shades of gray sometimes. Um, but joking aside, increasingly we see darker treatments of titanium, different methods of PVD and DLC coating, um, as well as the use of black ceramic that increasingly inundate the markets with these murdered out versions of familiar classics with true and tried themes. And Zenit certainly has a license to make pilots watches just as much as anyone else, certainly more than Patek Philippe. And here you see three-hander time and date and chronograph with big dates for their new pilot series. They have the gadroon patterns dial, kind of a ripple effect that registers to the eye uh, in a sort of iteration of the Nautilus dial, perhaps. And the Pilot Automatic, which is the time and date piece, is presented in steel and black ceramic and large Arabic numerals, sword hands generously filled with loom, centrally deployed seconds hand that looks like a spare, and of course this pilot branding in scare quotes, which makes the whole affair a little more dramatic than what it would otherwise be. I think these match greatly with the sailcloth like straps. It fits the theme, it fits the aesthetic, and altogether, I think the black coated ceramic and sorry, black PVD coated steel and ceramic both fit the theme pretty well, and they're not outrageously priced necessarily, although again, some might think that you always approach Zenit with care, especially when we're not talking about the El Primero, and especially when we're not talking about a chronograph, which is what they're known for, of course. The steel version retails for around 7,500 in Swiss francs, and the ceramic for 9,500. The big date flyback chronograph is, of course, like a modernized version of what is understood as the definitive mid-century pilot's chronograph, which is, of course, the chronograph that was made to the Type 20 specifications of the aerial forces of the French Navy. This was, in fact, tip of the hat, in this case of the Zenit, to something that was made in response to a French military commission, which was simply a flyback version of the El Primero. This is, of course, preserving mostly the aesthetics of the pilot watch that we just saw. Again, the broadsword hands, and the centrally deployed chronograph hand has that spear-like shape, oversized Arabic numerals, and two big eye registers for the 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock and the running seconds at 9. The branding is at 12 o'clock with the distinctive star symbol of the brand. And right above the pilot inscription in scare quotes, you have the 2-digit big date expression. The watch runs on the automatic El Primero 3600 caliber, which runs, of course, at with a 60-hour power reserve and at 36,000 semi-oscillations per hour, which is to say 5 hertz, and includes, of course, a flyback mechanism that is true to the heritage of this pilot's chronograph. An easy exchange strap system is added to this particular watch. I'm not sure if that was the case. Yeah, that is the case also with the time and date version 2. And this too is in steel and black ceramic. $11,400 in Swiss francs for steel and 13,400 in ceramic. In this case, you have a sailcloth style strap that completes the all black look. And you have a case that's 42.5 millimeters in diameter. So the new Pilot Big Date Flyback Chrono is more like the Hoya 1556 SG and 1550 SG than the Breguet Type 20, for example, which of course is a smaller watch at around 38 to 39 millimeters. Let's talk a little bit about the new releases by Parmigiani. I think those are very striking, and we didn't spend enough time to talk about them. We can also always return to what Chopard has to offer. I think we can also talk about Laurent Ferrier and their new releases. They have a Tourbillon they present in their sports watch range, as well as two new models that have an evergreen dial. And beyond that, of course, we can always return, and perhaps we should, to cover some of our auction previews, namely the Philips online only auction that is coming up, and the Sotheby's Hong Kong that I started covering in the run up to the Watches and Wonders show. And also, if you want me, I'm going to make a dedicated video on the IWC's revival of the Ingenieur for tomorrow. But if you want me to make another dedicated video to one of the Watches and Wonders series, please drop it in the chat. I will most certainly consider. If you drop it with a super chat, I will most certainly do it. So let's talk about the Parmigiani Fleurier. They have somehow embraced this idea about complications with simplicity, which, as an ideal, I really like. I'm enticed by it, even though this year's version of the Minute Rattrapante strikes me a little, strikes me as a little too frivolous, to be honest. But I guess it really tells us a story about mechanical watches overall. I mean, it is, at the end of the day, very, it's very much an extravagant industry that is based on excess and luxury. So I guess it makes sense to have a completely unnecessary complication. Their main presentation basically takes what was a very interesting and useful interpretation of the Rattrapante complication that they introduced last year. That was the Tonda PF GMT Rattrapante, which had this extra hour hand expressed in pink gold, right? The watch was similar to this. Rather than the extra minute hand, it had an extra hour hand, which was the home time. With the pusher at 8 o'clock, you could advance the hour, this hour hand, by 1 hour at a time. And finally, when you get back home, you could, in fact, press the button, which would allow this travel time hand, this local time hand, to catch up again with home time. Now they have taken the same base of the Rattrapante complication, and they have applied it in this expression of like a rudimentary chronograph function. Now you have an extra minute hand, which you can adjust with these two extra pushers on the left flank of the watch. And I believe it's the one at 8 o'clock that jumps the extra minute hands at 5 minutes at a time, and the pusher at 10 allows for the finer adjustment of 1 minute. And finally, once again, when you push the pink gold button on the crown, the 2 minute hands merge once again to reset the timer. Essentially, you have a complication which takes over the simplified expression execution of a timer that's often taken over by a rotational bezel. But I guess it's cool. I guess it's impressive. I guess it's always fun to see what is otherwise a pedestrian function to be expressed in this horological manner. So I don't hate it. I just think it's a little too frivolous for my taste. But I like the elegance of this watch. I like the way it carries the Tonda 1950 into this segment. Tonda 1950 was, I believe, introduced in 2010 to celebrate the 60th birthday of the brand's founder, Michel Parmigiani. And it's a beautiful dress watch that one of our community members, hi Pirokamen, jump on. Ow, nice to see you. And JB, it's a happy day for you. And thank you for your support. Feel free to jump on the panel, guys, if you would like. Yes, I was saying that I like the case shape for the Tonda PF. I think it elevates Tonda 1950, which was already a very original and sculptural case shape, into this category, which is the integrated bracelet sports chic segment. I like the way they add that extra pop to what is essentially a white metal watch with this multifaceted, variously decorated platinum bezel. I love the dial pattern they have, which is grain d'orge or a barley corn design. And it's so beautiful that I don't mind the skeletonized hands, which are usually the bane of my existence. So I like it from the design perspective. I love it from an aesthetical perspective. I love their movements. I always have a soft spot for a micro rotor piece. And for the kind of quality they provide, the price point is not utterly ridiculous. And especially on the secondary market, uh, as time goes on, you can find some great deals for all of these watches. I believe the Minute Rattrapante is right around 29,000, I think, in Swiss francs, which is a small premium over the GMT Rattrapante. I would go for the GMT Rattrapante, if you ask me, between those two pieces. And of course, the standard micro rotor stainless steel version, I think, is still very appealing at retail or on the secondary market, as long as you like it. Could be a very interesting and unique option. I'm not a huge fan of the bracelet. I love the case. I'm not a huge fan of the bracelet, but I still think it's an original and unique option that I like quite a lot. They have similarly introduced a full platinum version of the Tonda PF. They have introduced an 18 karat pink gold version of the GMT Rattrapante, which was previously made in stainless steel and the platinum bezel. And I mean, this is the kind of attention to detail that I really appreciate, as you can see, right? It's a pet peeve, I know. Maybe it's true OCD, but when it's a precious metal watch and it has a gold rotor, I want the metals to match. You know, I don't know if that's too much to ask. I don't know if that's unreasonable, but I like it when brands do that, right? It's a pink gold watch. If you have a full gold rotor or a full gold micro rotor, it might as well, you know, match the case, especially if you're giving us a sapphire case back. It should. The platinum piece, once again, you see it's matched with a platinum micro rotor. Beautiful attention to detail there. And the piece actually has unique sandblasted platinum dial. So it's fully platinum case, bracelet, bezel, dial. It's really amazing. And there's also Tonda PF Flying Tourbillon, which is a limited edition. I think I don't know how many pieces, but I know last time they released the Tonda PF Tourbillon, it was only 25 pieces. This time, the piece has a blue dial that is similarly blasted platinum dial, executed in what they call Milano blue, of course, with heat blues. Piece that allows the tourbillon cage to serve as a small seconds indicator as well. Hey, Akon, how are you doing? And you also have a split second chronograph, which happens to have the same platinum dial. In fully executed in 18 karat pink gold. A movement that is designed from scratch by the master himself, Michel Parmigiani, signed right there on the movement. This is, I think, a limited edition of 30 pieces, 2 column wheels, 1 column wheel each for the main chronograph and the split seconds. A gorgeous hand wound caliber PF 361 here for your horological pleasure. High beats movement as well at 5 hertz, 36,000 semi-oscillations per hour. And that is the Tonda PF Rattrapante chronograph. Let me try to fish out the prices for you. I want to see how they're priced. I mean, I'm not expecting it to be really too affordable or anything, but let's see. I remember seeing something about the price before. Unfortunately, I get misdirected by the webpage all the time, which doesn't really give you the price point. But I really like the split second chronograph, which was created, of which the caliber was created on the 20th anniversary of the brand. I also love that they have 3 annual calendars, each of which are dedicated to different ways of organizing the year. So they have one for the Gregorian calendar, they have one for the Hijri calendar, which is actually perpetual, and they have one for the complete Chinese calendar that was introduced earlier in the year with this distinctive barley corn patterned deep red dial as well. I want to also talk a little bit about Chopard. I think they have some beautiful watches that they introduced in their LUC series. They have some other new releases, especially in the way of Mille Miglia chronographs, but I'm not going to talk about them today. Perhaps in tomorrow's show, I might attend to them, but I'll share with you these two salmon dial beauties that are really fantastic additions to the lineup. The LUC 1860 was already a modern classic, quite definitive in expressing the spirit of high horological art and precision that the Chopard LUC manufacturer came to exemplify since its modern founding. It is very traditionally sized and conservatively proportioned dress watch at 36.5 millimeters. Hey, man, how are you doing?
What's going on, Lord?
Hey, I was scared. You know, I thought I scared you off from what you have seen last night behind the scenes.
I began my therapy sessions today, and one of the therapist's advice was to kind of face my demons, so to speak. So here I am.
Exposure therapy, huh? Nice, nice. I can understand that. I like that method. Yeah, I was just talking about Chopard, which is one of my favorite brands, of course, and they had previously released this dress watch in stainless steel, I think, but it was a limited edition, if I'm not mistaken. So now it's part of the production, and it has this really beautiful guilloche dial that is done by Metallem, which is also owned by Carl Friedrich Schäufele. So it's really incredible. I love also how they eliminated the dates. You know that I'm a purist in this channel. I know Big Meech likes a date window, likes a date indicator on his watch because he's a big businessman. I'm just a loafer. I don't even know what day it is today, so I could care less about the day. I like this piece, which of course has a micro rotor caliber with a 68-hour power reserve, bi-directionally winding with a 22 karat full gold rotor weight, Geneva seal inside and out. And it's extremely thin and sleek as well. The price point is not necessarily affordable, but if I were to put it over and against a Patek Philippe Calatrava, I would take this over that any day of the week and twice on a Sunday. I think comparing this to newer releases by Patek Philippe in that genre, which are unrecognizable and straight up ugly, I would much rather put my money towards something like this that at least expresses the kind of timeless elegance that Patek Philippe once stood for. Or you can, of course, go for a 5127 on the secondary market, and you can get a piece either in white gold or pink gold or even yellow gold at this price point, and you'll be happy with that too. And that's similarly proportioned at 37 millimeter. What's on your mind, man? How you been doing? I know
Oh,
it hasn't
I
been too
know.
long, but
Yeah, no, I stopped at my Rolex boutique today, and
you did.
it's quite unsettling actually. Quite
All right, tell me more. What happened?
unsettling.
Tell me more.
I'm gonna keep it vague actually. Maybe. You know what? I'm not. You know what? I may as well just roll into it. There really isn't much to say, but when I got there, it was swarming with police. Just swarming with the local police there.
Oh my God,
As soon as you walk
what
through the
happened?
front doors, police officers were standing there. All the girls were kind of huddled behind the counter. I looked over to my left hand side there where the watches were and the Rolex case was, and there was police officers over there taking photos, dusting things off, putting things in bags.
Wow.
So I'm not entirely sure what happened. I did talk to my girls, and they were in the mood kind of to do business. They were pretty blunt actually, so it was basically usually they're fairly chirpy, and I kind of asked them. I said, she said, one of these sales reps, they're just like, well, what can we do for you today? And I said, well, lots changed, and like to kind of reorganize the wish list, and then she reached under the desk and pulled out a notepad and plopped it down and basically said, "Get to the point." Now I don't know if this is just because it was a bad day for her, or if it's just been like one of those, you know, they've heard it enough times where people have come in and they just want to plow right through it. So we kept conversation short, and as I got a message from my sales rep, my personal sales rep, if you will. And she said, yeah, things are probably going to change security wise in the near future. So I'm kind of wondering if if someone didn't get frustrated and tried to take matters into their own hands about, maybe grabbing a watch out of the case or what. But I was not allowed to walk over to the display only models. I was just, yeah, it was a very different atmosphere. I don't know if they were somebody tried to pawn off a fake watch, but based off of our detectives, I mean, there was two detectives there, wearing like Dick Tracy suits, if you will, pointing at cameras, pointing at the display case, saying take a photo of this, take a photo of that. So I'm not sure exactly what's happened, but whatever it is, I hope it doesn't really derail situations in the future.
Okay. Um, I'm sorry. I mean, they didn't really specify what happened to you, I guess.
No, I kind of wonder if there isn't some type of ongoing investigation, if you will. So all I was informed is security and how things are done are probably going to change in the near future. So
Oh my God.
I I don't know. I mean, these girls. I mean, for what as you like to so kindly call them. What was it? The middle-aged soccer moms, was it? Something along those lines. Look, for what it is, these girls are
I
very
called
nice.
them. I
Something
called them
along
like
those lines.
I didn't say anything. What if you're? Meech, you're a big guy. If you're gonna be misogynistic on my channel, you can at least own it rather than trying to
Hey, no,
pretend.
no. I'm not saying I'm not misogynistic. I'm not. I mean, shit. That's what I think that's pretty straightforward here. If anybody who's been around this long, I'm just saying. Anyways, look, jokes aside here. Look, these ladies are nice. They don't deserve shit, and unfortunately, that is the kind of a downside of having a 90% female staff. Um, and the guy that they do have there, with all due respect, I just he doesn't seem like the type who's manly. He seems like the type that gets pedicures on a weekend, type thing with the girls. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how bad things kind of change here in the near future.
Hey man, look, pedicures are okay. I think they're really fun. It's a good
If
way
you
to
say
bond
so.
with the girls, as you said. And it can be relaxing. It can be nice.
Well, look, I mean, when I found out, I mean, I shouldn't be a dick like this, but then again, that is kind of my MO. But when I found out this guy was legitimately married and had kids, I thought, no fucking way.
That
Because,
happens. That does happen. Yeah, I sometimes
yeah.
get surprised like that as well. It's okay. I mean,
Hey,
there's
props to him. He's got a beautiful wife, and the only reason I know this is because his wife actually came in with the kid, because apparently they bring him in. I don't know if it was lunch or something like that, and at first, I thought it was a sister maybe, or in-laws or something like that. But nope, nope, it's the wife. I'm like, no shit, huh? I never would have guessed in a million years.
we exchanged a similar message when you shared a certain description of a sexual act, and I said, like, well, I mean, whatever happened to just being gay? I mean, I'm kind of surprised by how open-minded people have become. It's okay. I mean, it's nice. It's
Look,
nice.
I mean, he seems. I mean, look, I don't really deal with him. I don't know what his official role is, honestly, other than
You
he's the
mean
owner's son.
you mean whether he is top or bottom?
Oh, this guy's definitely got to be a fucking bottom, 100%. Oh, Madon.
No, I mean,
But
it's okay. I mean, being married never held anything back, anyone back.
I look,
It's
I don't.
it's good.
I mean, Lord,
It's all good.
I don't pay attention to like people's families, as far as kids and
No, no. I
whatnot. But
mean, look, for me, the policy on this channel is uh, even straight men are welcome. It's that inclusive. So, you,
well, look, I'm just saying, like,
it's not just people like us, Mitch. So
well, I'm
everyone is
just saying,
welcome.
hey, like, more power to him. It looks like he's got a beautiful family. Respectfully speaking, I think he's got two kids. So more power to him. And I'm just gonna say that. Like I said, I don't pay attention to people's families, but you know. Anyways, yeah, like I said, I don't know what his actual role is at the store. I think other than owner's son, and he just kind of checks in and out. But I will say this:
Yes,
he's
sir.
got one hell of a collection. He's got one hell of a collection of watches. I was talking to the girls, and he came over and dropped a set of keys on the counter. And as he was doing so, I seen he was wearing a solid gold Daytona Paul Newman dial style. The
Nice.
newer styles, not obviously the vintage, but the newer style. Absolutely beautiful, cracker of a piece, and it wasn't on the oyster flex. It was on the gold bracelet. Completely stunning, and yeah, yeah. And I know he's got a solid gold day date as well. And I'm pretty sure he's got a solid gold Sky Dweller as well. But hey, those are the perks of being the owner's son, right? So
Yeah, look, I'm sure you didn't really have a chance to ask, but did they tell you anything about the outgoing models? I think that could be an interesting opportunity, if you want to snap something up. Um,
I, I don't know. I think I might go back there Friday. They were really snippy. And I mean like very snippy. Like I said, they're usually very chirpy. and they did make a little small talk, but yeah, they were because I asked him. I said, "Well, I said, so the big theory is right. Not many Rolex stores are going to get Platonas."
Mhm.
And I asked, I said, I said, well, how many Platonas did you get in the past? She said, oh, maybe a handful. She said, we had to write a letter for the Rainbow Daytona for a VIP. I said, are you going to get a platinum Daytona? Like, do you know if you'd be getting a platinum Daytona? She's like, are you interested in one? I'm like, no, I'm just kind of, kicking the can around. She's like, oh, so, and she's like, I don't know. So she's like, so what kind of watches do you want? I'm like, okay, we're getting right to the point then. So I did bring up the whole thing like El Professor, our
Right.
delusional member of the panels, and how he says that orders can be placed on May up until May, and she kind of laughed.
Honestly,
And she's
honestly, I love how you, out of every character who appears on this channel or otherwise, that you call Professor Delusional. That's very interesting. Okay.
yeah, it's always the ones that try to fit in. It's always the ones that try to fit in that stand out the most.
So what did they respond to that idea that some models could still be available until May?
Immediately she knocked the idea. She's like, no way. And I'm just like, well, like I've heard like it depends on certain models. Like the Melgauss, for example. I said apparently, and I made up a kind of a BS story. I said, I got a buddy who's really bummed that he can't get the Melgauss, and someone told him that potentially they can place an order till May. And then she kind of rolled back and said, well, she said it's a two-part problem there. She said the first problem is this:
Uh-huh.
they have to be a preferred customer, which makes sense, right? You got to have
Yeah.
that VIP status.
Yeah.
And then she said that's kind of more or less the easier part, I would think. She said, I think the harder part is the AD being a preferred AD with the Rolex headquarters, which might be a valid point there as well. But she said, I would think it would be a lot harder
Mm.
to get one placed, like an order placed, and have it before the cutoff date, before May. So it seemed like she immediately denied it, but then kind of rolled back and said it's a possibility. But it sounds like the possibility of it is very slim because it's a one part their control and then another part not their control. So
By the way, speaking of the watch that the manager was wearing, it was this.
yeah, yep, it was this one. It looked great.
It's a cool watch.
Yeah, looked amazing on him. And it kind of works on him because the guy is he's a dirty blonde hairstyle. So like the color of the watch and black dial kind of works with him. Clashes well with him. What I
Nice.
actually find interesting though is he actually wears. Well, I know. So he wears three different bands. So I know one of them's a Cartier band. Because I was
Mm.
able to spot it from a mile away. Everyone can spot a Cartier band, and then he wears a band that the owners it's from her own jewelry line that she made her own jewelry line. So he wears a band off of that, and then there's a third band that he wears that I'm not familiar with. It looks like a I don't know. It looks like a stainless steel band, but I'll give him credit because this guy's actually smart. Um, Unlike most douchebags who stack them on top of their watch, he stacks them on the opposite arm of whatever he's wearing. So, like if his wristwatch is on his left, he'll stack the bands on his right, and vice versa. And I have
Yeah.
noticed this guy swaps his watches around on his wrist. Like one day it'll be right hand, next day it'll be the left type thing. It's interesting.
Honestly, to me, it's not only anxiety inducing by proxy, but I also approach it as a problem of balance, if only visual balance. Unless you are truly an enthusiast for men's jewelry and you wear a lot of different things, bangles and bracelets and other sorts of accessories on your wrists and fingers, rings, etc. I feel like it's always much more visually appealing to have the wristwatch on one wrist and one or two bracelets on the other, so you have a sense of
For sure.
balance. I
Yeah, I agree.
again, women like stacking things, and that's a different aesthetic, and I think that strikes me as usually very feminine anyways. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it's just not for me. um Anyhow, so I appreciate that that's how he handles that problem too, because to me it's just more makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't really pay attention to him that much, and I don't really talk to him. He just kind of, I don't know, just kind of bums around, if anything. But the guy, look, I'll say this: the guy takes care of himself very well.
So that I guess your initial diagnosis says more about you than him in that case.
Well, look, I'll say this: as
So you
he's
assumed
got
you
some
assumed
cool
that
watches.
that he must you assume that he's not straight just because he dresses well and takes care of himself. That's your understanding,
Oh
Mitch.
no, 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 no! It's the body language. So he's got the whole T-Rex arms things going on. Okay, so like when he hands you a bottle of water, it's not like the arms hang limp at the side. It's the T-Rex arms, and then of course the look. I hate to come off as someone stereotyping somebody, but kind of is that guy who, yeah. If you ask him to look at his fingernails, he'll do it the opposite way of a normal guy who would.
What do you think about the new version of that watch, the 126508?
I think it's look great. I mean, look, if we're just talking in general terms, I think it's great. I kind of wished he had maybe added a dot of red onto the subdials, like at the tips there. If that
Hmm.
if I'm making sense there,
No,
just to add
you
just
are
a little
absolutely.
pop of color there. Other than that, no. I mean, I think it's great all around. I think
I
it's
mean,
solid.
beyond the pop of color, it may actually help with legibility. If the chronograph hands had, at least red tips, that could help with the legibility for sure. Um, but I think that this is just a nice aesthetic, and I actually love the fact that even when the tachymeter bezel is not ceramic, not Cerachrome, it's still slimmed down, as you see, and I think that's a very cool aesthetic, and it's very balanced overall. I've not yet had the chance to hold one in my hands and try one on, but I like how balanced it looks. My taste still skew towards earlier examples, but I think this is overall a very good change.
Yeah, it looks great, and you know, the owner's daughter, I'm just thinking of this right now off the top of my head. I just realized the John Mayer got discontinued, and she's been after that for like the last 3 years. Oh man, she must be pissed. Oh well. Oh,
Well, it's not just the John Mayer. I know that was the one which had which had the most hype around it in a way, beyond the two stainless steel models with the ceramic bezel. But everything is discontinued. The entire line has been replaced by the new case designs, which is uniform all across the board, uh, in all the various metals. And I think overall, again, it's a change for the good. I like variation. Over time, I came to appreciate the small cosmetic changes and the evolution over revolution approach that Rolex has long adopted and implemented. Um, and I like the visual cues that that harken back to earlier generations of the Rolex Daytona. I think it's a good way of marking that passing of time. It's a good way of honoring that 60-year history.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't honestly we really didn't get to discuss much. Like I said, I'm probably gonna have to go back again
Mm,
when they're probably a little less shaken.
of course.
But I did have one kind of interesting conversation. So the most senior rep there, which I don't get why she's not a manager for Rolex. I mean, she knows her shit. I think she's the manager for the jewelry department, but that's beside the point. But she's the only one in that building who wears a Tudor. She wears a Black Bay 58, and I know she's got several Datejusts. And I believe she has. No, she doesn't have a date. She had the opportunity to get one, but that's story for another time. Anyways, I asked her. I said, Are you gonna get the Black Bay 54, the 37 mil? She took off her glasses and kind of, kind of chewed on them a little bit. And she said, "No, I don't think so. It's a little too small." You know.
Well, you should. For
Oh
me,
shit!
it's the perfect size, I have to say. So I don't know. It might be too small for an average woman, but for me, it's the perfect size.
Oh man, and she's got to have like a 6-inch wrist at most. It's probably even smaller than that.
Me too.
But I felt really bad too because we were just talking, we were making small talk, and she's always talking about her chickens. And her coworker was standing right next to her because I was talking, making small talk about her cats, and she's like, "Oh, how are your chickens, by the way? Like, you haven't talked to them about, like, in a while." And she said, "Oh, well, there was a big snowstorm, and the chicken coop door blew open." And she said, "Yeah, it didn't end well."
No,
And
they
she said,
died.
and she said, "Yeah, well," she said, "Yeah, they found him in a snowbank, frozen." And the coworker's like,
Oh,
"No, everyone's like Brim, and like the coworker kind of like starts to giggle, and she's like, "So, did you do anything with them?" And she's like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Well, you said they were frozen, right?" She's like, "Yeah." She's like, "Well, did you do anything with them?" And she's like, just drop the conversation.
yeah, very good
Uh,
cat. This is apparently a gentleman from California who is wearing the um, new Tudor Black Bay 54. Someone posted it on our Discord.
yeah, I seen that. The lug's hanging off a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, imagine. I mean, look, it's plausible deniability. It may have been me, but I don't think that wrist is hairy enough, and not small enough to be my wrist. But that's the Black Bay 54, and it has. I think it has also a very sleek profile too. It's also thinner than the Black Bay 58. So, not that anyone really complained about Black Bay 58's thickness, mind you. That's one watch that seems to be kind of a Goldilocks ratio in the entire range of Tudor. But this also seems to be very reasonably proportioned as well. I think the thickness is like 11 and change, like 1124 or something. whereas Black Bay 58 is almost 20, if I'm not mistaken. So that that's pretty it's pretty good. I like it. I don't know. I think I will still end up getting the bronze sooner or later. And then, it can be a good discussion point in either case. You can, if it if it ends up being looking nasty after a few months, you can you can give me shit meat. And if it's a little, if I can keep it well and wear it well, we can get back to it as well. Meech, come back, Meech. Anyway, but this is the new Black Bay 54. It has the MT 5402 manufacturer caliber, I think, which allows it to be just a little bit thinner than the Black Bay 58, which is, of course, a slightly bigger watch as well. So, still very nicely proportioned, wears really well, wears like those early examples of the Submariner, whether we are talking about the 6204 Rolex Submariner, which followed, of course, and built upon the Turnograph and the Tudor Submariner, the first generation of Tudor Submariner 7522, which of course was released in 1954. Too bad we lost Meech. We lost Meech. Hopefully he will come back eventually, but before he does, we have a few more interesting releases to talk about. We talked about Panerai a little bit today. We started with JLC, even though we didn't really pay attention um, to the tourbillon. We can go back to that. We talked about the IWC Ingenieur, which is a relatively faithful reproduction of the original Gérald Janta design, with slight modifications here and there, but still very much true to form. And finally, we also talked about Zenith, as well as the revival of the Gérald Janta brand under the auspices of Louis Vuitton at their high horology workshop, La Fabrique du Temps, which just reunited us with the Daniel Roth brand as well by way of a limited edition tourbillon that they shared with us earlier this month. Welcome back, Nietzsche. I thought you left. You left us for good.
No, it's I don't know what's going on with AT&T. So
It was just a service.
yeah, I don't know. It's a clear night, and for some reason, I only got like one bar. So I don't know.
It's you. I watched, by the way, the video you sent in the background. I appreciate it. I'm glad we settled that question.
Makes a guy wonder, doesn't it? I mean, how that would actually be done.
Well, I mean, St. Peter yesterday was suggesting, laser epilation for me. So that's one way to approach it. Um, I think that goes to the root of the problem. No pun intended. Um, but it's again, the mind wanders, as you know, and I'm glad you settled that question for me.
Well, I mean, personally, I didn't answer. I didn't ask the question, but hey, all in the name of science.
And culture, of course,
Yeah,
science
yeah.
and culture. It's both very, very important. um I know you said in the background that your favorite releases this year were mostly by Gégé Lecoutre. Actually, that's something you were saying in the background. But when it comes to Rolex, do you have a favorite release? Did you just not care? Um,
Honestly,
or
no. Like, this is the one time where I can kind of confidently say that Rolex, in my opinion, took a step back. Um,
okay,
because
that's
I
interesting.
guess in conclusion, the whole argument, or maybe not the whole argument, but for like the last year and a half, everyone has assumed that Rolex wants to bully its way into the Holy Trinity, right? They were gonna get into the Holy Trinity by telling the sales reps, keep withholding stock from the punters, keep putting it in the safe, keep doing up the backdoor deals. Factories were, having trucks pull up and they would just dump them in there, and you'd find them
Look, I
at
mean,
Luxury
it's
Bazaar, Bob's watches.
nah, nah. I mean,
I
look,
mean,
I respect your opinion, but I also recognize that it's informed by a lot of these channels that just talk out of their ass. It has nothing to do with reality. Rolex doesn't compete with the so-called Holy Trinity. It's a different segment of a watch. For better or worse, again, you literally have to add up the rest of the top five to even come close to Rolex's numbers in terms of the revenue, in terms of the number of units sold. Um, it's just a different level. Um, so you can make horological arguments in favor of any number of independents, in favor of uh, Alain Gonzone, in favor of Patek Philippe, in favor of Vacheron Constantin or Audemars Piguet, but it's just not. I mean, trust me, it's like saying, does the lion go to sleep in fear of the deer? Does the elephant worry about the ants? It's a weird question, honestly. I think, to me, when someone says stuff like this, it just demonstrates a lack of not seeing the big picture. Rolex doesn't compete with Patek. Rolex is its
well, mainly because they
own
can't,
league.
because their finishing is not on Patek's level. But to round off
That's
the
not
point
that's
here,
not what they're trying, though. That's not
well, I mean, either way, to round off the point, to make these dials these
Patek's
colorful dials,
finishing. Patek's finishing is not like Patek these days. So you're right.
well, I mean,
I don't
the
know what they
Calatrava
were.
line was just awful. The Calatrava was just that's a separate conversation. But I don't know. It just seems like Rolex took a step back, to cheapen up a Yachtmaster and throw it into titanium. The colorful dials on the Oyster Perpetual line, to bedazzle the day dates. I mean, sure, day dates get a pass, fine, whatever. Um, it just seems like and I'm by no means a Rolex traditionalist. I'm not a guy who thinks like, I'm not like these old boomers who said the Oyster Perpetual should be in champagne, gray dial, and blue. No, I'm actually a fan of the color dials, but it's the fact that they're doing all this extra stuff, like with the day dates, with these, I don't know, I don't even know what you call this day date other than a hot mess with the emojis and stuff like that. Like, what is that? I mean, to me, that's just garbage. And then straight garbage, straight dookie, as the Reaper would say. I'm just not a fan. To me, it's hard to take the brand seriously at that point. And I'm not saying that Rolex doesn't make the shit that's good. I'm just saying like it's a weird stuff for them to do.
I'm trying to find. There was someone who was kind of cycling through the emojis. I wanna see what they have. Whether they have a peach emoji. They have the rainbow, which I appreciate. They have a panda. Of course, they have smiley, heart, kiss, four-leaf clover, birthday cake, celebration, peace. A lot of interesting stuff. I'm surprised they don't have poop emoji, but I guess that would have been too on the nose, don't you think?
Maybe, especially for a dial like that. I don't know, man. To me, just like I said, and then to try and rebrand basically they're trying to repackage the Cellini, right? And roll it
Yeah.
out as a 1908, and then add another 5-7 grand onto it just because it's quote unquote something new.
Mm.
Nah, I'm just not. No, I'm not paying 22 grand for this pile of shit. Sorry, I'd rather get a gold JLC reversal over the 1908. Um, yeah, I
Um,
like I said, I think Rolex just took a step back this year.
um, I mean, when it comes to the 1908, I agree. It kind of harkens back to some similar dials they did with earlier generations of the Oyster. Um, but ultimately, when you're looking for this particular genre of the watch, like you said, there are so many brands out there. I would look, before I even look to, uh, a Patek Calatrava, especially, from the early 2000s. I would even go, as I was saying earlier, I would go for a brand like Chopin. I would go, like you said, for a brand like Jaeger-LeCoultre, whether you are going for a more contemporary piece or like earlier versions of the Master Control and Reverso. Even in stainless steel, there incredible watches because a lot of times JLC's pieces, especially the Reverso, is this high polished piece, right? So it's quite striking even in stainless steel.
Well,
So
JLC is really soft on their steel too, so it kind of gives a slight illusion of white gold. But
yeah,
you don't even have to go that far. I mean, shit, an Omega DeVille is what, 8 grand? You get one of them things. Looks better than this.
sure. Yeah, and John D again. That's it. Yeah, the at 22K. Um, Look, I like the fact that it is a very thin watch. I kind of like the idea that you have basically like a miniature observatory hand, right? I thought at first I thought these hands were loomed, but they are actually empty here. So it kind of has the observatory hand look, which I really like. Um, but overall, I feel it's neither here nor there. It's not recognizably Rolex. That's what the Cellini always suffered from, and 1908 doesn't really overcome that. I think the solution really was, and I know the numbers were not great. I know they didn't sell that well, but the Cellini Prince was the beginning of an answer. right? If you're gonna have a distinct line of dress watches, make them distinct, right? Make them in a different shape, if necessary, right? Make them a different genre of the watch, not just another round cased watch that's not the oyster case, but that's not altogether distinct from it either. Um, neither fish nor fowl, neither here nor there. It always ends up being like that. I know a lot of people think this is something different, and it's exciting, but I would like to see some of those people put their money where their mouth is, and let's see if they actually like this watch that much that they could put their money towards it. I mean, 25K out of the door, it's not an easy sell, I have to say.
No, I think the only ones who are going to be buying this are the complete suckers, essentially. I mean, you don't even have to be that deep into the rabbit hole here to understand that this is just awful. Um, is what it is. I mean, I was telling somebody else this. Nobody sits back and says, I want a dress watch, and they think of Rolex, a proper dress watch. When I'm not saying Rolex doesn't make dress watches. Rolex makes a fine and exceptional dress watch, and the Day-Date and the Datejust, and yeah, you could probably argue Daytona as well. But what I'm talking about, you want cheap and nasty leather, old man look. You go for JLC, Paddock, Vacheron, Lange. That's what you go for. No one thinks Rolex.
Again, I was just right when you first came in, Meech. I was presenting on this. Um, to me, this is a much more elegant piece, whether it is in steel or not. I think it's a minor detail. I have always loved the contrast between the white metal and a beautiful salmon dial like this, which is a two-tone dial in this case. Those wonderful um, spare-like indices, the Dauphine hands, the guilloche dial made by Metallem, one of the best in the industry. Again, a beautiful micro rotor caliber that's finished to the highest standards expected from Geneva Hallmark watch. It's a stunning piece.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And it's practically at the same price point. I know, you know, this might not get you in good graces with your Rolex AD unless they incidentally sell Chopard as well. But it is one of those watches, I think, that represent what one traditionally expects from this segment much better than the perpetual 1908, which again, I'm not, I don't have any strong feelings against it either. I think it's a fine watch, but
Not for
Rolex,
22.
yeah. No, I mean, not even for 10. For me, the problem is Rolex is the kind of watch we were just talking about it, right? In comparison with brands that represent a high horological approach, Rolex is the watch that you look for the stories, the heritage, the iconic design, the feelings and emotions that it stirs up and inspires. Perpetual 1908, even though it looks like some early watches that Rolex has made, doesn't inspire in the same way that a Submariner does, that an Explorer does, that a Daytona does, that a GMT Master does, that a Day-Date does, that a Datejust does, right? It's hard to do something new when you're Rolex. We always criticize them for not taking a challenge, and for always working on minute details without stirring the pots. but it is hard to stir the pot because, again, we're just left uninspired and unimpressed, most
Yeah, it
importantly.
has no backstory. I mean, like, what am I supposed to think when I look at this?
Yeah, Ghost Beazle says neither fish nor fowl. That's a beautiful way to put it. Um, it it might because Beazle, I think, first of all, there will be, because there's so much that is new that, again, I respect Meech's opinion. I understand he is unimpressed, but I think already a new line of Daytona will bring a lot of foot traffic into Rolex authorized dealers. A lot of people will be asking for these new pieces, uh, the Daytona and beyond. And a lot of people will, I think, be more than willing to bundle things up. And in which case, considering that these are probably relatively limited production compared to some of the professional pieces that Rolex does, they might be able to move them. I don't doubt that. But about the longevity of the line, I'm not sure because it's just not a genre that Rolex is known for, but more importantly, it doesn't offer something that is that spectacular, that daring, that horologically impressive. Um, and it doesn't really have the usual story and history that propels a Rolex watch forward and ahead of its competitors, which is usually the case in any other segment.
Yeah, I guess. Look, in conclusion, if I have to actually state something like what I thought was my favorite, quote unquote, favorite Rolex, I would say something in the Daytona line. And I think you're absolutely right. Rolex is definitely put all their weight on the Daytona line. With all the Daytonas, different variations of the Daytonas, they're definitely relying heavily on it, and that's how they're going to get the punters, a new wave of punters on the wait
Mm.
list.
I mean, look, the Daytona has been propelling them forward since the turn of the century, basically, right? Since the 2000s, since the introduction of caliber 4130, it's been just incredible in terms of really becoming the flagship model of the brand. And I know, in many ways, everyone has their own icon in Rolex. Most brands are lucky enough when they have one icon, you know, like the Reverso is for Jaeger LeCoultre, like the Royal Oak is for Audemars Piguet. Cartier is a little ahead of the pack because they have the tank in all its variations, as well as the Santos, even before getting into others. Rolex basically has hit after hit after hit, but it's undeniable that in in contemporary time, in more modern era of Rolex, in many ways, the Daytona has taken up the mantle, and it's apparent in the way that Rolex treats that entire model line, in the way that Rolex gives it all these special treatments, whether it comes to the gem setting or um, semi-precious stone dials, and it's just, even people like you and me, right? You have never been fan of a Daytona. I have been, uh, I've become a convert over time, even though it's still not my favorite watch when it comes to Rolex. but even we are captivated by it sometimes.
Yeah, that is correct. I'm in awe.
It's wow. This we are not gonna be saved from the rain here, man. I was really hoping that we had the worst of it. We had left it behind, but unfortunately, it's not going
Yeah, we're
away.
supposed to get rain tomorrow, but I think it's going to be more or less snow because our average temp right now is holding at 15.
Yeah, it's really coming down here, so that's why I was suddenly irked.
Like I'll say this, for as clownish as yeah, that's the only way I can actually kind of sum this up. For as clownish as Rolex releases were, they're still not the biggest clown of releases. I think Omega is. I think Omega took the fattest L this year of just basically repackaging the Aquaterra and then just re-releasing it like, oh hey, it's our new watch. You know, like people just like are supposed to forget that they released them last year. Um,
But I mean,
I have no idea what Omega's doing with that.
I don't think anyone forgot. It's just they didn't actually release them last year because they couldn't actually
No,
deliver them to the shelves. I think that was a
no,
problem.
you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. And we've had this discussion. Like I said, Watch Gringa tried to clickbait people into thinking like, Omega's gonna be the next Rolex. You gotta jump on the waitlist for the Aquaterras. It's like, no, it's just a supply issue. Um, to see Omega just come around, turn around, it is kind of sad, but it's funny at the same time to see them saying, "Oh, here are our releases for 23. We're just reboxing our stuff up from 22."
This looks great too. The onyx dial on
I
the
like it.
yellow gold.
I don't like the bling on it, but I like the dial.
Yeah, I think that particular treatment, I think by default comes with the baguette diamonds, but there are other. I think there are other stone dial options that don't necessarily have that, though I'm not sure now that I think about it.
I wish they would add more dial colors for the rose gold and 36 mil.
Mm. You wanna you want another day date possibly? Would you
Oh,
do
for
that?
sure. Why not? That would be the hardest flex right there. Is to have a date 836 while I change the oil on my lawnmower. I mean, come on.
Okay, respect. I don't know. I feel like I don't like duplicates. I don't think again. I don't think there's a single recipe for watch collection, right? I always detested the whole idea of you gotta have this and you gotta have that and you gotta have a chronograph, you gotta have a diver's watch, you gotta have a GMT, etc. I'm not a fan of that approach. But one thing that I don't necessarily like is having duplicates, even when they are in different metals, maybe different genres of watches. I don't think there's anything wrong with having two different kinds of dress watches or something that is classical dress and maybe a little diminutive in size and something that is a little more contemporary and larger, like chronomètre bleu or chronomètre souverain or something from Chopard's LUC line that is actually 40 millimeters rather than 36 and a half, and combine that with the day dates. But you're right, it would be a flex for sure to have 2 day dates. Actually, I mean, I think if you get a second one, it should be 40. No.
I would love to pull off a 40, but I can pull off the dial, but the lugs screw me over essentially.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, if I could pull off a 40, there ain't no way I'd touch a 36. No, honestly, in the first place.
Okay.
But yeah, those lugs are just the. So I've heard rumored that they use the same lugs for the day dates as they do on the date just, and that's yeah, that's obviously a no go.
Yeah, I think they have come up with so many new and perhaps more hyped dial options for the day dates since this one, since the anniversary olive green one came out. But I think this is still this is still it.
The JLo special.
Hell yeah. I mean, hell yeah for both J Lo and this day date 40 in 18 karat pink gold and the olive green anniversary dial. I think that's a stunning, stunning piece and great combination. You have any big birthdays coming up, Meech? When is your 30th?
Uh, 3 years. Yeah, 3 years from now.
Nice.
It's getting late at night, so I have to actually legitimately think about this.
They're funny, man.
Actually, 4 years from now. If you're not counting, I mean, if you count this year, technically, it's 4 years from now.
I mean, you're a fellow Scorpio, so it's far away, your birthday. I don't know. You are
Yeah,
already looking forward to it?
not really, not particularly. But then again, if I can make it somehow to my 30th, it'll be a fucking miracle.
Hey, I mean, every new day is a miracle. Sometimes that's how I
Yeah,
feel
so
it.
they say.
I don't mean to
So
be I don't mean to be sappy, but sometimes it's hard, man. It's hard. So I feel fortunate to wake up for the most part, unless I'm just clinically depressed, in which case, man.
yeah. No, I mean, if we're, I don't know, I guess if we're in the late night hour getting serious talk here, no, I mean, yeah, it is one. I guess it's been a little bit harder for me since, I don't know, like, yeah, I'll openly admit I'm immature, but to be fair, I didn't really have my fucking spell of, getting it all out in one sitting, like, so basically in my teen years, I started learning finances at fucking 15 years of age, which yeah, it's probably not the worst thing, but at the same time, I really, hindsight looking back on it, I really shouldn't be taking a 15-year-old shouldn't really be taking like brokerage classes while he's trying to balance out his football schedule. So it's last year or maybe the last couple months have been kind of a maybe a brick to the jaw as far as kind of maturing for myself here. Kind of understanding, this is what I can and cannot do anymore, and not a kid anymore type thing, and I got bigger responsibilities to kind of to maintain for myself. So
Mm.
it's bittersweet, I guess. Last couple of months, it's weird, claiming a house, trying to, putting a house into a trust for myself and reorganizing my life insurance policies. It's weird to do that at 26, 27.
Yeah, adulting is hard, man. Adulting is hard. Speaking of Rolex and exhibition case bags, of course, they are a first for the Oyster case. in uh, since they are introduced for the platinum version of the Daytona. So 126506, right? That's the reference number for the new platinum. With an exhibition case back that allows you to admire the new caliber 4131. They have been more recently offered for the Cellini Prince watches, where the bridge plates of the movements were decorated with similar guilloche patterns as that of the dial. For example, you have this Art Deco numeraled white dial version, or white gold version, I meant to say, that harkens back to those exotic dials of vintage Paul Newman Daytonas, of course. And you have the same sunray design that decorates the bridge plates of the hand wound movement. That's, of course, shaped in rectangular form to fit the case. And you had these in a variety of metals in different executions. The yellow gold with the Claude Paris dial, the hobnail decoration on the dial, which had the same decoration on the movement. You know, same style on the pink gold. You know, the beautiful thing about this series was also just the variety of these watches, because in a way they're not exactly the same across all metals. So it was an entire range that expressed a different spirit, that was something unique and quite unlike what Rolex had elsewhere in the catalog. Like this white gold version, for example, with the radial guilloche on the dial, kind of like a vinyl groove pattern, with the gadroons on the 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock side. And as you can see, if I hope there's some view of the movement, you can see the same grooves on the bridge plates of the movement too, which is once again designed along the rectangular lines of the case and exhibited through a sapphire case back as well. I'm assuming you are not a big fan of these, Mitch, are you?
No, not particularly. Yeah, they just, uh, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what it is about these. It's not even the fact that they don't hold value. It's the fact that these are just really weird looking to me.
Mhm.
And I don't think I'd ever buy one.
Yeah, I just think, again, you know, the reason I like these, clearly not enough to buy one, especially since I have my reverso. You know, it's I think I already have my Art Deco watch in the collection. Um, it's mostly because of that I didn't go for it, but I like them again because they express to me something quite different, um, that genuinely merits um, another line. Whereas again, the new perpetual 1908 is neither here nor there. Um, I don't really find in it something that excites me, that inspires me, that makes me think of um, a different kind of watch, something that merits an extra attention. Because these two were not just, you know, they didn't emerge in vacuum. You know, Rolex had these pieces um, as so-called doctors' watches in another era. So this did also have a place in Rolex history, and in a way, perhaps more significantly and more in a more resonant way than the new 1908. But then again, you know, Rolex is a business. If things don't sell, they won't just keep them on the on the lineup for no reason. Are you there still?
Yeah, no, I just I wasn't sure what I was supposed to add on to that. I guess I really don't have an
Okay.
opinion on these. Like, I don't hate them, I just don't like them either.
All right, that's fair. That is fair. I'm trying to find this video now, um, but I'm missing out. Um, JB sent me these wrist rolls that were posted on Twitter, so I'm gonna share those. I think it's like almost the entire piece, or entire collection that was revealed in Watches and Wonders. Yeah, look, I mean, these do look significantly, well, noticeably bigger than the earlier reference for the Daytona, but I don't think they're unreasonably large. Oh man, the platinum one looks great.
Really?
Please
Somebody
don't.
else needs to get it. Somebody else in the community. I don't care who. Somebody else needs in the community needs to get a fucking platinum.
No comments. No comment.
I'm so annoyed with these day dates. Like they look so damn good. They just plastered rappers jewelry all over them. What a shame. What a waste.
You can you can get them without the diamond set bezels, but unfortunately for me it's not even the bezel. I don't like those Roman numeral diamond set. You know, give me baguette diamonds any day of the week. This I love this color.
Yeah, it looks great. It's like a mint green. Looks great.
Yeah, I don't know if
No.
it's mint green, petrol blue, whatever, teal, whatever you want to call it. It looks great, and I hope they offer it in other lines as well. This sorry, this one I like even better. The That was good, the one in yellow gold, but this one in pink gold that they offer in the new Sky Dweller, man, it's an amazing blue. And Rolex again, does something that we expect, but not in the way we expect. I mean, I have been clamoring for the return of the Jubilee bracelet for the GMT line, but I was expecting it for the new root beer, and that didn't happen. But it is back.
I don't get the hype of the new G. I mean, I get it, but I don't at the same time. Like somebody told me, like, they sent me a message saying like, oh, like, I'm surprised you're not going after that solid gold GMT with the Jubilee. Like, it seems like it's right up your alley. And I said, look, I think it's a great watch, I guess. But I said I wouldn't go after it. I don't see the hype. Oh, by the way, yeah, Lord, you're muted.
I like it as an idea. I was saying, thank you for letting me know. Um, I could have talked for hours and wouldn't.
I was tempted to leave it though.
Thanks for listening. Um, I really love the renderings of these GMT masters. And again, I'm not saying I now hate them or something. Don't take me wrong, but as an idea, I really liked having this two-tone or bicolor bezel, between black and um, that charcoal gray, or smoke gray, whatever you want to call it. And I think it's still necessary. I always prefer these GMT Master 2s with a bicolor bezel, because ultimately that's supposed to be an AM PM or day and night indicator, right? It's supposed to separate night from day. So yeah, it needs to be in two colors, ideally, one darker, one lighter. But it just doesn't look that striking or that interesting, or that distinctive in a wrist shot.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
the Jubilee looks nice, though. The Jubilee bracelet, both in full gold and two-tone, looks quite nice.
I'm very interested to see how Tudor's Jubilee bracelet holds up, because you're taking your heaviest watch and throwing it on a Jubilee. Um, Man, I'm very interested to see how long those last.
That's the new Burgundy, right?
Correct.
They they had a Burgundy bezel before, but was it offered anywhere beyond the Black Bay 58 recently, or
No, the Burgundy's always been a 41 mil uh
okay?
heritage line, and it's always been. Now I've heard rumors about this one being 13 millimeters thick. Um, and I believe, historically speaking, the 41 mils always been 15.5 millimeters thick. Um, so the fact that they kind of summed it up would make sense for this bracelet. But even then, I mean, tutors are chunky boys, so it's not like it's gonna matter that much. I feel like.
I mean, it is a new or at least modified caliber, so um, I can at least preliminarily buy into that slimmer profile idea, but we'll see. We'll see. 41 wears okay. Again, I tried it in the ceramic among others, and I think it wears really well.
Oh,
40,
I would agree too. The lugs are stubby, so I'm pretty sure even me and Ozzy could pull it off. It's just the thickness on it. But I always like the burgundy. You know, I really like the burgundy black bay, mainly because Archie was convinced 100% that the burgundy was going to be discontinued, and he bought one. And then, after the releases, and clearly the burgundy was still around, Archie's like, "Well, that shit didn't work." Oh man.
that's I remember those days. I remember those days. Man, you know. Anyway, no comment. No comment.
I mean, it's not even talking shit about him. It's like he bought it and openly said, "I heard these are being discontinued." Oh man, whatever.
It's just again, there's a reason I get exasperated by these investment games, um, because sometimes people lose the sight of what makes actually a good investment, and get caught up in this ideas that anything and everything that is limited, that is discontinued, that is odd and undesirable at the beginning will somehow become the new collectible, the next big thing. But that happens so rarely, and it's so difficult to foresee that, to guess that. It's almost at the level of prophecy, you know. So it's
Well, it's only certain brands, if anything. Like it's a
no, I mean, but
handful.
not even that. That was just a purple patch. I mean, the when even the most undesirable datejusts were selling above retail, that was a very special time. It's not like that anymore, right? So it's not even
Right.
certain brands; it's certain models by certain brands. Even a lot of the Patek catalog already dropped way below um, the retail price point. Y2K, thank you. 5 Singapore dollars. For Lord Meech to have a drink, sit back and relax. I'm not a rich man, but just to have a little one on me. Thank you, man. You are a rich man. You are a rich man in heart, and you have friends here. So that's all the richness we need in the world. Pauli, you should join. I provided the link, but it was pinned at any rate. But don't sell yourself, so for so little and so short. I think you are worth much more than that. But since Y2K has already been so generous, please jump on. I would love
I
to have
feel
you.
bad for Y2K because now I have to make a beer run.
I don't actually have. Wait, I have some alcohol, I think, but it's really an undesirable thing. But I will have a sip just because. Um, it's Drambuie, so kind of it's like Scotch liquor kind of thing. A little
Yeah,
too sweet for my
I don't keep
for
any
my
booze in the
taste.
house if I don't intend on drinking anymore. So, um, the best I got is a gummy, and it's 119, and I'll be damned if I drop one of them fuckers at 1 in the morning.
Oh man, yeah. They, depending on your stamina and on your habits, um, edibles can hit different sometimes. So always be careful with them.
I this is kind of off topic, but I remember, so long story short, I was talking to somebody, and she's like she asked me, she's like, well, she said, if you ever start to feel anxious or feel like you're like shit's about to go south on something like that, she said it's not gonna really decrease the effect, but she said just drink milk. She said it'll kind of mellow you out for some reason. She said I don't know what it is, but she said just drink whole milk, and it'll kind of balance the books out. She said you're still gonna have the buzz, you're still gonna be along for the ride, but apparently it kind of brings things into focus. So it's an interesting insight.
Look, I mean, it's to me, it's never. I don't feel strongly against or for any particular alcoholic drink or smoke um, or you know strain of weed or whatever. I feel like a lot of times in my case, it really intensifies whatever mood I find myself in. Um, so a lot of times, if I'm happy, it makes me happier. If I'm depressed, it makes me more depressed. Whether we are talking about alcohol or anything else.
Right.
So, I never indulge when I'm alone and sad. That's for sure. I only drink and smoke and partake of other things when I'm happy, and especially when I'm in good company. And it can be virtual company like this too, but ideally, face to face, real life interaction.
Yeah. I This is off topic again, but I remember this is like way back in the day, if you will. But this I was at the club, and this girl comes out, and she's like holding onto the railing. And of course, I casually walk over. I'm like, "Are you okay? Like, are you good?" She's like, "Oh, I'm perfectly fine." She's like, "It's just this edible that's kicking my ass right now." She's like, "Could you hold on to me for like a few minutes till I get my balance?"
Okay.
Oh man.
Why not? Why not? Were you able to, you were saying you were trying to offload your reverso, you even had a buyer potentially, didn't you say something like that yesterday?
Yeah, so I was going to so I mean I'm not really gonna put him in jeopardy here, but he works at a bank, and I guess they needed him at a another district here today. So he sent me a message this morning, said, "Hey, I can't. I'm not in the office today." He said he should be
Mm.
back in the office on Friday. Anyways, yeah, he ended up being at a different district. So we'll see what happens.
And it's is it still the plan to sell the reverso and get back to Cartier Santos?
I don't know actually. At this point, I do not know because the I think I'm gonna drop the root beer off on my Rolex wish list, and that leaves one watch left on the wish list, and it's in solid rose gold. So, um, I think I'm just gonna take the money. If I can get 4 grand for that fucking Reverso, just gonna take it, throw it into a Roth, and just wait for the phone call from Rolex. Um,
Why not?
So we'll see. I feel like that solid gold is
Pick
going to come a lot
me!
sooner.
Pick me!
Oh, he fucked me dead,
man.
mate.
Oh
Fucked me sideways.
Pick me!
Stick
Hey,
that
man.
dick up me ass and call me a popsicle. It's Poway.
And you Lord was bracing himself for me coming on then. He was bracing himself. Come on. I told you when you were getting that reversal, I told you you were going to regret it. I knew you were going to regret that reversal, you bastard. I knew it.
Fuck. I mean,
I knew it.
what do you want me to do? What the fuck do you want me to do about it?
Well, I fucking knew if you were going to regret it. You shouldn't have got it. It's a lovely watch, but you shouldn't have got it. You're going to regret it. For fuck's sake.
Oi.
You need the professor that calm me down. That's the only thing that can calm me down.
I like this, Paulway, because you remember the first time I saw you on the panel, I thought you were too normal. I wasn't impressed. So I'm glad you made this entrance.
Okay, that must have been a one-off. If I was normal on a panel, when was that? It must have been a one-off.
It was months and months ago, and I was like, this guy sounds altogether too reasonable and too well adjusted to be spewing the kind of stuff that he usually writes in the chat.
Well, this channel's not about that. It's about the lunatic power. That's what you want here.
Good.
I remember saying, like someone told me, Poway, like he's like complete psychopath on the panels, but behind the scenes, he's actually a fairly normal guy.
Yeah, when I come on the panel, I am. Yeah, that's what I like doing. I like being like a lunatic, really. But
so, man, I wanted to ask you because you were one of the people who was worried about the Daytona line being renewed because you have already been waiting for years to get your allocation. Where do you think then? Were you able to call your AD and see if they can offer you something still?
Well, shafted.
Well, I feel like I've probably been shafted. Yeah, that's probably the. I don't know. I don't know if Meech knows that, but that's how I feel at the moment. I think when that came out, I thought this can't be true because the first thing I heard was on JJ's stream, and it was Captain that was talking about it. You know, them leaked images, and I thought I saw it was a panda, and I thought Captain was saying, "Oh, it's white gold," and I was thinking, "Thank fuck, it's white gold." I thought because if it's steel, I'm not going to get one. And to me, it's very retro, and it reminds me of the 321 Amiga. And because of that, I thought if it is steel, I thought I've got no fucking chance of getting it. And that's me done. And I've emailed my AD 2 times. Yeah, the first time was on the evening that the leaks were happening, and the other time I've emailed them because I've not heard a response yet is today. And the only time I've never heard a response from my AD is in this instance. Every time I've emailed my AD before, she's got back to me within a couple of days, and that has been the case for a number of years, and I haven't heard a word from her. And that really worries me. And I think that because there was I don't know which post it was on Instagram that you put Lord. There was something. I think I asked your opinion on it, and you basically said what I was thinking, and I would think your opinion matters a lot more than mine ever will. And I was thinking this is a sort of perfection. This Daytona. It was a combination of the 116520 that I've got. And crossover with the ceramic that's just been discontinued, the 116500. To me, the only thing that was missing on the ceramic one was that steel insert, and now they've done that. That was the only thing they've done a movement, and the case has been made more a bit of like a maxi case, in my opinion. It's been made a bit more manly. It's no bigger, but it's been. See, it's been made shorter. The case has been made shorter, but it's been made slightly wider. But if you need the length on the bracelet, you can make it up with the bracelet. So to me, they've made the watch bigger, even though they're saying it's no bigger. If you get what I'm saying, Lord. So to me, with the insert and the change on the case, they've perfected the watch. And because they've perfected the watch, I think that there's a very fucking slim chance I'll ever get that. I think that is the ultimate Daytona that they could ever make. That's my opinion.
Honestly, it does. To me too. I think it looks like there are a lot of other references that I like from other eras, but for the contemporary Daytona, I feel like it's a great distillation of 6 decades in the making, right? You know, it's just
my worry with that watch is that it is. You see, some people, like I've got the 116500, and some people prefer the 116520, I should say, and some people have the 116500, and there's cases for either of them. I think that this watch solves both of those problems, and that's my worry with that you're never going. People like this is where it takes it into Patek's realm, that you're not going to have normal people are never going to be able to get it, because it's basically perfect. There's nothing about that. The subdials have been made smaller. The indices have been made slightly longer and slightly narrower. The lugs, the case has been made slightly wider, which everybody's been asking for. It makes the watch look a bit bigger. So there's nothing wrong with that watch now that would make me think that anybody that's an enthusiast could get that at retail. Nothing. And I don't think anybody will. I don't think I will get it. I've been waiting 6 years for the ceramic one, and I don't think I'll get that. It's been discontinued, and she hinted to me that if it was discontinued, that I'd be waiting longer. I don't think I will ever get that watch. I've been waiting, like I say, I've been waiting 6 years. So I think that's the end of it.
Well, to be fair, again, I know there has always been great demand for these, especially in an intensified way since they introduced the 116-500, the ceramic bezel versions.
Yeah.
I kind of think, Pawi, I mean, with all due respect, if they didn't give you anything from, for 6 years, even without the whole sea change of the range, I think they still wouldn't have. I think you should seek possibly other options at any rate. You should look at
the thing is,
other dealers, maybe other references from the from the back catalog.
The first thing is, I can understand what you're saying. The first thing is, the Daytona isn't worth much more than retail. It's probably worth about 15 to 20% more than what it's selling at retail. So I would never pay grey market price for it.
No, this channel, I never recommend paying things over retail. That's not what I meant at all. I meant going to another authorized dealer and even seeking out more than one and trying to see if you have better chances elsewhere. Because if someone didn't allocate you a single Daytona in 6 years, whether a new one comes up or not, they're just not going to.
Well, the problem is, I mean, I'll just explain my history with my AD then. So originally I bought my Batman, the Mark I Batman, in 2016. I went on the list for it in 2015, and I managed to get it within about 9 months, was it? 9-10 months. Then I put my name on the list for the Hulk, and I got that within about 6 months, and that was just before it was discontinued. And then the root beer, I was told, when I first inquired about that, I was told, look, you might get the Hulk, but you'll never get the root beer. That's what I was told at the time. And then 2 years after putting my name on the, in inverted commas, the list for the root beer, I got a call randomly and said, do you want it? So in the time between me getting my first watch from the AD and me getting the root beer, there was about 5 years, I should say. And I managed to get 3 watches that everybody wants. So I have nothing to think that, until this watch was released, I had nothing to think that I wouldn't get this Daytona. Mm-hmm. But now that this one's been released, I don't think that this is now where I start to think, even me with purchase history. And I've also bought 3 date justs from this AD and a tag watch. These are not for me; these are for friends and relatives. So 7 watches I've bought, and I still don't think that this particular one, I don't think I would get it. But up until this one came out, I did think. I mean, she did warn me that if there was on the 60th anniversary, When I went to the AD last was in 2021 when I collected my root beer, and she said at the time I was being told 9 years from a Daytona, and I said, "Is it still 9 years? Because that'll be about 2026." And she said, "No, it'll be 2023." She said it'll be about 6 years. She said, "But if there's a new Daytona released for the anniversary, the 60th anniversary in 2023," she said, "I don't know how long you've been waiting." She said it might be a bit longer. So, but I personally think, even though she said 6 years, and I kind of know me AD, I've spoke to her on email, spoke to her on the phone, spoke to her in person lots of times over the years. I still don't think that I would get that, because I just think it's a different stratosphere now. The fact that they've perfected that watch and that the Platona has got the open case back, I think they're trying to go into the realms of Patek now, and they're more desirable than Patek at the moment as well. That's the way I see it anyway.
Hey, Professor, how are you doing, man?
Hello there. Hi.
He's heard me. He's heard
Good
me.
evening.
Where do you find yourself? Have you made it back to the old country or not yet?
No, I'm in Japan.
Nice. Are you looking for the lost decade in Japan?
No, actually, I had an excellent meeting
Yeah?
yesterday with some Japanese.
Is the financial world still redeemable, still salvageable?
I'm not so sure.
Course
But
it
it's okay,
fucking
there's
is.
always
Course
hope.
it's fucking redeemable. Come on. There's only Credit Suisse in fucking Switzerland. Everybody else is okay. Everybody else is okay.
The end times are coming, man.
They're all thriving. They're thriving. They're loving it. Barclays Bank, you know that's who I'm with. Well, that's who I've got my shares with anyway. But Barclays, Lloyds, they're all up. House bills in the UK, Taylor Wimpey, Barrett, they're all loving it. Today, yesterday, they're up. It's going okay. It's going okay. Don't be like that.
So what are you up to in Japan, Professor? What else are you doing? I know they always have a thriving and very interesting secondary market for watches, especially. Did you have a chance to check something out? Look at some shop windows?
Not really. I don't do what these idiots do on YouTube. I don't have time for these things.
But I'll tell you something, this fucker here, he was going on about fucking Swiss chocolate, Toblerone. He was talking about the change of the fucking, the mountain on the bloody logo. Yeah? It's going to thrive. Toblerone's in the UK. It's loving it. Everybody's buying the bloody chocolate. The only thing that's wrong with Toblerone is they made the gap between each chocolate wider. They're selling you like fucking chocolate at the same price.
He apparently got some bars of that on discount. No, Professor, you were saying something about that last time.
Keep up with the fucking demand, or you're out. We're getting the chocolate from everywhere else, but fucking Belgium now. Don't you worry about that.
Oh my god.
All right.
Don't you laugh at me, you lord. Don't you fucking laugh at me.
Alwi, what is your profession? What do you do in life?
Telecoms.
Okay. You work for a telecom company?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay.
Telecoms. Fibre. I used to work on copper,
Fiber.
but it's now on fibre, yeah.
Management, okay. Well, I would find it strange that you're actually digging and you're in the trenches installing the fiber.
No, fuck that. No, I've never dug a hole. Never dug a hole. But I have briefly, I don't know if you have them in Switzerland, telegraph poles. I used to do that briefly, but I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do it. I mean, fiber's okay. I firmly believe that. I think there's a company. Do you know a guy called Patrick Drahe in Switzerland? No, he's Patrick Drahe. Yeah, he's in Switzerland. He's a telecoms guy that owns companies. He owns Altis in America. He owns companies in the UK and Germany. Well, he part owns them anyway. And I work for a company that one of the companies that he works for.
Oh. Okay.
But I do think that's a growth. That once the networks are in Europe and England as well, call it Europe or not, I don't know. But once those are in, it'll become a cash cow, in my opinion. So anybody that wants to buy stocks, in my opinion, buy all these telecoms at the moment. Vodafone, you've got Virgin Media, British Telecom, you've probably got Altis in America. If it was me, I'd be buying stocks in them because they're a defensive stock, and at the moment they're very depressed. So you're buying a defensive stock that's way down on the market. To me, that's unless you're really into high risk stocks, I would be buying things like that at the moment because they're down and they're safe when the market's up, safe when it's down. When there's crashes, like there's potentially, you were mentioning Credit Suisse then, and however you pronounce it. As soon as that happens,
Credit Suisse is correct. Yes.
Yeah, as soon as that went down, telecoms went up. They're a defensive stock, and it's as good as water now, really. But the yields on it are better as well. If you look like in the UK, there's like Severn Trent and United Utilities, and their stocks are up and the yields are low. And you look at telecoms, they're down and the yields are high. And to me, they're as safe as water. And that's my opinion, anyway.
Are you optimistic, Palway, of the country's direction in the UK?
Probably, I wouldn't say it was optimistic. I wouldn't say I'm negative over it. I'd say it's neutral. I think it's probably going to flatline for a long time. I think Brexit didn't do it any good.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. Yeah.
Neutral.
Yeah.
I think I'm waiting for the day that the UK banking stocks all rocket again because they're all. If you look at like NatWest, Lloyds, Barclays, Standard Chartered, HSBC, but HSB and Standard Chartered are quite high, but the other three, they're quite low. And you'd think, well, they still are the capital, So to me, that those would be the ones that I know a lot of people that buy a lot of Lloyds and Barclays and NatWest.
Right. And is this the way? I mean, you generate some wealth other than your principal job.
Yeah,
because
the way
you seem
the wealth,
to be following. Yes, please.
Yeah, if I was generating wealth, yeah.
I mean, for instance, if you allow me, I mean, it's difficult if you are on a salary to be buying all the time Rolexes. I mean, I commiserate with the people who have drunk the Kool-Aid of all these watches and they keep on buying endlessly. But if they have independent sources of wealth other than their mainstay, which is their salary or job, that's okay, as long as they don't have other obligations. You seem to be somebody who is generating wealth from other sources, and you seem to know quite well the stock markets.
Well, that's because I'm 35. I'm 35 years old now, and I was doing it from 20 years old. So I realised pretty quickly that if you're on pay as you earn, a salary with a big company, the way that was put to me when I joined the company that I worked for, it was put: you'll never be wealthy, you'll never be rich, but you'll always be okay. Now, if you want to be rich or wealthy, or one of the two, or both, or whichever, you've got to invest in stocks. So I did that from about 21 years old, and I bought them just after the 2008 crash, and I'm still buying. And to me, now is a better time to buy them than then because things are down as low as then in the UK, but things aren't as bad as that. So to me, like now's a prime time to be buying them. I think to me, we're not far off a bull market again. Probably about 6 to 8 months. I think probably 8 months, and we're probably back to a bull market again. So if you look in the FTSE and you find anything that's a big company in the FTSE 100 and it's way down, insurance companies are a good one. I think if you buy them, probably in about 12 months, you'll be up 50%. That's my opinion.
Okay.
You look at asset managers like Aberdeen and Phoenix, Jupiter, people like that. They're way down at the moment. Yields are like 10%. If you buy them, you have to know when to get out of them, of course. But
That's impressive. It's impressive. It's nice to hear that somebody is doing this. And by going back to Lord's point about watches and investments, I completely agree with him, and that's one of the reasons why I try to support him, because we philosophically have the same line, which is that when people ask me about investments and watches, they're probably as stupid as they can come.
the thing is, when it comes to the watches and people say, they're investments, the reason that watches are bad investments is I give you something. Well, I've got watches that would be perceived as investments: the Batman, Hulk, Ruby Beer, the 116520. But I haven't bought them as investments. I bought them particular watches because I like the watch. I would never buy a watch because it's an investment, because these could go down. And Burr Clooney's often saying on Archie Street that the market will pick up again. It may pick up, it'll pick up a bit, but even if it picks up a bit, I just see would be eventually it'll pick up a bit and flatline. Because I think what we saw in the pandemic and what we've seen in the last sort of, just after it as well, I don't think that'll happen again. That won't happen again.
I think looking at watches, if you actually like watches, if you actually like wearing watches, looking at watches as investments is like betting on sports, always for your team, for the team you support. So emotions,
correct,
habits,
very well said,
and feelings get mixed up in that game, and you can really get burned if you genuinely want to look at watches as investments. You put together a chunk of your money, independent from your actual collection, buy watches like Daytona at retail. If you can get a Royal Oak at retail, get them even with from authorized dealers that allow you to keep the stickers on or something, and lock them away. One second, let me finish. That I can see as investment. I think it's not the kind of activity that I condone, that I like. It's certainly farthest from my approach and my outlook on watches. I hate that kind of practice, but that would be investing in watches. You put together your money, you get pieces that are new old stock, full set, untouched, and put them away for a rainy day. That can be investment.
Those were the sorry, if you got a super chat. Sorry.
Yeah. Y2K, 2 Singapore dollars. Thank you so much. Thoughts on Rolex 43 millimeter two-tone Sea Dweller? Y2K, I love it. I will cede the floor to my panelists, but I love it. For me, it was too big. Otherwise, I would have gotten either that or the stainless steel. I like them both.
Yeah, that particular watch, it's the steel one. It's the steel one. I won't be depend. Pull up the super chat again. Sorry, pull up. Let me just read it again. So it depends on what he's at. Right. So he's asking. He's not asking about in terms of investment. In terms of a particular watch, yeah, it's nice. I mean, I wouldn't pick that because it's a bit big, like you've just said. If you're thinking about investment, then it's the steel one. The steel one to me is better. The 43mm Sea Dweller is probably better than the Submariner in the current lineup. But in terms of investment, I wouldn't go for either. But I don't think I'd pick the two-tone at all, because I just don't like the fact that it's a lot bigger than the Sub, and it's also two-tone, and it's just not a watch that doesn't float my boat. That personally, if it was in the steel, I think it's better than the Sub. It's easy. I said that to what's he called now? He goes on Archie's stream. He's the Aussie guy. God, I know him as Josh.
Aussie expert.
No. Strider. If you know who I mean. Yeah, he goes on Archie's stream. He's friendly with Sirocco and that. And he was asking me, how do I get into the Rolex watch game? And I said, well, everyone was saying to him, oh, you need to get people watches that they'll, build a history with the AD. And I said, well, the perfect one to ask for would be the Steel 43, because not everybody is asking for it. And to me, that is better than the Steel 41mm Submariner. To me, that's a lovely watch. If I was starting now and I hadn't got any watches and I was asking me an AD for a watch, it would be the 43mm Submariner in steel. Because to me, that's the best bang for buck that you can get, and it's an all rounder. So, but in terms of what Lord was saying just before that super chat, you can obviously the Daytona would always be a safe bet. When everybody was hyping these watches up, you could always guarantee that a Daytona will go up, and that will be the case now probably more than ever. The other watches would be AP, the Royal Oak. And I remember when I was looking for my, the only watch I've had grey market was my Steel Daytona with 116520. I remember when I was looking at that online, and in the same dealer that I bought it from, he had all the Royal Oaks, and they were all similar price to the Daytona. And to me, those are the only ones, because even them have come down, but the margin between what they were still at retail to what they are still going for second hand and what they will do in future, that and those Royal Oaks and the Daytona are the only ones that you could say would be, in my opinion, would be the ones that are investment pieces. If you're not going for those, like I've just mentioned about the stocks, you're better going for stocks and buying something you actually like, because you're getting the compound of you get your yield, you reinvest it, you're getting the compound on that. Where as soon as you buy a watch, you're not getting any compound on that. So when people say they're not investment pieces, it's definitely the case, because the difference that you're getting, say if you invest £13,000 on a Daytona, what you can get, if you put that £13,000 in the market at the moment, when the shares are so devalued, so undervalued, I should say, and then you can compound your interest on that as well. I just think, well, unless you're getting one of a Royal Oak or a Daytona, everything else is speculative. It's like day trading on a stock. You could get a GMT and you might make 500 quid on it, but it's no different to putting the same money in the stock market, waiting a couple of days.
I think the Nautilus has become so unattainable that we don't even mention it anymore.
No.
Two, I think a lot of times when even when you in good faith accept that certain watches can be a good way to put aside or park your money, we oftentimes don't talk about opportunity loss, right? What you could do with that money elsewhere if you really wanted to invest. The reason I put my money into watches is because I like them. I love them, in fact, and I love wearing them. And I always keep everything in a healthy rotation. So there's never a watch that I put away.
The thing is, Lord, the Daytona and the Royal Oak, the Aquanaut and the Nautilus, but all those watches, unless you can get any of them at retail, then the money that you would spend on those at grey market, you'd be better putting that money all in the stock market
But
And
yeah,
it
I
can't,
mean, look, I think
for the
Pauli,
average Joe,
once again,
can't make.
once again, I think you spend too much time on other channels. For me, I take it for granted that no one who listens to this channel is stupid to pay 2, 3, 4, 5 times as retail price for anything. So I take that for granted.
But the
You
thing is,
don't
I am listening, Lord. I am listening. It's just that I'm not a panelist enough that people that will actually hear my opinion. You hear people that are so absorbed in this that they would think, well, you know, you somebody like Tanzil Ansari, yeah, you can buy that watch because you like it. If you're somebody like me, it would be the worst decision you could ever make, because a Nautilus you could buy it whatever 100 grand or whatever, and it could go up 10 grand, but that could just fucking drop by half within a couple of years because of the market, you know, and there's the interest rates on it, exactly, yeah. So it's just not, it's just it has become really is from unless you've bought it early on, it has become a person for a watch for a rich person, because you can't afford to lose 50%. It's become like a really volatile stock.
Yeah,
It wasn't before.
Allow me to say this. It really depends to what also you said, and Lord, to add. It really depends. These guys who have bought 20, 30, 40 watches, they are wishful thinkers, you know, people who bought at gray market prices the Daytona. Of course, they're wishing, if they bought it at $30,000, $40,000, that the Daytona will go to 50 at some point. But now the old one is gone and there is a new one. And the new one will be even more unobtainable than the old one, right? So they will commiserate and lament for the day they bought that piece because it hasn't gone up. That piece, as you know, was bought aspirationally because it will hit one day 100,000. But look at what Rolex did. They pulled the carpet underneath their feet. So unfortunately, there is a lot of wishful thinking. And you said something, price recovery. Price recovery can happen, but it depends on the time frame. It can happen in 30 years. Most of these people will be dead. In fact, if they don't sell their watches over the next 5 years, they'll be semi-dead anyway.
Well, these watches that they're buying now, and if you had any sense, if you was buying a Daytona, I knew for the last few years that the fucking 60th anniversary was coming up, and I was hoping that there wasn't going to be a revised Daytona. Now, anybody that buys the new one should be pretty safe because there's no anniversary coming up for 10 years. But they will in 10 years' time, maybe sooner. They'll probably 10 years now, because you know, there'll be another
No,
one.
I'll tell you that what they're gonna do.
Anybody before that, though, it's really fucked it. If you're not bought retail, you're fucked up.
What they're gonna do is similar to other brands, luxury segments of the economy. The way to take customers in is to keep on revamping. So they will revamping every model very often, and the collector will lose track of what they do. And let me use the example of SD43.
Can I welcome Y2K to the panel before we go on?
Y2K, hello
Hey,
there.
Hey,
Y2K.
young Brendo, Perry, and El Professor.
Hi,
Good to see you guys.
hello, sir.
You bastard!
Okay.
Love the enthusiasm there.
So
Please
let me use
continue.
the example. Yes, the
SD
Y2K.
SD43, since Y2K
Yes.
is potentially in the market for one in the two-tone execution. Let's go.
Okay, excellent. So the SD43, the anniversary model, is the most interesting in terms of quote unquote collectability. Okay, the first one.
Not in two-tone, though. Not in two-tone. It's
No, not in two-tone. Not in two-tone. I will qualify this. The SD43, when it came out in 2017, and they had the first iteration for, I think, 2 years, right? The Mark I. The Mark I is an interesting piece. I agree with Palwe. It is, in my opinion, a better watch than the Submariner, whether it's 40 or 41. If you have the wrist, go for it. Now, The Mark II is an interesting one. Again, steel, but it's a Mark II. Then they produced last year the Mark III. The Mark III is interesting, but in terms of collectability, the Mark II is more collectible than the 3 one, and so forth. But if you want to collect, you should go for 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 the SD43 Mark One, which was produced for 2 years. In terms of value, it's nothing really, right? The two-tone is a beautiful watch. I like it a lot, the black one. It's really an oversized Submariner, and it sends the message that, look, I don't really care about all this investment business. I can afford it because it's more expensive. I have the wrist to wear it, and here it is, and I go for it. It's a really beautiful watch if you have the wrist. In terms of investments, guys, watches are not investments. All these people on YouTube who go around claiming that they got the Batgirl, Pepsi, Kermit, Lingo, Bingo, Lingo, they're gone forever. They're dead. They are sick people. They think that diametrically the theory of investment has been developed by them. These are not investable assets.
And just
But
to put a fine point on what you were saying earlier, Professor, because you are very precise with your terminology, but sometimes these things can be confused. Like you said about the Mark One Sea Dweller, which of course was the genuine anniversary model, right? Just like people today go for the flat four,
yes,
Y serial 2003 Kermit Submariners, because I'm reminded of this because of Y2K's beautiful green tank top. Um, the just like those are collectible, the Mark One Sea Dwellers from 2017 will be collectible as well. Now, collectible to me means that you have a certain enthusiasm, a certain spot, a certain desire for that watch, for that model, for that brand, and you want to acquire it, and you want to actually wear it, make it a genuine part of your collection. And for that, the intrinsic value of collectability will never fade away, whether these pieces start trading below or above retail value. That won't matter all that much. Now, a lot of times that can coincide, right? Collectability and market value can coincide. The desirability of something as a collectible can push forward and can push upward its market value, but that's not always the case. So I would always try to prioritize, as a collector, that collectability and desirability above the hypeness and the supposed investment value, which is, again, barring the holy trinity of hype in the name of the Daytona, the Royal Oak, and the Nautilus. I think it's all very, very volatile and it's a risky game.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at earlier on. That if you're not buying those watches, you have to buy what you like, and unless you know the market very well. I mean, like a couple of years ago, we could have all have said that if you'd have bought a Submariner, GMT, Root B or whatever, you buy them. If you'd have gone 6 months and just got shut of it, we all knew that like a day trader, we could get rid of those and make a big profit. And I knew that when I had those watches, if I got rid of them there and then, I could make plenty of money, and that the market was probably going to go down. I didn't do that because I like the watches I've got. I've bought them because I wanted them. The rest of them, they're probably more like the sort of watches, the Royal Oak, the Daytona and whatnot, probably the Sky Dweller with the blue dial. They're the type of watches that people that don't really know what they're doing, they could buy them. They could probably say, well, if I wait, and at some point I could probably make a big killing on it. Like you say, the rest of them are very volatile. and it's like a day trader. So if you don't know the stock or the particular company and its fundamentals, that you're risking your money and you're probably going to wait a long time to ever get it back. So a lot of these watches is a bit like somebody buying a stock that they don't really understand and then waiting 10, 15, 20 years because it's had a downturn and it may come back at some point. You don't know when it'll be. And that is how I feel over like the Submariner and the GMT and whatnot now, like the Pepsi, the Batman, all of those now, the way down. If you've bought them and you're £5,000 down now, they may go back up, but could anybody say when and if they will go back up? Probably not. The Daytona, you've probably at the very worst, you've probably lost a couple of grand. It'll probably go back and it'll flatline. So there's a big difference between those. And in this watch market, there's very few of those watches that do that. They're not going to do what Burke Clooney says. Burke Clooney keeps a lot of it when you listen to the channels like Archie's, and I don't know whether Tim Wright, I don't watch him at all, but if they're supporting these grey market dealers, they're always going to tell
let's not even mention those names, honestly.
Okay. So certain channels.
Y2K. Tell me what you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Tell me what you think about the SD43 and how it fits into your collection, and whether you would like to get it at retail, or are you hunting for a deal on the secondary market?
Definitely secondary market, because the truth is, frankly, I think especially for those of us who actually really, really want a timepiece, and if we're willing to pay for it and we're able to afford it, and you want to get into a collection, I would say at some point, if a good deal comes out in the secondary market, go for it, gun for it at this point. So for me, I would literally could say that if I get this particular one, for me, my criteria is as follows: real estate, the water resistance, the toughness, the robustness, and the two-tone is really just like it's kind of like the seal of the deal. You have a like, it's like a dinner jacket. You have a jacket for this, you have a jacket for that. So what I have on my wrist right now is actually my James Cameron. I think it's a bit dark. Let's see if I can turn on the lights or something. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so this is my very first Rolex which I got.
Beautiful,
James.
very nice.
Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you. So when I first got this piece, I looked at all the Submariners. I looked at all the other options. I was thinking, why would I go for a regular Submariner? And at that point, I didn't really found the bluesy very attractive. I felt it was a bit tacky, a bit loud. So I decided to go for something a bit more, chunky monkey, big, and go for the best and go for the top. So a nice deal came up for the James Cameron, and I got it. And from then on, I couldn't bear to sell it, because I think it's the first, like the first big Rolex I've worn. And the first time you wear it, it's a bit, if you can feel its presence is felt. You can feel it. It's there. It's not meant to tell you that I'm not there, but it's very prominent. You can feel it. But after you wear it a while, you feel that when you see other people wearing Submariners, it's like you really put your bang for your buck. So for me, getting the two-tone SD43 is an ideal choice, especially when you want to go one up and you just want to close the deal. In terms of, for me, if I got this one, I'm pretty much okay for Rolex already. Yeah, because I think that you already climb so-called to the Mount Everest of what watches could be in terms of durability wise already. I mean, the Sky Dwellers, the Yacht Masters, the GMTs, they're all a very different category in its own. But in terms, for me, this would be the Mount Everest already. Aside from this piece, it would be like the two on the mountain already. Yeah.
I really, Cool Chris Cali, who is really a true collector of sea dwellers, because he still has the 4000, the one before the Cyclops, so to speak. He has the SD43, and he has this particular one that I tried, and that was the moment I realized, oh no, I can't actually wear a Sea Dweller 43. But one thing that I really like about this, and that's very distinctive compared to the two-tone Submariner, beyond its size, obviously, is the gold writing of the model name. I kind of like that. It's a very small detail, but when it comes to Rolex, we go nuts about these small details. So that makes me happy whenever I see it. So when a good deal comes by and you like it and you want something that is similar in terms of the feel to your James Cameron, but perhaps a little more, what can I say, um, a little more flashy, because
Yes.
James Cameron is like the Rolex tool watch, right? It is kind of an entire unit on your hand. This is something a
Yeah.
little more elegant. Obviously it's not dainty, but it is flashy. It's more striking. It's much less of that um, chunk on your wrist comparatively, but it's still a hefty piece.
True, true. And I couldn't sell any of my pieces, gents, because all my pieces they are all like a milestone in my journey, and I find that to sell it at some point, unless you really have no choice, you needed to pay for something, or you wanted to pay for a loved one's surgery or something, you said, you know what, if this watch will save a life, then I'm willing to let it go. At some point, I know I'm only in my late 30s, but you also think about the future, what happens when you get older and older, and what's going to happen to these timepieces, in that very last home stretch of your life. And then you think about, like, where are they going to go after you? Where are these pieces going to go? And then you start thinking about, like, what should I do at that point? Yeah.
Well, the idea with them is you do what I'm going to do. You wear the fuck out of them, yeah. You wear them. You wear the fuck out of them, yeah. So that they're not worth anything. Oh, well, they're worth a lot less than what you've paid for them. You sell them and you just fucking retire early, and you just enjoy life.
Sounds like a
That's what you
pleasant
should
one.
do with them. Who else is going to, unless you've got kids and that, you're going to hand them over to that enjoy them? What are you going to do with them? You just sell certain ones. You keep one key piece that you enjoy and you keep it till the day you fucking drop dead. And the rest of them, you just get rid of them and you use it towards your retirement so you can just have an easy life. Isn't that what the point is? That's what you should probably do. Other than that,
Amen to that.
what legacy are you really keeping them for? If you like Archie and you've got kids and that don't appreciate watches, where else would you keep them? But in terms of the watch in itself, the one that was brought up, I do think that the Sea Dweller 43, if I didn't have a Hulk, that would be the key watch that I'd be picking. Sea Dweller 43 on steel, whether it's the current version or the old version or whatever. I just think that is a sweet spot. It's a very good watch. Very, very good watch.
Thank you, mate.
Right, guys. We have just gone over 4 hours, and I think it is time for me to say goodbye, which means we are closing. Please hit the like button on the way out. Thank you, as always, for your presence and support. Y2K, thank you especially for your super chats, and Finchy from earlier as well. That was very nice. I appreciate it. Um, and thank you, Palwi, El Profesor, and of course our big Meech, who had to run away from Palwi, but it's okay. He will come back eventually.
He didn't have to run away from me. Don't be like that. He didn't run away from me. He'd run towards me. Come on, don't be like that, you naughty boy.
I'm sure he will come around. He'll come around.
He'll come around when I'm not here.
But
It disappears anyway. It disappears anyway.
Lord,
You want to add something, Professor?
yeah, just something to Meech. You remember yesterday I told you that you should go to your AD and ask for these watches, and he went. I heard him. And, if you know them too well, they might produce one of those discontinued models.
But he said he tried to make fun of you. Did you hear that part as well?
He called me delusional. Yes, it's okay.
It's I mean, look, again, we throw around these words so
No,
much,
don't
and
worry.
I know you don't need any protection, but to
Yeah,
me
yeah.
it was just funny because, of all people on these panels, you are probably the least delusional. In fact, you can do with a little more delusion. I think, a little more fantasy in your life could do you well. I think you are a lot of times you are too reasonable, if anything. um but yes, I think, look, if you have a good relationship with your AD, unless you are really asking for an impossible piece, something might slip through the cracks. we don't even have to be we don't even have to go too far for an anecdote. Aussie, just towards the end of last year, had actually the apparent misfortune of one of his authorized dealers losing their license. And in fact, that ended up producing an OP36 in candy pink, with the candy pink dial for Mrs. Aussie expat. So sometimes these things can turn into an opportunity, and you never know. If you don't ask, you will never know. So,
Lord, can I ask you a question
of course, my friend.
before we go? Like the gut feeling, like obviously there's the in the bubble of the watch market, the bubble of the Rolex market, or whatever you want to, you can think, well, oh, these pieces are so hot, you can't get hold of any of them. I mean, what's your gut feel in terms of the wider market? Have you got, regular people that were after a Submariner, or a lot of the time was a Pepsi or a Batman? And, there were just people that just were wanting something for Instagram. And that was what was taking up a lot of the allocation, and why it was making Peace and Daytona as well, making them so unobtainable. Do you think that going forward, I mean, I'm asking you a question you might not be able to answer, but what's your gut feeling? Not thinking macro.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that people, do you think these watches are going to become just more available, or not as available, or the same
I mean,
going forward in the years ahead?
I will direct this question to the professor as well, but my short answer is, shiny new objects are always a great opportunity for the collector, right? Every time a new model line is introduced, every time something gets refreshed, people usually go after that, which means that there is an opportunity for you to go for pieces that others will not be seeking out at that point in time. And this has already become the case with a lot of Rolex models. Last year, towards the end, just because I stepped into the Rolex AD, or into one of the Rolex ADs in Southern California, I was offered the SD43 in stainless steel, in two-tone. I could get the Daytona in two-tone. I could probably get, Black Dial Explorer 2. They would probably give me a Submariner, no date for sure, date perhaps with a little weight. It's just, when you go after a lot of the pieces, I think things can fall in line. I think the GMT Master 2 is still very desirable and very aspirational.
Yeah.
So that might still be difficult to get, but if you want an Explorer, if you want an Explorer 2, a Submariner, a date
Yeah.
chest of some sort, a two-tone Daytona or Sea Dweller, stainless steel Sea Dweller, like you said earlier, Pauli, These are watches that you can realistically get as your first watch with a reasonable amount of weight. I think that time has already arrived. And when shinier objects drop, it means the rest of the catalog is, in fact, more easily available. Because also, just approach it from the psychological perspective too. Now everyone is calling, everyone is going to their ADs, the new Daytona, the new Daytona, the new Daytona. And Pauli will go there and say, for example, hey, I really love the ST43, man. Do you think you can get me one in two-tone? Or you go to a new I mean, let's say, imaginatively, I know this is not a watch you want, but let's say, hey, I know the Explorer 40 is an interesting introduction, but I still love the 36. Can you get me one? Right? Those things will be much easier to acquire now, because they'll be like, oh, okay, this guy actually has a watch in mind and he's not just following the herd. And this can be a long-standing customer for me. It's always possible.
You see, that this is the thing. When this is what I was trying to get at. When you think of like the new Explorer 40, somebody like me, if I asked for that watch, I'd get her an email back and said, yeah, no problem, be 6 to 12 months or whatever. And previously that would have been, in the previous iterations of it would have been a very difficult watch to get. So the way I'm seeing the market, the way I'm picturing it in my mind, is that certain watches like that become more available for people. And that's because the market has become, people have got less money. So somebody like me could afford that, but it's not a priority over something like the Daytona. Now, in terms of what I was trying to get at, which was the ultimate, which has been the Daytona. If you think of the new model, if a lot of people that are like footballers, whether it's English footballers, American footballers, and these are the types of people that when they ask for a watch, they get what they want because of the name or because they can package it with a day date or something like that.
Of course.
But those people in the last few years, while the watches have been hyped, they've wanted the Panda and the Blackdale Daytona, the Sky Dweller. I mean, the Sky Dweller's not in the blue dial, it's not been updated yet, but those watches have been changed now. But those people have had those watches. So somebody that's like a footballer or a Premier League club, he'll have said, oh, I want a Panda, I want a Blackdale Daytona, and I'll get a Daytona, I'll get a day date with it. But they've had it. So what I'm trying to say is, now that those people have all had those hype watches, when it comes to the next model, the thing that my AD said to me was, if somebody, even with unlimited money, says, can I have another Panda? They won't give them one because it's duplicating, and they think, well, you're buying it to resell it. You're a flipper, even if you're a footballer. So what I'm trying to get at is the market going to change, that these new ones are coming out, they're a better version of the ceramic Daytona, but they're coming at a time when people have already spent a lot of money on watches to get out those hype pieces of the previous version. So I'm wondering what's going to happen now that those people have already had those watches, and a lot of people now are finding with money becoming a lot more expensive, with interest rates going up, inflation, people not having as much money, disposable income. I'm just wondering what's going to happen with those hot watches. Are people that really want them that haven't got them yet, like me, that's still waiting? Am I going to be a key customer that would get that? Or is it going to be somebody that's already had one because they've spent too much money with the AD? Are they going to get another one?
What do you think, Professor?
It's a very good question.
Before Professor answers it, because if the people that have already had a Panda, because they're a footballer and have bought a day date and a date just, and they've said, well, give me them and I'll buy a Daytona. If those people have bought it on the assumption that you can only have one Panda because we don't want you to flip it, what becomes the argument now when they come back again and say, look, I'm a big spender, I want you to do the same again, but that watch, you've already had it in the previous iteration of it? Because then you become a flipper or a prime candidate for a flipper. That's what I'm trying to say. Is there going to be a change in the market? And I'd hope there would be. I probably don't think there will be, but there should be, because those people have had that watch. They just had it in a slightly older version now.
What do you
Yes.
think, Professor?
Yeah, very good question. So there is one problem, which is that those who bought the watch, as you said, Palwi, bought it because they also bought other stuff. Now they have less money. So what they will do is they will try and sell a lot of the other stuff to get the new stuff. That's one thing. And what will happen is that in the gray market, you will see, for instance, the root beer appearing more often because now they want to move to the Jubilee GMT, two-tone, and so forth. And times have changed. You know, these guys are already feeling the pinch, financial crisis, economic recession, and all that. So, secondly, we need to realize that a lot of these watches are unobtainable to begin with. So, production is not changing. In fact, production is more of an issue now for many of these models than before. So, will it become easier for somebody like you who has been waiting for 6 years?
These
I
watches, though, I would disagree with her because the I'm a firm believer that the likes of a Daytona and a Sky Dweller is readily available. The problem is that there's been too many people that are prepared to say, I'll buy a solid gold day date, and if you package that to me with a Daytona, I'll buy it today. And I've been when I bought my root beer, the person that was behind me in the Rolex booth was buying a day date and a lady day date for his missus, and they got packaged a GMT on that day. Now, if those people, they've got plenty of money, they could probably buy the new day date, the new Daytona with a day date again. No, right? But the AD has got the problem then of how does their argument stack up that those people are only being given one watch? Because if they then say, oh, I'll buy another day date and I'll buy the new Daytona, but that Daytona is the same as the one that they've already bought from that AD knows they've had two of the same watch. How can that AD, if the argument is they don't want people buying these watches and having duplicates off on the potential that they could flip them, right? How could they then sell another of those watches to that same customer when they've got basically the same watch, just one version different?
Yes, they have a problem.
If they do sell it to them,
Undoubtedly,
then
I don't disagree. They have a
from
problem.
there, what I'm saying is
Pawi,
if they do that,
Pawi,
they're accepting flippers.
Pawi,
They're accepting flippers.
Pawi, if you ask a question, why don't you let him answer it once every
Okay.
so often? Okay.
Sorry.
Professor, go ahead.
Sorry, I was cut off. I don't know what you got out of it. Hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
I mean,
So I was saying that there is a problem, Palway. Watches of Zimbabwe, right, in the UK, they have a problem because now they need to think how they're going to distribute these watches to people who haven't received the Daytona 2, 3, 4 years ago, and they had to buy all the garbage in order to qualify for the Daytona. Now they need to say, okay, what lists are we going to create? And I think the easy way will be those who haven't obtained the Daytona will have access. But because they have so many people, and at the same time, they will have an infusion, as you said, the well-known people, the high rollers, the high stake people, the casino players, the footballers, the dancers, the whatever, belly dancers will appear. They will still give them those watches, right? Nothing really changes because the demand for the watch is still there. The supply is still the same. It's still very unobtainable. I mean, people will do the obvious, so they'll go out and buy the platinum thinking that they're buying a watch. But you know, they're buying a lot of nothing for something, right? They're paying a lot of money for this watch, and they're getting nothing in return. So it will be as difficult as before because it will add to the hype because you will have the old guys like people who have 30 or 40 watches who will get rid of the 10 watches to get one Daytona, thinking like you're thinking, saying, oh, this thing is going to stay for 10 years, for 15 years, let me go on and buy it because they won't change it. I'll tell you something. In 2 years, they will revamp it again. In 3 years, they'll revamp it again.
The
In
thing,
4 years, and they
the-
these people will lose out eventually. And that's where they get into this rabbit hole thinking, I'm going to buy something that, they'll do the 70th anniversary.
the point I'm trying to make here is, I already know the answer really myself, is that the illusion has been, up until this new Daytona has been released with Rolex, the illusion has been that anybody that has, can buy multiple watches, that's not the Daytona, you will get premium access to a Daytona. You'll be pushed up the list, Now there's been a new one released, Those people that already have it's not the 116-500, they're going to want the 126-500. Now,
Yes.
the illusion with the everyday buyer, people that are on this stream, on the panel, and people that are watching, and on other panels and whatnot, they're going to quickly realise that Rolex have changed the goalposts, and that people that have got plenty of money to spend don't just get the 116-500 Panda or Black Dial. They're going to get the 126-500 as well. And when they start seeing that's what Rolex is doing, that's when people are going to start realising they're in the game of Patek Philippe and not Rolex, because it's going to become completely unobtainable for the average Joe. Somebody like me, I can afford to buy a Daytona just about, but I'm not in the Patek world. As soon as it goes into that, it's out of my range. And most people are the same. They can't. That's why I don't buy Patek, because it's just another level up, isn't it? This is Tamzil, or no, I speak to Tamzil a lot. These are the type of people that are going to be able to afford them. That's what, to me,
most of these people probably cannot afford. They sell
unless
and buy all the time. They
what I'm
sell
trying
and
to say
buy.
is
These are not wealthy
but
people.
if they
These
do
are
it,
not really wealthy people.
If they do it, Rolex can see them doing that. They can, if they wait long enough, they can see them doing that. If I tried to sell that root beer that I was given in 2021, it might take 2 years, but Rolex will eventually see that I've sold that watch.
No, they don't care.
Eventually,
after 2 years, they don't care. Even after 6 months,
Guys,
they don't
just so
care.
you know, in 5 minutes I will close. In either case, you can talk in the background, but I will have to go to bed. I'll have to work tomorrow, so it's.
All I was saying is that I personally think, unless they start giving these watches to people that haven't had them before, it's becoming a different man's game. It's not. It's no longer the working man's game, Rolex.
There is 50%, if not more, of the ADs are selling a lot of these watches on the back door, right? Through the back door, Palway. So 50%, if not more, are already doing under the table deals to provide these watches already. So do not think that they're honest brokers as well. All of these UK ADs, you and I know this very well.
No, but the thing is, if you've got, as Lord will know, where I live, there are footballers all around where I live. Yeah. So as soon as I find out that one of those footballers has managed to get a 126-500, when I know they already have a 116-500, I know that the game has changed, because really that person shouldn't have got another of those watches. I should have got it because I've been waiting 6 years.
But the footballer.
I think the game has always, the game has already changed, Paul. I mean, it's a world where
changed.
It's a world where
have we got real examples though? We haven't yet got real examples though, Lord.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't.
Palway, you and I can go to an AD.
Will do.
Talk anyways. That's okay.
Palway,
I'm just challenging you, Lord. I'm just challenging. That's all.
What challenge? I mean, the world. You don't let me to speak at all. What's there to challenge? You don't know what my stance is to challenge.
I'll let you speak. You've been on one source to listen to. Sorry.
No worries, man. It's a world where rich become richer and poor become poorer, and you want fair distribution of Daytona. That's the problem we are talking about. I mean, come on, Paul.
Exactly.
It's not a big deal.
I'm trying to say, come on, Lord. Come on, you know what I'm like.
okay, if you get your Daytona, you get your Daytona. If you don't get your Daytona, you move on and get another watch or nothing at all. I mean, it's not the biggest problem in the world, honestly, Pauli.
Well, yeah. But I agree, this is not meant to be fair. This is not meant to be fair. Rolex wants
No.
to give it to their people. The rest get the rest of the line of Rolex.
There has been the illusion that it's been fair, though. And I think with this new model, it will become apparent that it's not fair at all.
No, it was never fair. The Daytona was always very special, by the way.
But how could you
couldn't
really
get it.
tell until you see people on Instagram that are showing that they've got the 116-500 and the 126-500 on Instagram and things like that? You don't really know that they've been flipping it or whatever. As soon as you see that they've got both of them, it's going to be quickly apparent to people that there's no, it's leveraged against them. People are going to really realize pretty quickly they've no fucking chance. Before there was the illusion that maybe you might get it. You buy this watch, you buy that watch, you might get it. Now, as soon as you see these people that are spending plenty of money have got both of them and you've got none of them, you're going to think, well, it's completely. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say.
But
Lord's
it's not fair.
mentioned-
Look at the Nautilus, Palwe. You can.
That's what
An
Lord was
ordinary
trying-
person who has 5 million cannot get it. Trust me.
I'm just saying that now with the new model, it is going to be quickly apparent that unless Rolex address this, people are going to be visually be able to see that rich people have got both models, and that the normal man can't get it come what may, because other people with plenty of money have got it. It becomes totally out of the realms of the working man, completely.
Actually, it's a good point, Pelwi, El Professor Young Brando, and that's why people who maybe like me, who are liking watches and everything, when we see that, Rolex as a brand itself is making that process so difficult. So, for example, if Hourglass is making, like me, I have to go through so-called this journey with them. You know what? It's the same as in a highway. If you're blocking my way, I'm just going to change my gear. I'm just going to overtake you and find another way to make it work. So my way of making it work is if in the gray market or someplace that you trust comes up with a piece that you can afford, it's got the box and papers, it's all fully authenticated, and you're gunning for it, I would say go with your heart and really just go for it at that point. And I can only say for myself that I'm lucky that the Daytona Funny has never actually caught my attention or appealed to me, and I just like the bigger sea dwellers. I think young Brando knows my choices very well.
You like big
But
watches.
if you think of it like Lord, if you think of it from somebody like me that's been waiting for this Daytona, yeah, and if you think of the wider market, you think, well, if I see that other people are getting another of this watch, my mindset now is straight away, as soon as I saw that was released at the weekend, on Monday, I was thinking, unless my AD responds to me positively, I'm going to start turning my attentions to other brands. And I haven't thought that before. So if I'm thinking that, and I'm desperate for a black dial Daytona, if I'm thinking that, is that not the way the market's going to go? And if that's the case, Rolex should surely be addressing that, because they're going to start losing sales to other people. Because I'm starting to think that it's completely unobtainable. It wasn't before.
They don't care. Because there are so many idiots out there trying to buy a watch that all these idiots will do exactly the same thing that everybody else is doing. They will buy the garbage, they will buy to get on the queue, and then if they cannot do it, they'll go to the gray market, hype the prices, and at the end of the day, they'll get a watch. And then what? Big deal.
I think also Rolex is really the big brother, or kind of like the grand Ayatollah of the Swiss horological industry. It's they do benefit from even people who turn their backs to them and go to other brands. They freely support the entire industry, and honestly, they have stopped being the working man's watch company already at least 3 decades ago, if not longer. So it's I think they have already shifted gears. Rolex watches will be more available and equally distributed the minute every woman gets a Birkin bag. That's the day where the Daytonas will become more available for people who are asking for it. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not. Again, I'm not condoning this practice, Paul. Don't take me wrong, but it's they have a business model that have worked for them, and that even when they up the production, it will not make a dent in this demand, and that will only kick in by next decade. Anyways, it's not something that will happen tomorrow. Rolex is not producing 2 million watches tomorrow.
Well, as another example too, then, Lord, if somebody like me that's been
will
waiting,
this example take us to hour 5? I'm not working for free beyond 4 hours.
Come on. Well, somebody in the fucking chat should have fucking super chatted. Somebody
4.5 hours.
Come on, somebody in the chat should have fucking super chatted so far. Somebody should have sent it at least $2 to ask a bloody question.
I'm not standing up for another half hour.
Well,
just
come on. That's my feeling. But my last question to you then would be, somebody like myself then, you're saying that there's plenty of people that will, pay for all sorts of watches, garbage, to get at a Daytona. And that means that even with me, with my history of, I've been waiting for a Daytona for 6 years. Let's say I said to him, well, I'll buy a Submariner, I'll buy a GMT, something, lower level, slightly lower level. And I'll say, well, this is on the anticipate. How can somebody like me trust Rolex anymore that they'll do that, when the fact that I can see, and this is probably what will happen, that I can see somebody that's got a 116-500 then ends up with a 126-500. How can I trust them that they'll then give it me? Because I was already on the assumption that I would get the 116-500 based on my current purchases. So if I then decide to buy another one, I'm basically, what they're admitting is that you're competing against people with more money than sense, like you're saying. It does become like it's not a working man's watch at all.
My father passed away. My father passed away when I was 3. I don't trust anyone. Why do you trust a Rolex authorized dealer in the first place?
Well, you don't trust them, but you've got no other option if you want the watch you want, do you? It's just sort of, you know what I'm saying, Lord. Come on, you do know what I mean. Is this a new super chat?
Brooks. Thank you so much. $49.99. Now I have to.
Thank you, Jake Brooks.
God damn it! Thank
you. Come on. What you need, Lord, is you need a super chat from Jay Brooks to say that Poway can remain unmuted. And then once I get that, I've got full fucking reign here. I've got full reign.
Oh man.
And once we get that, you're done. You're fucked. Yeah, I mean, I'm not for good for. You're fucking done.
To me, it's I would, if I were you, but again, I'm a different kind of collector, anyways. But I would never recommend anyone to go against one's taste, right? So if you want these watches, don't just turn away from them because they're hyped up. Don't just turn away from them because they are seemingly unattainable. They are truly unattainable watches. Like, a Nautilus is gone, right? Unless you have already a spent.
The Nautilus is a fucking ugly watch anyway. Let's be honest.
I don't like it.
10 years ago, it was a piece of shit. It was a fucking piece of shit.
But look at how many.
It was an absolute piece of fucking shit.
Jamie Opulence.
It was ugly. It's still ugly now. It's fucking shite.
Jamie Opulence, €5.99. Jamie Opulence, €5.99. Poway to remain unmuted for sure.
I tell you what, this guy, Jamie. I tell you something. Like Jamie Opulence was. I don't know. He's about fucking 7 foot tall, and he was on a balcony with tea and tickers. I don't know. You let him tell you what he was doing on that balcony. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't right. It wasn't politically correct. I'll tell you that. It wasn't right.
Dude, but yes, so I would never want you to turn away from watches that you actually like just because. But on the other hand, the horological world is so endless. You know, it's such an ocean. For me, it feels a little boring in the long run to remain in the shallow end of the pool. You know, try to venture out, try to explore your tastes. I'm not saying just because you can't get a Daytona, go out and get a Speedmaster or find yourself Breguet Type 20 on the secondary market. Not at all. Follow your own desires, but there's so much else
Well,
out there. I just can't
I
believe.
understand what you.
I just can't believe that Rolex is the only brand and alpha and omega of
No,
watch
no.
collecting.
They're not right. What it is with Rolex is if you're somebody that's the financial position that I'm in, I can buy a number of Rolexes if I think that they'll retain the value. Now the Daytonas is just a particular piece that I want. Now once I've got that, that's partly why I think my AD isn't coming up with it, because they think, well, they know that I like watches. I'm not somebody that's like, Jamie Opulence that could go into Patek, but I probably, after I've got the Daytona, I probably would
And
go
what do
into
they
what.
get, by the way, out of Patek? I'm sorry to say,
Well, I'm
Patek.
just what I was
If
just
you
saying
really
is
want to
what.
get a Patek quality one, it's above 150,000.
No.
Below
But the
150,000,
thing,
Patek
what I'm getting
is
is he's
for the
mentioned
poor
Breg.
people.
Yeah, but
Poor
he's
people.
mentioned Breguet. He's mentioned Breguet, and there's the new engineer
Very nice.
that's coming with
Yeah.
the IWC. If I got the Daytona after that, I probably would look at other watches. But the thing is, I don't know if I don't know for certain that my money will keep coming in. Now, if I don't know it's going to definitely keep coming in, I'm going to go for the watches that I know that I want first, and that I know that are going to retain the value or that I can resell. After that, once I've got the Daytona, I'd probably wait, and then I'd be looking at like an IWC. I'd be looking at a Super Ocean Heritage 2. So I even like the Seamaster, things like that. But I'm not going to buy them until I've got all of the Daytona, because I could lose my job in 2 or 3 years, and I'd be thinking, why have I bought these watches that I can't afford? Then I sell them at a loss. I'm going to want the watches that I know I want first. Somebody that's got plenty of money. My AD sells Amiga and Tudor and Breitling and all them, and I could buy all those to get favour. But if I lose my job and I haven't got the income coming in, I'm not going to want to buy those watches, knowing that later on I'm going to think, fuck, I shouldn't have bought those because I'm struggling for money now. I need to pay my mortgage, I need to pay me, whatever bill. So I might buy them later on, but I won't buy them now. That's the way I look at it. There's plenty of watches that I think are just as good as Rolex. Loads of them. Loads of watches I like more than the. I won't keep buying fucking an Explorer 1 or Oyster Perpetual. I haven't bought them at all. I just wouldn't fucking buy them. I don't like them as much as a Pilot watch, or like I said, the Super Ocean Heritage 2, the Seamaster with the blue dial. I prefer those watches to a lot of Rolex, but I won't buy them
By the
until
way,
I've got
look
the
at
simple watches that I
Rolex.
know that are worth something.
By the way, what Rolex is doing is masterful. They're getting people to think about unobtainable watches, and then they get you hooked up and sell you all the other watches. Look at all these people now looking for these hard to get pieces. They'll say, okay, I'll compromise. I'll go for Day-Date. I'll go for GMT two-tone. I'll get the Explorer one because I cannot get the whatever. I completely agree with Lord that you need to go counterintuitive, right? Everybody now is gonna go into Daytona this, Daytona that. Most of them are poor people, man, who are buying these watches. They don't have money, and they're saving to buy a platinum watch.
Yeah.
They cannot even sustain the style of the watch. They're free to do, of course. Who am I to judge people? But overall, we're paying too much attention for these suckers who are sucking us into the watch industry, paying crazy money. Now people are talking about Day-Dates as if they're buying lollipops. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when I entered the watch industry, people were dying to get a sub. Now they're talking about Platona, Matona, GMT,
Yeah.
Meteorite. Rolex is getting us hooking us up into this game, man. Middle class people are trying to buy into Rolex when they don't have the money. This is not a poor man's, hobby. Of course, they're free to do what they want. Certainly.
Oh yeah. I understand that. I would say I'm in that class. I'm in the that middle class that's trying to buy these watches, but I'm very careful about which ones I'll pick. I bought the ones that I like.
You already have 4. I mean, how many more do you want? You have 4 or 5 beautiful watches.
Just this fucking Daytona. I want this bloody Daytona with a black dial.
Okay,
This is too much to fucking ask. This is too much to ask. I want the Daytona with a black dial. I want it with a black dial.
I have a solution.
I want it with a black dial. I want it with a black dial. I want it shining all the way. I just want it.
Yeah, but you're obsessed now. It's like you're chasing a woman that we cannot get. And the more you chase her, the more she runs away from you.
I keep running after her. Keep running.
I know. But
Tell me, are you satisfied?
I'm not satisfied. I'm perched. I'm perched.
You sound like you're like longing for a woman who's like running away. Like, I've got to get another one.
I want the Daytona, and then if the woman comes along after that, I'll have the woman then. But it's the Daytona. It's like a sexy woman, isn't it, with all the curves and it's just what you want, isn't it? It's just I'm just longing. I'm listening.
Howie, once you get your black dial Daytona, get leather NATO strap and use that as your jock strap and make some love to that piece because you deserve it for sure.
Once I get that black dial Daytona, I'll tell you, I'll be swinging and all sorts.
I'm sure you're gonna come back.
Get the bracelet arranged not for your wrist but for your girth, so you can
fucking hell.
enjoy it.
It'll be a real downsize, that Claude. A real downsize.
It's never enough, is it, Pelwy? You get one and then you want another one, isn't it?
Exactly, my friend.
Okay.
Correct.
It's almost like an addiction.
I just want one Daytona. I just want one. Just one will do. You can have the other. If you give me another, you can have the other. I just want one Daytona. I just want one. So you can only wear one.
Well, I mean, you do have a Daytona already. Didn't you just count your?
Never mind that. It's just that's going against my argument there. No, I'm not too obsessed because of that. Because I do have one. Yeah, I do have one. So I'm not too bothered. But it was.
You have one Daytona? You already have a Daytona?
Of course, I fucking have a Daytona. What do you mean?
Well, so what do you need another Daytona?
I need the fucking black dial one.
What's wrong with you?
Where's Lord? What are you doing, Lord? What are you doing?
You already have one.
What do you mean? You need a black and a white. For fuck's sake, come on. Here we go.
You have a white? You have a white one?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, you are the ceiling guy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, what do you mean I'm the fucking ceiling guy? Yeah, got a data. I want the fucking black one with the fucking ceramic. I want the ceramic bezel. It goes around here. I want this one. It's got a black round here. You know, got black in here and black round.
You don't need another one. You're finished.
No,
you're good.
It's got black in here. It's got black in here, and it's got black round.
You need a reverse of Daytona, black and white. We can flip it over.
Black and white. Come on.
Oh my God! You already have one. You're greedy.
You bastard.
You're greedy.
I'm not greedy. Don't be like that.
You're so greedy. You're gonna take away from other people their happiness to have a beautiful Daytona.
No, fuck them. Fuck them all. Fuck them all.
In Paris, well, it's every man for himself for Daytona.
Didn't I, El Professor? Didn't I just tell you that you don't know who you are dealing with on the panel? You are really the most reasonable person. You know, we are the delusional ones. It's like the story in 1001 Nights. You know, everyone has drunk from the well, and you are the king who is asking the vizier, what do I do about this? You just
Yeah, the
drink
thing
from the
is,
well. You
yeah.
just drink from the well yourself. You can't tell us madmen to not have unreasonable desires. It's don't even try.
My God, if the watch world has people like you, we're gonna make so much money out of you. You don't even know it. Please continue.
Mm.
Oh, come on.
Please
Come on.
continue.
Don't be like this. You're insulting me. You're insulting. I'm feeling
No,
really.
how many watches you have now? Now you have a Daytona. Before you said you black Daytona you want. Now you have
I want
one.
the black Daytona. I want the black one with the black fucking bezel. You gotta have both.
You are like Ozzy. He has the entire catalog. He wants now another catalog, just for him. How many watches can?
You can't say I'm as bad as him.
Not as bad as him, or
no, I'm not as bad as him. I'm bad, but I'm not as bad.
Oh, you're not. Yeah. Okay.
Come on.
We stick to SD43. This is it.
You know what's the worst thing about Ozzy? He's such a great person, such a beautiful family man, such a great father that you don't even envy his collection. He deserves it so thoroughly that I can't even muster a joke about it. I think that's a good point also to pump up his channel a little bit, guys. If you support my channel, please also go ahead and subscribe to Aussie Expat Watches. He is making his way slowly but surely to 1,000 subscribers. So help him out if you can. There's the link. I dropped it in the chat, but it's just at Aussie Expat Watches on YouTube. Thank you, Rick. But yeah, you need another Daytona. Like we all need bullets in our heads. But Mr. GMT is coming in. All right, jump on, man, please.
Mr. Sexy, Mr. Sexy there.
Absolutely. But now
we have so many sexy people, sexy men here. I don't know what we're gonna end up with.
You're sexy too, Mr. Professor.
You're the sexiest. You what you think? You're the sexiest motherfucker ever.
Academic.
Oh my God.
You're making Professor blush.
Blush.
Hey boys.
Oh,
Lord.
Hey GMT.
You shove a cabbage roll right up my ass, you Mr. GMT. Oh, never mind that.
You scared him away.
No, I didn't. Lord, which of the new releases is your favourite?
Would you be surprised?
Come on, don't laugh at me.
The Daytona.
Fucking hell, So you're going to know about all this, and your Daytona's your favourite anyway. Fucking hell, you're taking piss. You're taking the mick out of me now.
You know, Paul.
Which is your favourite?
You riled me up so much today. Honestly, I'm gonna go to every single AD that I can in Southern California, and I will try to get one. And if I get one, I will shove it up your face on every single live stream. That's what I will do. You
better not get that black one. If you get the Panda, you can fucking shove it up your own ass. But if you get the black one, fucking hell, you can shove it up my ass all day, every day. Don't want that white. Well, I don't like the white one.
I said your face, but hey, if you're into that.
I'm not, but I will on this occasion. I'll make an exception. Do you like which is your favourite watch of the new releases, though? Go on. What do you make of those?
I'm seriously not kidding. It's just, to me, I wasn't just trying to kind of write purple prose about about the Daytona. I genuinely think that with that bezel ring around the Cerachrome, with the dial that now looks like that first generation of automatic pieces, the 16520, like with the, especially on Platinum with the exhibition case back, I think altogether that entire lineup is my favorite. I wasn't saying that to rile you up. That I'm genuinely of that opinion. But whether I would chase one, absolutely not. I have other priorities in terms of my own collection. But I do like that one. Yeah, and in terms of Tudor,
I'll tell you something. I know you don't like names being mentioned, but just is it?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, just before you move on to the Tudors, is it at OC, the original? I don't know. It's just on Tim's channel or whatever. And he did mention about the indices being made longer and narrower like the previous versions. But to me, like you've just mentioned, the biggest when the 116500 came out, the first thing I thought was it needs an insert. That was the first thing I thought, and he said it was missing an insert. And other than that, it was just the indices, and obviously the rings have been made smaller. But it's the main thing is I thought when 116,500 came out, I thought it doesn't look right without the insert. And then obviously it's been rectified, and people say it looks like old fashioned, but to me that looks better. So that was an error making it in the previous version. So to me they've perfected it with that. And the other thing was, a lot of people most people like the Panda, and I just thought, well, the contrast between the black ceramic bezel, and the white dial, even though it's the most popular one, the Panda, I just thought it doesn't look right to me. I just thought those were the first two thoughts I had. I can remember when it was released, and I thought it doesn't look right. It's not got an insert, and it's got a white dial against a black bezel. It doesn't look correct. So now that they've made a black dial one with an insert, to me that's the perfect watch. I still don't think the new Panda, the 126,500 Panda, I still don't think that looks correct. For some reason doesn't work.
Oh, there two things. Welcome back, Mr. GMT, and I love Maldives. Made a very nice contribution in the background, so I appreciate you. I love Maldives. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Mr. GMT,
how you going, boys? Can you hear me now? I couldn't.
Nothing clear.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Beautiful. Oh, I'm great. I'm just trying to get over this head cold that I've got. But besides that, I'm doing all right. Yeah. How you guys going? Everyone doing well?
Let's make sure that the professor doesn't neglect addressing Mr. GMT.
I thought maybe I did something to the professor last time, so I just wanted to clear all that.
I said hello. I said no, nothing.
Do you see how he's being very he's distant the way he's speaking to me right now?
Yeah, I know.
Have you noticed the way he's talking?
I know. I don't know what happened. I mean, of all things,
nothing happened.
That.
I don't know. Tony, your voice is a bit.
Now you're getting very aggressive and
now it's getting aggressive.
I thought that there's certainly something. Huh? Now I know there's something.
There's something. What have I done? Can you just let's air it out now that we're on?
Yeah.
We're on air. Just air it out.
What has poor Mr. GMT done to you, Professor? What happened?
Nothing.
I don't know. See, did you see? I just said nothing. What's going on, Professor? What have I done? Can you just tell me, please?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Yes, of course.
Oh, thank God. I got a bit concerned there, the way you're saying nothing. Didn't sound very convincing.
No, it's okay.
He's a sexy motherfucker!
Here we go, boys.
Oh,
Sorry, I missed the first time you started speaking, Powie. Can you repeat that?
You can shove a cabbage roll up my ass any day you want, you sexy little.
Oh man, now we're
you're funny.
going the other way.
Yeah, he loves cabbage rolls. Doesn't care which hole it goes in as long as it goes up a hole.
I'm telling you though, Mrs. I'm telling you, these other channels, they've let me down big time. They've let me down big time. You know this.
They have.
Palwi, I do mean it. Like in good ways or bad.
No names, Lord, no names.
No, but even without the names, for good and bad, I just don't want to bash or don't want to pump up other channels unless they're doing something.
Come on, Lord. They know full well when they hear me. They don't fucking know. They know it's not you. They know it's me. I'm fucking crazy. They know it's not you. Come on. They know it's not you. I'm not mentioning names, but you know this. Come on. I won't mention names.
I'm just here to visit you boys and just have a good time.
I'm going on mute. I'm going on mute.
You're on mute? Why? What happened? Now he's upset with me. What have I done? I'm upsetting everyone one by one. First it was, yeah.
No, but I need to go on mute for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
All right.
What were you saying, Professor?
I wanted to ask you which one is your favorite. This is a common question of their.
Yeah, I already answered. You were on the panel when I answered last time. Not on here, but on another channel.
Oh, really? You did?
All right. These guys really have something going on. I thought it was a joke. Honestly.
I don't remember. What did you say?
This is that a little.
I said none. None. I don't really like any of them.
Nothing does anything for me. Okay.
Do you remember that?
No.
I said that last time.
No,
actually there is one that just got released today.
There you go. Okay. Now we have the answer.
That I found very interesting.
I've been traveling.
They released the new 50th anniversary Kermit.
50th anniversary Kermit?
I know, 60th. It's not 50th, 60th. 50th I've got, 60th. Is it 60th or 60th or 70th? 70th. 70th. The 70th anniversary Kermit.
Wait, what's going on? What do you mean?
Have you seen the new? You haven't seen that one yet?
Seen what?
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, there's a new Submariner that's not new, but there's a new color variation for the Submariner. Did you know this?
No.
Oh, there you go. Mr. GMT came up with something to keep things going. There is a lighter color bezel Cermet. And it got released today for the anniversary for the Submariner.
Can
you didn't know this?
Can you provide a link or?
Yeah, it's actually it was I think it was what's his name, Park and Jack. Adrian actually announced it as well. He mentioned it. There's a few outlets that have mentioned it. So yeah, it is out there.
It's out there.
Yeah. He might even be on the Rolex website by now, to be honest.
Okay.
But yeah, they have released a new variation, new color variation, which is a lighter green, like the original 50th anniversary. I thought you guys would have known this by now.
I don't know anything like that, and I'm kind of I don't know. I'm kind of.
You're shocked. You look very shocked at the moment.
I don't look shocked. I just look incredulous. I don't believe it. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't just come up and say it. I'm not like that. It's honestly, it's out there. It really is.
Okay.
You just gotta have a look. It's there. Not the dial.
Mr. GMT.
Yo.
It's you said it was a new Summit or something?
Yeah, it's a new color variation of the Summit.
Okay.
Look it up. Google it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's just the bezel.
Just the bezel. Yes.
Because when it was the Kermit, almost every year there was a different shade of that bezel. So I'm not sure what it
They
means
released that
for-
today. This one was released today for that reason.
Okay. Let's take a look at Rolex's website, and if we see
It might be on there already. Should be. I'm pretty sure it wasn't on there when it first got released, but it was today. It's been announced.
Okay.
And the reason why I know this because sorry that I'm going to mention it on another channel, but it was mentioned on Archie's channel today.
So this is different,
okay.
a little lighter.
Yeah, that's lighter. That's
Looks
lighter.
like
See, you can even see it now. It's a lighter
Okay.
color. If you can,
Mr.
they've actually got a.
GMT, I
They've
got it.
actually got. You've got it.
Yeah,
he's
but I
got it,
got
see?
it from Bark and Jack,
Yeah.
his latest YouTube video.
Yeah, there you go.
And
See,
you're
there you go.
right. So basically, the bezel is just like somewhat like lime
lighter.
green,
Like a lime green, yes,
Yeah.
like a lime green.
almost like
yes,
lime
that's right.
green.
Like it's very similar to the original Kermit that came out back in the 2003. Same color as my Kermit, the one that I've got.
Yeah, I mean,
So yeah, it has been announced.
Yeah, I understand. I don't know what it means for something like this to be announced because, as I was saying, look, for example, these are all the different marks of the Kermit.
Yes, yeah.
So
I know
Yeah.
there's the flat fours which came out. The first few came out flat fours.
Yep.
Then there's
White.
I think I've got that one there, the lighter one. See the one that's right in the middle?
Mhm.
Mine's I think that one there because mine came out in 2006. And then they're the newer red iterations after that.
Mm.
But it's very similar to these colors. It's like a lighter. See how it went darker, it was light, a little bit light, and then went really light, then went really dark after that. So it's
Yeah,
like a
Mr.
lime green.
Yeah, Mr. GMT, because the B4 and B5 are looking almost like the Hulk color.
Yes, as they went on, and then when it went over to the Hulk, it was just the Hulk. But then the Hulk dials changed color as well. There was a time when the Hulk dial was actually looked almost black. You could change it in different colors; it'll go black and then green again. You know, in the light.
Yeah, no, I understand it now. I understand exactly what it means, and I can, even though this is a rendering, I can see that it looks like a different shade. But this is like, this is something that Rolex does usually even silently without announcing.
Yeah, but they released it. They released everything. Then they put this out today.
Mm.
And the
Because
funny thing is, Jonathan told me 2 days ago that you watch, I bet you any money, and he was right. He freaking nailed it. That there's going to be a variation coming out of the Summit. There'll be something to celebrate the anniversary of the Submariner. So there.
Yeah. I mean, it looks cool. Again, I'm not sure how am I supposed to react.
Oh, no, there's no big deal. To be honest, it's not a big deal. It's just something that I found very interesting that got announced today. That's what I thought I'd mention. I thought you guys already knew about it, to be honest.
I mean,
it's not exactly, groundbreaking news or anything, but it's interesting.
I'm not sure what it means for something like this to be announced again. I'm going back to that, but no worries. It's
It's not
something
an
that happens every year.
an anniversary model.
No, they said that they released it for the anniversary.
No, officially there is nothing.
Officially, there's nothing.
No.
I don't know about you, Mr. GMT, but I think for this year's, let's talk about just
What
Rolex
you
for
see
now.
on the
It's
website,
okay.
what you see on the website is what they announced officially. The rest is garbage talk, right? So if they want to have a life and they know better than Rolex, all these jacks and barks and useless people, they can continue talking from their asses.
Okay.
Of course, they will release different iterations of the color, but it's not an anniversary model.
I mean, look, it has all the new releases on one page.
And that's not on there. Bet you any money it isn't, is it?
I'm
No,
not
of
sure.
course
yet.
not.
I don't see it. I don't
And do
actually.
you think that that Rolex will announce on the 27th the watches, and then 2 days later they will announce another
That's
watch?
what they were talking about it today on Archie's. I'm just going off what
Yeah.
they were talking
Yeah,
about.
okay.
I'm being busy working, to be honest, but I found it very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, yes. Good luck for them.
So it is what it
I don't
is, regardless. There's a different shade. Hey, there's a different shade, everyone. Woohoo!
Yeah, but it's not an anniversary model. Is when they announce an anniversary model, not when
You
they
know,
change
with
the
it,
color.
with this one here, this Daytona here, they announced that it's an anniversary model. This, or just
Yes.
say it's a platinum.
Yes.
They
No.
announced it that it's an anniversary.
Yes.
Okay.
Submariner has no anniversary.
What do you mean? It's this year.
It's of
There is
virgin birth.
there is no
What is that?
anniversary that is
What do you mean by that? There is
officially
an anniversary. It's today. It's this year.
for
Sorry,
you,
today. This
but
year.
not for the firm. For
Oh,
you,
okay.
it is. The firm has not announced anything. The rest is garbage talk.
Oh, okay.
What do they know? They're sitting somewhere far
But
away,
let's see,
knowing
Bark and
what
Jack that's been speaking about it.
Yes,
Oh,
he
dear
can
God.
talk all he wants.
Mr. GMT, with all due respect, when I said don't mention on other channels and other names, what does that mean to you?
Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry.
So what?
bad.
So what?
I
Look at the
apologize.
website. Look at the website. What are they saying as anniversary? What are they saying as the new watches? They change the color and then we define it as anniversary model. They don't change the color of the bezel based on the anniversary. They can change it. They changed the dial last year of the SD43. Okay?
Yeah.
And in 2017 was the anniversary. Which is the anniversary? The one last year or the one in 2017? Of course it's 2017.
Did they announce
But that's not yes, in 2017 they announced it. They produced it for 2 years, GMT. And then that's it. They didn't produce it again.
Can we
And
just
then
get
they
a few things straight here, just so I understand, just for me? When you say they announced it, they actually say that this is the anniversary edition.
Correct.
This is what we're
Mark
bringing
1.
out.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In 2017, SD43 celebrated its 50th year, and they produced the Mark 1 for 2 years. That's it. After that, they produced Mark 2.
Yeah.
And now, last year, they produced Mark 3, the dial, the change. Because it's so important for Rolex, the Submariner, they will certainly announce it and say anniversary Rolex 70th year. They're not going to do, after 2 days, we're going to change the color, and a guy called Jack and Mark is going to release because he's the Wizard of Oz sitting at the watches and bankruptcies.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just going for people. I'm just going to.
No,
I'm not
I know.
what they're saying.
Just chit chat for we pass the time. They don't operate like this, and a firm like Rolex will never hide it and say, "Oh, we changed it."
I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, Mister, we need to call you Desperate Daytona now.
Fuck you, motherfucker!
Shit.
Got to love Pelway's energy for his Daytona.
Y2K, do you have to leave?
Yes,
You're
I
taking
will.
off.
Yeah, so I will see you all next time. I have to go and pick up.
It was
Mrs.
nice
Y2K
talking to
from
you. It's
work.
been a while, my friend. I hope you've
Why
been
been a
well.
while
And
too.
everything.
Great.
Thank you, young
It's
Brando.
been a
Pelway.
pleasure.
Always. Take care, gents. I'll
Take
see
care,
you all
my
soon
friend.
again.
Take care, my man. Man, it was great having Y2K on the panel.
Oh,
I
he's a
think
legend. I love him. True gentleman.
Last time I had him on the panel must have been my birthday back in November. He has dropped in the chat a couple of times, and I'm sure sometimes he just listens in the background. But yeah,
Bella GMT, where are you?
Yeah. I'm just above you. Just look, you can see me.
After, yeah, look, these guys, after in a lithy, they
Yeah.
don't τίποτα.
I agree. I agree.
You know, they just say whatever.
Whatever
You're,
comes to their mind, they
you're-
just say it.
You're an honorable person. Honorable person.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
a
yes.
gentleman.
I try.
know?
Sometimes I fail, but I do try very
No,
hard.
no, you're a positive guy, always optimistic, always positive vibes. You're very good, man. You're very good.
Thank you. That makes me feel so much better. That you know why? Because now I know that you're not upset with me anymore.
No, never. Come on. You're Greek. How can I be upset? How can I? Between you and Lord, I'm always very happy.
What
Oh,
about
that's
me?
fantastic. Look,
What about me? You
Lord-
never,
Lord's a
you
champion.
never, you
Oh,
never
this guy
gave me
is-
these compliments. You never gave me
No,
these
you-
fucking. You never
I'm gonna-
gave me these bloody compliments.
Don't worry, I'll come up. We'll go together to the AD, and you'll see how we get them to bed.
do you want the compliments or your black dial Daytona, Paul?
Yeah, you gotta choose. You can't have both.
I love the Blackdale Daytona. I love the Blackdale Daytona. I love the Blackdale.
Okay, the Daytona.
Oh,
So
God.
no compliments, please.
I kind of like this color, this style.
I love it. I love it. This figuration, I do love it. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know.
And GMT,
Yeah,
what's his name? Mr. Jonathan there is he should stick to Lange. Only
Lange, yeah. Lange. He
Yeah,
loves
Lange.
Lange.
Lange. He stick to Lange. The pontification
And making his own world times.
Don't start with that. And the rest, you leave it to Lord. Lord, he can predict.
I mean, I don't necessarily play that
He
game.
predicts. He's my man. He's my man.
Who's that?
Appreciate it.
Lord, of course.
You know what I like about Lord? Lord is logical. He's a logical person, and that's how he thinks, and I like that.
He's a true gentleman and a scholar. And I say
This is your turn to get compliments now, Lord. Just putting it out there.
Yeah,
I love it.
First was me, now then Y2K.
Okay,
We're going with
we'll
we're going
go
the
to
round.
Palway as well. We'll go to Palway. We
We
love
got
him
power
too.
as well.
Yeah. He's a bit crazy, but we love him too. Why not?
I love Powie. I do.
Actually,
Palway.
he's a very good businessman.
Paul,
I don't know about that.
we love you, Paul. Paul,
Powie.
are
Can you
you
hear
there?
us, Powie?
I'll be back. I'll just be back in a minute. I'm just. I'm busy. I'm a businessman.
Can I be frank? Can I be frank and honest with you, Paul?
Yeah, go on, you dirty bugger. Go on.
I love you, Paul.
I know
You know
you as
this?
well. Oh, you don't talk
You know
to me like that. Don't talk to me. Mrs. GMT knew about this. He fucking, as soon as he talked to me like that, he'd had it then.
you, Powie.
Oh,
You good,
fucking hell,
Powie?
I'm trying to do some work here and my mouse is dropped on the floor. You've got to break my mouse. I'm using a corded mouse here.
I just want you to be happy, Powie.
They're all on wireless now. They're all on wireless mouses now, and I'm on here, a corded bloody mouse trying to plug it in. Did you breaking my mouse? I mean, it's in Tele3.
You know, Powie, I wish I could send you a cabbage roll.
No, you don't need to send me one. You need to stick it up my bloody backside, lad. That's what you need to do. You dirty bugger. I know all about you. Yeah. We're not allowed to talk. We're not allowed to talk.
I don't know, but I think I've jumped on and the whole show's just gone sideways.
No, I had to get fuel. I had to go and get fuel in my car. That's where I was gone. I'm back now, though. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back, baby. I'm back. I'm all here now.
What do you think of this one, Powie? What do you think of this piece here, right here? We've got in front of us.
Is that? Well, I'm not. Is that actually? That's teal, isn't it? It's not the same. It's not the blue dial, is it? That's a new dial, isn't it?
It's a new one. It's a new color.
Yeah.
I wasn't that picture I just seen that you had that on. It did look like teal. I prefer that to the blue, but I mean, it's
they do call it blue. They do call it blue green. So that would be teal. But as Rolex does these things, they have to come up with something different.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. When you're looking on the configuration, the fucking Rosalar and all that, it's hard work trying to fucking decide what you want to pick. I mean, when you're trying to pick steel and they don't call it steel or the two-tone, they don't call it two-tone, they call it Rosalar. Or it's hard to fucking. I mean, it's a load of nonsense.
Well, they name their own steels, their own golds, they name everything. They've got their own name for everything.
Yeah, it's pretentious though, isn't it?
What do they call it? What do they call titanium now? They got a whole new word for it.
Fucking awesome.
RLX titanium.
Well,
RLX, there you go. See, I told you. There you go. They got their own name for that too.
They're not calling. If they're not calling it fucking titanium, it must be an alloy. What is it? Lord, you tell me. Is it titanium? Or is it an alloy?
It's titanium, but they've just got to put their little touch to it, to the name. You know why they do that? To act like it's better than everybody else's. That's why they do that. Yeah, this is ours, and it's better than everyone else's.
Yeah, it's grade 5 titanium. I mean, it's not anything that's all that spectacular or much better than anyone else's. But like you said,
Lord, when you say it's not spectacular, the answer is it's a mistake. Because give it a couple of years, and that will be viewed as a mistake. I don't mind. They've given people what they asked for. They asked for titanium. People were asking for a matte black dial. They were asking for a matte black bezel. They've given them everything they want in one package, and it's a complete mistake altogether. Right now, people think, "Oh, that's nice." In about 2 years, they'll think it's atrocious. Because to me, it is atrocious.
What gives you that idea, Powie? What do you think? What are your thoughts behind that? Like, what are you thinking of that?
Honestly, can I just add something to that, Powie? Again, I don't divine, I can't look into the future. One might say it's against my religious beliefs even, but the idea is people have been
still connected.
I'm connected.
You can't hear us.
Can you hear me, GMT?
Yeah. Well, I heard you then.
I can hear you.
I'll be quiet for a second. I'll be quiet until I reconnect.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
No, I was thinking that people have been asking exactly for a Submariner like this for at least a decade, a bigger one, with, if this piece had also the red writing of even the Yachtmaster, not necessarily even the Submariner name, this is exactly what people ask for. And but stranger things have happened, right? Tudor enthusiasts were asking for a revival of the Ranger at the top of their lungs. I'm not sure if it sold as well as it was expected. So I'm not necessarily going against what Palway is saying. On the other hand, in many ways, this is exactly what people have wanted for the last decade: a titanium submariner, a bigger submariner, and it comes on a full bracelet, a different kind of ceramic matte bezel, which is bi-directional. So I think this is gonna be a hit, but what do I know?
Yeah, it'll be a hit. It'll be hit temporarily, but overall, it's a mistake because the first thing I would say is the matte black dial and the matte black bezel is something that people have been asking for, along with like the Daytona. They've been asking for it to become a bit more retro, and the Explorer 40. They've brought that back, and the dial's been reconfigured to make it look a bit more proportional, like the 36. With this, I think they've sort of tried to mash everything that everybody's been asking for together: titanium, matte black, dial, bezel, put it all in one, and there you go. To me, it's a complete mistake because at the moment, yeah, people are asking for titanium, and what was that 45 mil or bigger behemoth? Was it the Sea Dweller that they brought out? That behemoth,
50 mil.
Yeah, even bigger than. Yeah, that was a bit of a fad. It was. I mean, I don't know what that was brought. Nobody asked for that. But everything that's in this is what everybody asked for. But it seems like a bit of a gimmick. That's my opinion.
Are the numerals on the bezel are they black as well? Because I can't tell from this picture.
Yeah. I mean, it does. The numerals and gradations are a little, well, they're polished, so they do jump off against
they
the
do
matte
jump
surface,
off, yeah.
But
that's why I gather they did it that way.
Yeah, they are still black.
Yeah, I don't actually, to be honest, I think it realistically shouldn't be a tool watch, but it's a great looking tool watch.
This is what people were asking for in steel, though, not titanium.
Yeah, I know, but this would be so comfortable to wear. Wow.
Would you really want to buy a titanium watch for that price? Would anybody?
See, I'm not a big fan of titanium for starters because it just marks so easily.
I mean, it just feels like, to me, that looks and feels like something that shouldn't be the price that it is.
But for me, say like my work where I work in the kitchen, this here would be ideal because it's nice and light, easy to wear. It's matte. It's not going to stand out. You know what I mean? It's just the perfect tool watch.
Well, it has a lot of pluses that steel doesn't, but it has a lot of drawbacks that it does, that steel doesn't have as well.
Of course, nearly everything's got its cons and pros. Most things do. And,
honestly, I mean, personally speaking, if it were in 40, I know people would be complaining about the whole set of other issues, but I've tried the 42 in white gold on the Oyster Flex, and it just looks too big on my wrist. I have these wimpy wrists. So
what size are your wrists?
Or not,
do you think this? You think this would look? Oh, sorry.
What size are your wrists? Sorry?
I never measured.
So
I just know it's small. So you can look at the shorts that I post. They're all my wrist on.
And what's the biggest watch you got? Like, what's the biggest size you got that you wear?
Biggest watch I got? I have a lot of Seikos that I wear that are quite big on paper, but because it's like cushion shaped case. Even when they are
you talking about you got a turtle or something like that? Is that
I do have a king turtle. Yeah,
okay,
I can show it to you. I think I have it at hand somewhere.
Because they wear quite snug. They do. They're a nice fit on the wrist. Because I've got a turtle as well.
While he's away looking for his watch, why have they brought it out on 42 and not a 40 then? Is it something to do with the titanium?
I think so.
It's a make on a 40.
Yeah, well, because it's a more heftier watch at a bigger size, yeah.
Well, the only thing that I thought when they brought it out, I thought, well, are they trying to appease people that want something in between the 40 and the 44? You know,
that's what I'm thinking.
Can only build, you know. So it's something that, to me, that looks like a watch that one should be in steel, but even if you wanted a titanium, it's something that people are buying now because it's come out.
Your wrists aren't that small, man. Your wrists are probably the same size as mine by the looks of it.
He's a big guy. Lord's a big guy.
Yeah, you've got about a 7 1/4, I think. 7 1/4.
No way.
No way.
What's his name? LMF, which wears that, doesn't he, as well? Or is it the?
Because I've got a 7 1/4, and it fits better on your wrist, to be honest.
It's lovely. Show it again. Full screen.
I've tried bracelet watches from people who have 6.5-inch wrists. Mine is smaller, so
really
that's the point of reference.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Hey,
well, it must be the angle or something of your camera.
Well,
look at the hair on his wrist. Look at the hair on his wrist. That's absolute masculinity, isn't it? When you're,
you know what hair? You know what hair is?
What hair resembles? It's absolutely gorgeous.
It resembles strength. Hair resembles strength, man. It really does.
You know, here's the thing. That's one thing that I do emphasize, though, and people usually don't take it seriously because they're thinking, "Oh, he's trying to compensate." But I think we don't think enough about proportionality in terms of your height, just your general stature, the hair on your wrist or whatever else. A watch can still look good on you when it's oversized, and a smaller watch can be appropriate for certain situations. For me, it's really about that. But in general, beyond my Seikos, I think my taste in watches usually skews and tends towards smaller pieces anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, Lord, in an ideal world, you'd go in an AD like we would do in 10, 15 years ago. They've had all these watches on display and nobody would be wanting them as hype piece, and you'd try them all on and you'd go, that's the one that suits me best. That's what but now you can't fucking do that. So you're just going after the one you like the look of online. Like this here, where people are buying it and not even seeing it in person. They don't even know what it looks like on the wrist. So I know what you're saying. That's the idea of what you do. You go in and you try them on and you pick the one that suits you best. People are now just fucking, that's secondary, isn't it? Secondary.
My collection varies in different sizes altogether. So I've got a 44 millimeter. I've got a 40. I've got 36. I've got 41. I've got 39. I've got a vast variety of different sizes in my collection.
Well, I personally think regardless of your wrist size, I think 40 is about the. I'm a big guy, and I don't like anything above 40. I mean, I even like the Daytona, the pre-ceramic Daytona, and it looks like a 38 mil watch, doesn't it? But that's personally where I like. I don't think this business about big watches and things like that. It's to me it's 38 mils. I own 40 mil watches and ones that look like the 42 and the 40, but to me it's 38. It's about the right. But I think it's a bit more discreet as well.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, when you're wearing a 44 millimeter watch, it's just like a monstrosity, right?
Yeah, I mean, Danny. I was speaking to Certi Danny.
Yeah,
he had a few years ago. I was speaking to him yesterday, and he said he had the Planet Ocean, the extra large with the orange bezel. The aluminium orange bezel? And he had that, and he said it looked absolutely ridiculous on him. And he said when he first bought it, he thought, "Oh, it looks amazing." And then after a few weeks of owning it, he said, "Wow, it looks fucking ridiculous with this." So you can buy something, or you can think something's right for you, regardless of your wrist size, and then afterwards you can think, well, something. And there's other people that could buy smaller and then realise they want larger. So it's just taste, isn't it? Really, like you're saying with your collection,
It is.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just. I mean,
It's
speaking
a
of which,
preference too, what you like too. You know, some people might look like we might look at the person and think, "What the hell is he wearing that big thing?" Or why is he wearing that such a small watch on his wrist? But it's a
Yeah.
preference thing, man. It's what people like to wear.
you
That's
can
what
get
it
away.
falls down to.
I think the Panerai, you can get away with more with that. I think and he mentioned he had is it 45 mil the Planet Ocean with the orange bezel,
Yes.
and I don't
Yes,
think
that's
you can get away
45.
with it.
I used to have the same one, but with the black bezel. It was 45.
Oh, it's too big. To me, it's too big.
Yeah.
You have to, I mean, even if you're a big guy, it's too big that to me. But
Well, see,
Yeah.
I sold that. I bought that brand new. Which was back in 2011, I think, or maybe earlier, maybe 2010. I bought a brand new, and I sold that to buy the Submariner, and I never owned a Submariner prior. I never had an opportunity to try Submariner on, and I did that just by checking the.
say that again.
Yeah, so forgot my mother-in-law just came in.
But you sold it to buy what?
I sold it to buy a 2-line Submariner, a 2-liner,
Oh yeah.
and I was so used to wearing the Planet Ocean that I found the Submariner too small. But now that when I started wearing it, I got used to wearing it. I found the Planet Ocean too big because I was comfortable with that size of the 2-line Submariner, and I fell in love with that. And till this day, the 2-line Submariner was my favorite watch that I've ever owned. But the reason why I got rid of it was because I like to have my watches fully complete with box papers. I'm just sort of person. All my watches have to be complete with everything, with the whole set, and that didn't. So I ended up moving that on. But to this day, if I could, go back, that's probably my favorite watch I've ever owned. I just could wear that all day, every day, and not care in the world. It was just perfect. It was understated just that little bit. It wouldn't stand out as much. It was just perfect.
How do you feel about the box and papers issue, Lord?
Look, I mean, I started collecting at a time where I didn't care much about those things. The 2-liner sub that I got, that was my father's, came to me just naked, watch on its riveted oyster bracelet. So for me that was never an issue. That was the most authentic thing I got, and that had no papers or box to go with it. So that was ingrained in my mind. If I like the watch, if I like how it looks on my wrist, and if I know it's authentic, I don't need anything else. Now, I do have a few watches in my collection that are full sets. But to me, the hierarchy is papers. If I'm talking about added value, the proper box, not something that's mashed after the fact. And then everything else that comes with it. Sometimes it's nice to have a full set because you kind of get a time capsule. This is how Rolex used to present its watches in late 90s.
Yes.
So that's a good feeling. I don't deny that. I don't also frown upon people looking for that. I found on an auction for Jake Brooks here, Zenith Daytona, which he ended up buying. That was in mint condition, sticker on the back, bezel guard on the tachometer. Those things are beautiful because, again, it gives you a conduit into that period of time that we will never access again. We'll never have that again. So it's very precious. But I think of the 9 luxury watches that I have, I think it's only my Coke and my Reverso that have both box and papers.
Really?
My Breguet has box and blank papers, like, it doesn't actually have the serial number, etc. So I found it like that, and it was a good deal, so I got it. But it wasn't. I wouldn't have paid and
Anywhere near what he's got. Yeah,
anymore if
Yeah.
they asked more money, because they said, hey, this is anyway. So I think that's. Oh no, of course, my polar has box and papers, but nothing else.
I think right. Look, at the end of the day, there's no
my
wrong or
Coke is
right.
full set.
Hmm.
My Reverso is basically full set. Yeah, my Polar Explorer 2 has papers, but that just shows you how little I care. They're stored away somewhere, but they have never been a priority for me.
There's a big difference between you and a lot of the mainstream, though, that you know exactly what you're looking at. As soon as it comes through your door, you know exactly that you've got the right thing. So some people need the reassurance of the box and papers that you don't need. That's why I would want the box and papers, but I'm not you. So as soon as something comes through, you can have a look at it. You can tell straight away that you've got what you've paid for.
It's not just about being genuine. It's me. I'm a completist. I like to have everything. It's the person that I am.
Well, it depends on the watch and the. I know what watches that Lord's got. If you're Lord and the type of watches he's got, and he's had a look at them, compared to say if you're me and the watches that I've got, there's a big difference there.
I actually, probably that's what I was gonna say, but not from that perspective necessarily. Honestly, vintage watches, if you're educated and if you are committed, there's so much scholarship. And yes, a lot of times there's contradictory information. A lot of times you really have to patch things together and connect the dots yourself. But you can reach a level of quote unquote scholarship where you can identify things. I would be more hesitant to buy a watch from the last 5 years naked, right? I would, if I were buying a watch in Rolex production today that's missing papers, the card, really at this time, and the box, I would be more afraid of being somehow swindled with a super fake or something, because no matter how hard you study, there's just not that accumulation of experience and observation on these pieces that you might lose one small detail and suddenly you end up with a super fake that you might get stuck with for life.
But there's not also the aspect that in the last 5 years that you've mentioned, that the box and papers thing has become a lot more of a thing that's been coveted. So if it's not got it and people know, listen to any of these, hype streams, that
Boys, sorry, I'll be back in a minute.
Of course.
People expect them. So if they've not got them, and people know full well that people are after them, like you've just said that in the last 5 years, the type of buyer, and they should know, even an amateur should know that they need to keep hold of them. And then if they've not got them, it's like, well, why have they not got them? Like you said.
Yes and no, probably, because we were just talking about it. Remember what the professor said. A lot of the authorized dealers, I laugh sometimes at the gray market profiteers because they make these T-shirts saying unauthorized dealer. Here's the mind-blowing thing. Every single Rolex watch that's authentic on the market was once bought from an authorized dealer. It's just some of them. It's just some of them were actually acquired through backdoor deals where the cards suddenly disappear. Because they don't want that to be traced back to that authorized dealer which is engaged in these shady backdoor deals. So there are actually a lot of watches that are sold today with either in the full absence of warranty cards, because it is acquired through a backdoor deal from an authorized dealer in Belgium and being sold in the US, bought from the UK, being sold in Singapore, bought from Hong Kong, being sold in the UK, so on and so forth. And there are a lot of watches like that. And when the price point is good, some people still go for them.
But
And it's easier to, by the way, it's easier to fake at least the appearance, if not necessarily a usable card, but the appearance of a Rolex card can be faked so much easier than the watch itself.
so you know what? Speaking of that, you know, like when you show your watch on the stream, you know, if somebody sees inside the bezel, then you know, they see on the reheart, and they see the same, you know, the serial number that would be on the same on the card. Is that what you're referring to when they're faking it, when they see that, and then they duplicate that on a card, you know, for a super fake? Is that the same thing that they're trying to? If you know what I mean. So if you've got a super fake and it's got, well, you know, you need a serial number with it. It's almost identical to the real thing. All you need is an identical serial number. You see somebody's on a stream, or you see somebody else on a website. They've got it on the reheart, and there you go. You've got almost basically a genuine watch, haven't you? Is that what the same thing you mean?
I mean, it's again, you know, it's kind of moot question for me, because I don't even have the desire to chase some of these watches, but
because to me, when you're saying a fake, the thing that they could, like with mine, I got my Daytona, and I was always itching to send it to I got it Grey Market. I got it from a very reputable dealer, but even though it was from the most reputable person I could find, I was still itching to send it to Rolex, and I did, and it came back okay. Yeah. But you know, it could have. It's the card, like you're saying, the card on it. It could have been the card was okay, but the fact that the watch went back with the card, it's just the combination of the card and the watch that makes it legitimate. Because if you've got a watch that's on its own, they can get away with it temporarily. You know, selling a watch to, you know, behind the, you know, through the back door with no card. But if they send it back to Rolex, eventually it'll catch up with them that they've sold, you know, do you know what I mean? They've sold a watch that's basically should have gone to somebody else, but they've done it because it's bit.
You know, the good thing about an authentic Rolex watch is, especially in the age of modern production, but this is the case with a lot of vintage and neo-vintage Rolexes too, they really don't need service all that often. So a lot of times people end up sending things back to Rolex a decade later, and by that time the paper trail is not so significant. It's much more significant if I get that watch that should have been sold in Belgium just 1 month after it was actually it actually had exited the AD in Belgium, and it turns up in the US, and someone else turns it in for service or for something else in the service center in Texas, let's say. That's where the confusion would matter. If I get the 2023 watch from Belgium today and I take it to service in 2030s, no one will bat an eye. Of course, by that time it could have changed hands like 2-3 times.
And so at that point, what would they do then? Will they issue with you just with the service papers?
No, I mean, nothing. You don't have to. Who says that you have to have the warranty card to take a Rolex watch to Rolex service?
So how do they identify then that there's? I'm trying to work out.
Rolex is not Panerai. They can identify their own watch.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, you said there's a watch that's been sold in Belgium, and the next month it ends up in America. Yeah, it's got no papers or anything. Yeah, they send it for service.
Well, why do you send it for service? The watch you just got, that's brand new, that has stickers on it, down to the stickers on it. Why would you send it to service or to Rolex?
Well, like for example, mine. I'll tell you this. You'll throw on me. I dropped my watch, so I could have started. All of a sudden, I could hear there was an issue with the movement. I could hear that it wasn't keeping time. I bought it second hand. I had all the box and papers and everything, but I sent it back.
And I was thinking, well, I wanted to send it back anyway because I was thinking I wanted just for peace of mind, even though it was a reputable dealer, grey market dealer, I wanted to send it back, get the movement checked. I wanted the dent that was on the side of the case, refurbished. In that instance, what if I've sent it back and they see, it was sold in the wrong path? No, because obviously in my case, I've got the papers, but let's say if I hadn't bought it for the back door.
That case is, again, yours is pre-ceramic. So of course it will have changed hands so many times before you sent it.
It changed hands once. It changed hands once.
Okay.
One
I mean, again, that's not what I'm not worried about your particular story because the personality is not that important. The idea is that it's really a very slim chance an authentic Rolex watch that has just been flipped will go back to Rolex in a year's time. That's like maybe 1 in 10. Like it's not something that happens every day.
So what happens in that 1 in 10? What do you think happens in that 1 in 10 then?
Rolex puts a nice mark on the on that dealer's card, so to speak, and they have mystery shoppers that they send to these places. Though they try to start figuring out what kind of practices might they be adopting, and if they are an authorized dealer, they can do away with. They do away with them. It's usually the big guys, just like we were talking about. I wasn't just being cynical when I said rich become richer and poor become poorer. In the world of watches, it's easier for dealers like Watches of Swaziland and Siddiqui and Sons and Mothers to get away with these kinds of practices than the local mom and pop shop, which does this once or twice, and they get marked and they are found out. Next year they lose their dealership.
So do you think that then the dealer that I'm dealing with then, who's not one of those, you just mentioned Watches of Swaziland, and there's a couple of others you'll probably know in the UK that's like Watches of Swaziland, and do you think that the ones that I'm dealing with, well, the one who isn't, it's just an independent, a one-off shop, isn't doing any of them sort of practices then because they can't get away with it? Do you think that's probably the case? I'm asking for my own, No,
they might be, Pauli, but maybe they aren't caught yet. I'm not blaming them. I'm not trying to put them under scrutiny for no reason. But it happens. Like right now, there's a network, but not a significant network. But there's a network of a dealer in the American Midwest who is making the rounds through different levels of the courts in the US because of these sorts of practices. And one of their dealerships have already been taken away. So, it happens every day. And people do get caught once every so often. And when they do get caught, and Rolex finds it expedient, again, I'm not trying to say they are so moral and ethical they would eliminate it each time, but if they find it expedient, they will and move on. It's usually the bigger guys who get away. Mom and pop shop, one stop, one branch jewelry store that has a Rolex dealership, they get caught doing something like this once, it's done forever for them, unfortunately.
Well, it's easy to open get somebody else to open another one, isn't it? But if it's like you say, it's the gold, the one in the UK. I'm talking of and it starts with gold, and then the Watches of Swaziland. You can't, they'll, like you say, they slap on the wrist, and then they've got to carry on with them because they're partly they're beholden to them as much as the other way around, aren't they? But I just would be interested to know if with my particular, I've mentioned to you about the trying to not name names, you see, but the one I personally deal with, and I mentioned to you about footballers and things like that. If there's the other side to it, people that are not that, but they're prepared to go through the back door, that limits your options as well, doesn't it? That limits your opportunities to get pieces as well if they're doing it like that. So no, it's interesting to know whether that really goes on. But I get the impression that if you're a smaller one or an independent one, that you can get away with it, but a lot less so than the big boys. That's probably, you can get away with it for a couple of times. The moment you're spotted, you say, "Oh, stop doing that." You stop doing it, slap on the wrist, and they carry on.
I think unfortunately it's the opposite. I think the big guys get away with it much easier because Rolex wouldn't want to lose millions and millions of dollars in contracts. I think the small ones actually are the ones that usually don't get away with it. For better or worse, that's how it really, really goes.
You think the ones that the smaller ones, how do you think they play? Well, say if you think of big time clients, that buying multiple pieces and things. What's the difference between those, the big players, the multi chains, compared to the one-off shops? How do they? Do you know? Oh well, I mean, you might not know, but how do they approach it? Differently. In terms of
Can I speak to it with an analogy?
Yeah.
I love Mr. GMT. I love you, and I love a lot of people in the chat. Honestly, and I don't say this very easily, but Jake Brooks has been my day one, and he has supported me so much over the years. If I'm responding to 10 different things, sometimes during the day when I'm doing work, if I see a message from this guy, I pick up my phone and respond to it because I owe him that. He has been
that's
there
respect.
for me.
For
He has
sure.
supported me, and he has kept me afloat when no one else was. When there were no super chats, when the channel wasn't monetized, when no one was sending anything, this guy kept the channel alive. And
well, I'll tell you something, Lord. Every time I message you, Lord, you fucking reply to me. So that tells me everything I need to know. It's all about, you've got to be.
Now you're making you feel special, Lord.
I don't need to make anybody. If I fucking message him, he fucking replies to me. I'll fucking tell him. I'll tell him.
Again, that's what I mean. I do love you too, but there is that one person, and he wouldn't even like the mention of this. I know, and I apologize to him, but there is that one person whom I will always treat with a certain preference, not because I like you guys less, but that's my number one.
It's just pure respect, man. That's what it is. He showed you the pure respect. You do the same.
Yeah, so when it comes to some of those authorized dealers, as long as there's
Same
nothing
thing.
shadier going on, I don't mind them showing preference to clients who have long or very extensive spending histories with them. I don't mind that. Whether it's long-standing, that's goes back decades, or whether it's a fat account. I can't hold it against them, man. That's just good business.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I was just getting from you there, what I'm gauging from you there is the same thing that when you're saying about the dealers. And I'm not one of my AD's biggest dealers by, one of the biggest clients by, a long stretch of the imagination, but they know me just the same. I'm not, one of your biggest, punters, should we say, or in inverted commas. But the thing is, there's two sides to it. You can have people that are very loyal to you and you've known them for a long time, Mr. GMT and whatnot. You can have people that have been, supporting you financially for a long time. That can be the same with the AD. You pick up the names. It's a broad spectrum for different reasons. That's the way I would, if you know what I mean. Broad spectrum for different reasons. That's the way I would look at it. If that makes any sense to you.
Oh, it does. It does.
You could have somebody that spends $1 million, but you've only dealt with them once, and then a year down the line you could forget who they are. Or you could have somebody that spent very little, but you've dealt with them a lot, and you've had to and fro with them. You're going to remember them. So it's like that with any industry, isn't it? You're going to remember the people for different reasons.
Hey, I don't know, man. I will, with all due respect, again, I will always remember someone who gives me $1 million. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's without. Yeah,
maybe 10 million, maybe $10 million. $1 million's not much, is it? Let's be honest.
Still $1 million. You know what? We got a long way. We'll go a long way.
It's just small change to Lord. It's just small change.
Oh, small change to Lord. I don't think so.
Honestly, if I get $1 million soon, I might be able to stay in Los Angeles.
There you go. See, so guys out there, anyone that's feeling generous, let's help our friend out.
He's still not buying a Nautilus if he gets $1 million, though. That piece of fucking shit.
It's like, Paulwy, you know this. You're a football person. For me,
yeah.
I know how desirable the European Cup is, how desirable the Champions League trophy is.
Yeah.
But it's ugly.
Oh my God.
It's not
big ears.
big
ears. No,
so,
yeah,
I mean, as you English call it, all big ears. That's what that cup is. So for me, the Nautilus is like that. I know how desirable it is. I know how precious it is, but I just don't like it. It doesn't look beautiful to me. At the end of the day, as much as I geek out about horology, in the first place, I like a watch because I like how it looks and I love how it feels on my wrist and how it makes me feel when I wear that watch. Nautilus doesn't do any of that for me.
As I say, a watch is not for everyone.
Well, see, it's a very good example because in England, you look at the old big ears and you think, well, Champions League, and a lot of people would say, well, Premier League first. It's the champion. So it's the same with watches, isn't it? What people would think of as the Champions League of watches, depending on the person, the market, it's not necessarily the watch that everybody's, that certain markets are after. Mm-hmm. It's just, same with, your super chatters and your panelists, it all depends on the market, doesn't it? Because like I say, I wouldn't look at the Champions League and think, oh, that's the one to cover. It would be the Premier League, even though most of Europe would say Champions League.
I mean, honestly, the Premier League is another level too, even financially speaking. That's how Arsenal invented the new trophy, right? Top 4.
Fucking hell, yeah. With Arsene Wenger.
It's such an incredible incentive to be in the Premier League in the first place, and then to qualify for Champions League on top of that, you are already making so much more money than most other teams in the other top 5 leagues in Europe. So I can understand it both from the sentimental perspective and the financial perspective.
Yeah.
And yes, the FA Cup that's a sexy cup, but I don't even, with all the history it has, I think in our time, people don't care about it as much.
What do you think of the League Cup? What do you think of the League Cup? Carabao Cup or whatever they call it now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Manchester City won a lot of them. I don't think that scratched an itch for them, no?
No, did he act? No. They're
sure
not going to be
they
able to build the Champions League, are they? But
that's what I was gonna say. I'm sure they would return all the League Cups they have if they only could win the Champions League once.
Which they may well do this year.
I hope hope for them. I mean, again, I'm not I'm not their fan, but I like Guardiola a lot. So I want him to, because he has done such great things, and sometimes we get stuck in these little details, just like people were, oh, I will never consider Messi to be the GOAT until he wins the World Cup. People have that sort of standard with Guardiola too, saying like, oh, he didn't win the Champions League without Messi. He didn't win the Champions League in Bayern or Manchester City, so he's not that good. I mean, for me, it's crazy to dominate the Premier League with whatever resources that he has. I mean, Spurs has a lot of money too, and I'm a Spurs fan. When is the last time we won anything? Money doesn't buy you cups or titles. Manchester United has a lot of resources. What happened after Ferguson has gone?
Well, that would be, if you're talking football, that would be the only question mark over Manchester City, because United have had, United have had their issues over the last 10 years or 15 years with the Glazers. Other than that, you'll be saying, well, just because they haven't won the Champions League, you'd be saying you'd be lauding it over Guardiola that he's won everything that he's won, But other than, if it weren't for Man United, that would be. But because United have had the problems they've had, it sort of has a question mark over them, because they've been absolutely atrocious, haven't they, across the pond, as they would say, United. But yeah, I mean, it's neither here nor there. The main thing that you could hold against Guardiola is that he wears fucking Richard Mills with like blue bloody city colours. Fucking hell. You can't be having bloody Richard Mills with bloody Guardiola, can you? Come on. Hublot as well.
What is this, the cup, is it?
This is the America's Cup, apparently. It looks like maybe my grandma had this at
That's what I was thinking too. That's crazy, right?
Looks like a fucking pipe. It looks like you bloody smoke fucking.
I thought it was
looks like you smoked something out of it.
It does. That's crazy, right?
Well, yeah, you released the fucking genie with that. Like, I tell you what, you smoked that fucking long enough. You get the genie.
Honestly, I would be offended if I won a race and they gave me that as a trophy. Man, someone's getting slapped.
Looks like you smoke at weekend.
The thing, the cup that I really like is the Stanley Cup, and I'm not even that intensely into hockey, even though I like it. NHL, I mean, that's a glorious piece. Let me see for those who might not be familiar.
Copa del Rey is a good cup. Looks good. Copa del Rey.
That's true.
Get that fucker up.
That's a good looking. That's a good looking piece.
Do you know something? A lot of the Spanish players that play in the Premier League would say they would rather win the Copa del Rey than the FA Cup, which to me it baffles me, because I think that the FA Cup is really the only league cup that's worth winning over than the Premier League. But they all say the Copa del Rey over the FA Cup. It's like is it Alonso that played for Chelsea? I saw a video of him the other day, and he said when they asked him Copa del Rey or FA Cup, and said Copa del Rey.
I guess it must be their own. It's sentimentality, isn't it? I mean, that's what they grew up with, so they aspire to that. Whereas now, especially in this generation of players, the Premier, they know the Premier League, perhaps sometimes even better than they know their own leagues. So it makes sense for everyone to want to play and want to win in the Premier League.
I think in the UK as well, you've got isn't BT Sport? They've done a deal with is it who they done a deal with? To share the rights for the Champions League. They had it on
Remind me.
It begins with F. I don't know if you're fucking hell. There's a company that's done a deal with the BT Sport in the UK,
Okay.
I feel like I'm talking about Discovery, or there's a company in America that have bought the partial rights with BT
Fox?
Sport in the UK.
Fox?
No. But hang on a minute. I'll have a look. Just one sec. Yeah.
I don't know. ITV, Sky Sports, MLMJ.
It might be Fox. It might be Fox Sports that has done it.
Okay.
But they've shared the rights with them. They've bought half of it. It must be about £1 billion they've done. And it just to me it perplexes me that anybody would do that, because the product in the UK to me is. I mean, you mentioned the Premier League, any cups or anything in Champions League and that they'd be long term. You think of like the product, the we think of Rolexes and things like that. You'd think you'd keep hold of anything English related, wouldn't you? Because it's becoming the pinnacle, hasn't it? But I think it is. It's possibly Fox Sports, but it's either Fox Sports or Discovery. One of the two have bought the rights with BT, British Telecom. They own the Champions League. So, but something tells me that like the Glazers have bought are trying to sell United. It's something tells me that.
Sorry to interrupt. I've got to head off. I've got a few things I've got to do.
They're trying to.
Take care. Thank you very much, Brenda.
Thank you,
Are
man.
you getting any cabbage? Are you doing some cabbage rolls? If you're doing some
They were
rolls,
sold out today. Today was cabbage roll day. We sold them all. They're all gone. Sorry, my man. Sorry to disappoint.
What are you going to do today then? What are you going to do for me today?
We're finished. I'm going to bed soon. I'm done for the day.
I tell you what. Imagine I come to Darwin and what are you going to do? It's going to be fucking legendary.
You
cabbage rolls.
You love it. There'll be cabbage rolls getting thrown around everywhere.
Everywhere. Are you sure it's everywhere or just somewhere?
But seriously, guys, thank you so much. I really do appreciate your company, the conversation. Stay sexy, and we'll talk again soon. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you too.
Look, I think you need a super chat if you're going to carry on. Don't you?
I'm not even sure at this point if I can carry on with a super chat, but we can try. I'm willing to try.
That's the chat. Say to them, look, $5 super chat minimum. $5 super chat minimum. We need a $5 super chat minimum to carry on.
But yeah, we have to leave something on the table for tomorrow, pal. Don't you think?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
Are you?
So, as an overall, before we leave, then, what's your overall take from the models that they've released? Them Rolex. Which would be your winners and which would be your losers? Because to me, everything's been well received so far. Almost. That's where I see it. But
yeah, look, I can nitpick about this thing here or that thing there, and I have tried to articulate why I think ultimately perpetual 1908 just doesn't quite make sense, precisely because it's neither here nor there. It's not all that different from what Rolex has. And when Rolex does something too different, no one really cares anyways. Mr. GMT, Thomas Burnett, $199. You see, I'm already asleep. £199 sterling. Who is interested in Scumchester United? Not
fucking hell.
Wow, that's harsh.
Harsh.
I think aren't you a United fan, Paul?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. You can't listen to that fucking super chat, can you? At the end of the day, that's a lot of bloody bullshit. That's a lot of nonsense, isn't it? What a lot of. But I tell you, that 1908 though, to me, it I was listening to you don't like names, but Burr Clooney Watches had it right with that. It's probably it's good.
And Mal, Sorry, one second. Continue right away. £5 sterling, MLMJ. Thank you. Goodbye, chaps. I'm off to run my brothel.
Dirty
Stay strong,
bastard.
Kim. All right. Yeah, you were saying something about the 1908.
Yeah, I think it's nice. I think it's just the price. I think it's about £3,000 or £4,000 too much. Because when you compare it, like Archie and Burke said, you compare it to Calatrava, and it's comparable. And you think, well, if they just priced it slightly lower, just slightly. I mean, if you priced, they were talking like £5,000, something like that. And I said, well, if you price it so low, a lot of this is marketing and perception, isn't it? But that's a bit too low. But if it was sort of, £3,000 lower, it would be. It'd probably have its space, but it's in the range of like a Calatrava, and you think, well, if you're gonna have, you're gonna pick between the two, you'd pick a Calatrava, wouldn't you, all day? Really, if it was after a dress watch. That's the only.
That is precisely the problem. Thank you, Dodger. 5 zloty. Thank you so much. It's just, again, it's not that I don't like it. I actually do like the watch, but I think that particular line or genre for Rolex is a lose-lose situation. Last time they did something right or interesting was the Cellini Prince for me, which was distinct enough, which was different enough, but it wasn't commercially successful still. When it comes to this, like you said, you can go for a Calatrava, especially on the secondary market. The world is your oyster. The 5127, for example, is a great reference. I love the crown guards on that. I love it in white metal, but it's just as good in pink or yellow gold. I would go with Chopard XPS 1860, which was just released and has a beautiful two-tone salmon guilloche dial. It's that genre of watch. You have so much. If you have 25, you can get a Lange 1 on the second market.
Yeah.
So there's just for people who know that genre and who are looking for something distinct, distinguished, and with some sort of heritage, or as far as dress watches go, have so many options at that $25,000 price point. It's just, it can never stand on its own feet. People will bundle it with other watches for sure to get what they really want, but that doesn't really take care of the fundamental problem. It's just something that Rolex's iconography cannot necessarily sustain.
Well, if considering they gave people what they wanted on the 40mm, they gave people what they wanted on the Daytona, and they gave people what they wanted on the titanium Yachtmaster, because well, not necessarily the Yachtmaster itself, but everything they did in they combined, the matte black dial, matte black bezel, the titanium. They packaged it all in one in that one, but they get in certain models that they released. That's why, like Archie, when he's done his video, he's not had much to complain about. It's all, almost every watch that's been released has been well received. I just think, well, other than with the 1908, I think, why did they not do something like the Cellini Prince that everybody was really like, loved and was after? Because I mean, even like you think you like Curly, and he was mentioning about he likes that, and I think he's right. That's probably the best dress watch that they've had, and yet I just wonder why they've brought that 1908, because it's sort of almost there, but not what you would like you've said, not what you buy on its own, but something you might package with other things. I just think, why did they not bring sort of like a Prince out again, and which is what when they listen to the market in every other way this year, but not with that. Because I'm surprised that they've listened to the market with almost all of the releases. Even that Sky Dweller, the rose gold Sky Dweller, they brought out. I mean, it's not the blue dial, but it's sort of a turquoisey blue dial, and that everybody was asking for that. And it was almost every the last 2 or 3 years, every leak that's been been wrong has been showing like a rose gold sky dweller with a blue dial, and now they've released it. So almost every watch that that people have been saying needed a new release or needed a change, they've done it. The only one they've not done is the Cellini, and they brought it out in the 1908 instead of what people really wanted, which was probably a Prince. So I don't know why they've not done that.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I'm sort of indifferent towards some releases. I think with the new Oyster Perpetual, especially, Rolex is on its trolling arc. They are trolling their own customers who have hyped up these new or Neo Stella dials, the colorful lacquered dials. Here is one dial for you that has all of them, all the different colors, all the different sizes. Take it and go. They are trolling Omega, who copied the whole concept and couldn't even actually get the watches on the shelves. I think that's actually very funny. When I first saw those Google ads for it, I couldn't quite decipher what it was, but once I figured that it was just a montage of all the different sizes and colors of the Oyster Perpetual line, the ones that were actually really popular too, I thought it was really funny.
That's what I thought that was. I thought that watch was like a finger up to everybody. That's what I thought that was.
Yeah. So I think that's funny. I love the fact that they have a sense of humor. I don't resent them for that. And beyond that, there are a few off-catalog pieces, right? That puzzle dial day date is one of them. There are a few stunning, like there's the Ruby set Daytona. Did you see that one?
No, I've not. No.
Oh my God, that's let's look at that before
So are we talking here the one? My original question: that what did you think was a winner and which you thought was a loser? Is that what we're talking now? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there was a loser. That's all I can say. It's just the 1908 or a Rolex dress watch period will never quite fit in that lineup. I mean, it has to be something truly different. Or wait, I mean, I let me see if I can find this. And what is the real winner? I mean, I told you, I wasn't trying to troll you. I think the Daytona redesign actually I found really pleasing.
Which one of the two would you think was the ultimate winner, the white or the black dial?
For me, it's always the white. I think that's more.
Why?
That's a more versatile watch in my mind. I think like it has the white dial has a kind of elegance to it, a little bit of a dressy touch to it that I think makes it more versatile, whereas the black dial one is a true blood Rolex sports watch, and that has its charm too, don't take me wrong. I just find it a little more of a limited one.
And do you think that that's the same in the 116-500 as opposed to the 126-500? Or would you have the same opinion, white dial with both? Or do you think it's the? Would you say
Alexandros, 42 pounds sterling? Great show. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alex.
Do you think there's a difference between these?
Can I confess something? I never really liked 116-500. I like these much more. I like the 126-500 family a lot more.
Well, you see, I think that the now that the 126-500's out, I think it's emphasising that I like the full steel bezel one, the ones 116-520. I think it's emphasising that I prefer that to the 116-500 more.
I love it. I love it. That one, 16520 with the white dial, for me, that's the self-winding Daytona to get. That to me is my favorite from the automatic ones. This is the watch, Paulwy.
That's the white gold one, is it?
Apparently it's platinum, with a baguette, with baguette rubies on the bezel, with
fucking hell,
black dial.
Yeah, that's nice though.
And encrusted, diamond encrusted on the lugs, and even the crown guards. It's baguette rubies again on the dial, on the index markers. Well, as the index markers.
It's not always the case that when you see these ones with all the diamond encrusteds that they actually appeal. Some of them you think they look very gaudy, and that one is very subdued, isn't it? That's the key to it, I think. Sometimes with these ones with the diamonds and any gems, sometimes they look overdone. But that until I thought that was white gold, and I didn't even realise they had the diamond lugs there. But yeah, it's lovely that.
To me, that's the thing. Look, I have more tolerance than the average person to gem setting on what is traditionally understood as a men's watch. That's for sure. But even I have my limits. I never actually like watches that have pavé diamonds on the lugs, right? But this one immediately caught my attention, and it just looks amazing. So there are pieces like that once every so often I'm like, wow, I would, if I were playing at that level, I would certainly want to have one of these. But I think this is like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Do you know, if that didn't have the diamonds on the lugs, it would look worse. And usually I think I don't like I think that holds them back, when they have the diamonds on the lugs. But in that case, I think if it didn't have them, it wouldn't work. But in that instance, it does, because I sent you a link, didn't I? The David Dickinson one, the GMT with the diamond, the diamond bezel. I've sent I sent you a video of it as well. Yeah, and I just think it didn't work the same. It's the yellow gold watch GMT with the diamond bezel, and compared to that works. It depends on the watch, doesn't it? Because I think if that didn't have the diamond lugs, if you think about it without diamonds on the lugs, it wouldn't work that, would it? The rubies would really stand out, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So. Let me see if I can pull that, and we can say goodbye.
That one, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you so much for your presence and support. Thank you for the super chats. Alex, Dodger, MLMJ, Thomas Burnett. In the background, of course, always Jake Brooks, and I love Maldives. Jake Brooks was also very generous with a super chat here, as well as Jamie Opulence, and Y2K. And Finchy had started things off early in the night. Thank you so much, guys. Please,
we need a super chat to close the show, don't we? We need a super chat for good night, even if it's $1 or $2. We need a super chat. Come on. I mean, it's not often you let me on here. Come on, Lord. Come on. We need something.
Yeah. I think I never say no. I never say no. Oh, there we go. Thomas Burnett. Thank you so much. £199 sterling. Have a good night's sleep. It's almost morning. Well, I mean, it's 2:30 in the morning. So
what do you think before you go, Lord? What do you think of that
sir.
one? What do you think of this year you've gone?
I mean, how rare is this one?
I don't know. I feel, for me, I don't really like yellow gold watches. I rarely do.
And what are the
So
black? What are the black stones? What are the black
that
stones at?
that's already a turn off for me. The black stones I like.
What are they?
What are they? I don't
That's
know.
cool.
I
Well,
don't know.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just want to know what they are, but because he's apparently I was speaking to Surty Danny, and he said that obviously I sent you the image with that watch, asking you what it was, and we worked it. It was this the GMT, but apparently the guy that's worn this, David Dickinson, Alex Fortiel and Thomas Burnett will know who David Dickinson is. Apparently he's worn that for a long time, but I don't know what the gems are in it other than the diamonds. Apparently he's had that for a long time because I've seen him on this show. He's in the UK, and you see it and you think, well, is it a Submariner? Is it a GMT? But that is the watch, and I just don't know what the gem. I've never seen anybody else with it, but apparently he's had that for a long time. And I've seen him on UK TV. I think it's the BBC for a long time, and he's been wearing that, gold, some sort of gold GMT or Submariner. It's been that. I just don't know what it is.
I mean, I want to say maybe it's black and diamonds, but I don't. I'm really not sure. I'm really
quite
not
nice. Other than it's the lugs that I don't. I'm not. See, this is the thing when you were mentioning about the Daytona with the rubies before. That looks better with the diamond lugs, whereas I think that this watch would look better without the diamond lugs. I think it would look better with just the bezel, and then the lugs being gold. That's this is when you're talking about like people with the ultimate watches. To me, this one would be better without, because it looks like when he's wearing it, it looks a little bit like a woman's watch.
Yeah, onyx. It can be onyx. Yeah,
Onyx stone.
I mean, they usually use it for dials. Why not? Why not also?
Yeah,
in combination with diamonds. Why not? It's possible.
That watch would be better without them lugs. It would be better without them. But yeah, anyway, I'm digressing. You need to end your show, don't you? So,
thank you, everyone. And thank you, of course, Mr. GMT, El Professor, my friend Y2K, Big Meech as well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Please hit the like button on the way out if you haven't already. That really does help. And thank you so much for your questions, interventions, comments, suggestions, and especially your super chats. Thank you. Thank you. And I will see you tomorrow with more content and most certainly the live stream in the PM here on
upvote, and like and subscribe and send PayPals and send super chats and all them good things.
Take care.